Ooh.
Terminal City, a shining modern metropolis that stands as a symbol for society's technological advancements, known as one of the world's largest cultural melting pots. People rush to work, cars fill the streets, and occasionally you'll see a brightly colored hero fly by on their way to help someone. The city is bustling with energy and life at the start of a new year, preparing for everything this new year may throw at it. And with the start of another new year, so too comes the beginning of another semester at the world famous superhero career school, Star Heights Academy. And as we look towards the city, we're going to focus on one of the students of Star Heights Academy. Jay, you enter Terminal City after spending some time away. You spent the break taking many trips around the country with your dad in an attempt to let go of what's been troubling you to find yourself. While you briefly appeared here around Christmas, you were merely passing through between destinations. Now, however, you truly return to witness the shining city you're used to. After weeks of soul searching, how does Jay feel?
Jay is feeling pretty secure.
Feeling pretty secure?
Yeah, I'd say like kind of like feeling, I don't know, like that feeling, yeah, whenever you're walking alone in the city and you just feel like, I could really do anything right now,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah, you might have some thoughts passing through, uh, thinking back to maybe some of your past personalities, but now, and especially after this trip and really this extended period of time, you've gotten to be yourself, which is actually pretty interesting to consider
Mm-hmm.
that, you know, Joey and Joe both got plenty of time to just live during the semester, but you weren't chained down to school while you were experiencing your, well, your freedom from, the
My,
inner machinations of your mind. Uh, yeah, you're standing against some railing and looking out over the water in the direction of Star Heights, which you can't quite see from here. And the sea breeze passes you by as you hear some footsteps behind you. As Martin walks up and gives you a pat on the shoulder and says, "All right, Jay, you ready to head back?"
hmm, I guess so. It's such a nice day, though.
I know, but we'll have plenty of good days and good weather on the island.
Yeah, I guess you're right. He's kind of gonna like scuff his foot against the sidewalk, kind of like kicking a pebble off into the like. You said it's right by the sea, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, Martin kind of chuckles and he's like, "I know it's hard to go from a break to getting back into the semester, but you'll see, you'll get to see all your friends again and it'll be like no time has passed and, before you know it another break will be here."
Yeah, I guess you're right.
All right, kiddo. Come on.
Gonna be a little weird. Starts to like follow behind.
A little weird.
Yeah, I mean, getting back into the swing of it, like you said. So I don't really get the opportunity to swing much at school.
Hmm. I guess I know what you mean. And I guess this will be your first real experience with, well, getting to go through with classes on your own, huh?
For the most part. Yeah. What if I'm not as smart? Or what if I am as smart and then I have to actually do something about it?
Well, I'm sure you're plenty smart, but you just take it one day at a time and do whatever feels right. Now, I still want to see you trying enough out there, I don't want you to fall behind, but again, just take it one day at a time.
Right. Just one day. Kind of like looking over like the big city buildings as we're walking off.
Mm-hmm. And you both head toward the subway to return you back to the status quo. And as you head down the stairs, he speaks up again and just says, "Thanks for letting me spend some quality time with you, Jay. I get to missing you while you're at school, and we have to keep things on the down low for your safety, but I love you, kiddo. Never let yourself forget that."
Trust me. I don't think that it's in my programming.
You both go down, you disappear into the subway, and we move from one end of the subway over to the other as another of our students arrives back at school. Me refresh roll 20 because it doesn't want to show me. But there she is, Alex.
There she is.
Get us centered here. Roll 20 was being funky, but there we go. Alex, you arrive and cross campus, gazing at the Academy's main building. With so much on your mind, the school almost seems to tower over you, and in a brief flash, you feel another presence towering over you, the memory of your late grandfather, Captain Gravity. As more time passes, more expectations are dropped on your shoulders. You stand in the shadow of not just your grandfather, but every hero that has walked these halls. What is Alex feeling as she returns to this place after spending so much time away?
A mix of things, probably. Honestly, probably still a little shaken from the whole incident with the Christmas party and everything that happened that day, but having had some time to process, to spend with her mom, and everything, she's ready to move forward into the new semester and try and continue to develop and work on what being a hero means for her.
It's a very important thought. Does Alex have any grasp on what she believes it means to be a hero, or is she still trying to find that answer?
She's getting there.
She's getting there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, she, of course, continues across campus. Maybe you're heading to some of the faculty to check in. Maybe you're heading back to your dorms. But either way, around the same time that you are returning to campus, another one of our students prepares to return to mundanity from his own status quo. It's a few days before the beginning of the new semester. You spent the first half of your break living on campus, working on some projects, but later, Echo, you found yourself bouncing between the school and your home. You've also managed to update your wardrobe with some help from Lewis as a way of saying thanks for spending so much time with him on his new support gear. Let me actually reveal this new outfit for everybody.
Oh, Lewis is the best. Echo Season 2.
Season 2 Echo, let's go!
Styling.
What did you say, Deco Forever Go? Digidest?
Yeah, like you're digidestined.
Probably.
I love it. This is beautiful.
Yeah, you've got your updated wardrobe, and you're trying to keep yourself anchored to your home and your customs while balancing what you've gained on Earth, but it can, of course, be hard when the two clash. Regardless, you try to gather everything you might need. What is Echo doing to prepare for the new semester?
Echo is kind of keeping good question. He's just collecting everything he can, like any tools he might need, stuff he brought over, because I'm sure he was bouncing, as you said, back and forth between school and the in this realm here. So he'd have some stuff here, but he's just kind of grabbing what he needs, putting it in his bag, as well as some other knickknacks. Not that he can't ever not come back, but just good to have things on him that he might need for like ruin etching and stuff like that.
Of course. Yeah, you're looking over all your tools. You're picking them up one by one, putting them away. Maybe you got like a little checklist or something. You notice that probably in the frantic nature of you hectically jumping back and forth between Earth and Megea, a few of your tools don't seem to be where they should be. You're like, okay, don't have that. Guess we'll try to work with it.
Yes, panic. I can manage, I'm sure.
Yeah. Anything else you're looking into, or are you just frantically trying to get everything you can together?
He's just trying to get everything he can together. Before just like it is a little bit frantic trying to get it because he lost track of time being so absorbed. He's like, oh yeah, no, school's right around the corner. Shit. So he's kind of getting all that ready. And probably just head outside to take one last quick little look at the place. Not that he can come back, but
of course.
Who knows when he'll come back? He likes the air here.
You step outside and once again feel the still, dry, and lifeless air of Megea, but at least it is air that you are used to.
And he kind of like pats the side of his little hut and is like, "Don't worry, I'm not leaving you forever. I'll be back." And you gotta locks. Does he have a lock system on his house? I think.
That's a good question. Do you?
Yeah, I assume it's like some sort of rune. He just kind of like etched. It's nothing too fancy because there is just a huge window somewhere on his house and a rock there. So,
maybe simple like security sort of like it makes a sensor or something.
Yeah. And then he starts to head back to school, kind of excited for what's to come.
All right.
Having been recharged as he looks at the new gear on his gauntlet with a small smile. Happy with how that turned out.
Well, with almost everything accounted for, of course, you head outside, you open a portal, and hop through, returning to your home away from home. And down the hall from your home away from home, a friend takes account of current events. Not Alex. Forgot to disappear you.
Yep, sorry. Nope.
Rude.
/R.
Apparently Roll20 hates when I try to reveal tokens right now.
Terry's there. You can't see him.
No, yeah, the camera account is the one I'm looking through. Here we go.
Program. Sorry.
There we go. Terry, last semester, Maul re-entered your life. You attempted to re-enter his inner circle, to no avail, and ever since, you felt trapped on this island, unable to stray too far on your own. In Terminal City, crime rates are skyrocketing in tandem with appearances of the super drug. You saw a story about a raid where police believed the drug to be circulating from, only for the trail to go cold. Ever since, more thugs and civilians alike have been found in possession of this drug. What's worse, there's been a string of disappearances. Numerous people have vanished, most at night, but some even in broad daylight, with no leads as to where these people may have gone. It seems as though the city's authorities are unable to keep up with the escalating number of crises. How does Terry feel about current events?
Terry would have expected this to some degree, but the fact that it's progressing this quickly shows that Maul is rushing, or being a bit more on the nose than normal. He's not too happy about it, but it's not his life, so it's not his problem. This is a current mindset, and he can't really do much about it. Last time he tried, he almost got blown up and died with pincer. So, as a result, he's going to bide his time, and plan for something that will work when it needs to.
And so Terry knows what he wants to do next on some level.
Of course.
Well, with Terry's mind focused on the city, we move once again to another student whose mind is focused on something much more personal. Take a moment to go along the streets of Terminal City as someone very familiar appears. Lily, you're bike riding down the sidewalk on your way to the subway that will take you back to Star Heights. Due to Olivia's unique situation, she ended up back on campus about a week earlier than you for some checkups. You experienced a lot over break, and your mind may be bouncing between concerns for yourself, Olivia, or your mother. What is Lily thinking as she races forward?
Partially, how not restful winter break ended up being,
Mm-hmm.
because it went from like, oh man, school shit is not good, and I do not like thinking about school stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and then immediately, things happening at home, it's like, oh, this sucks too.
Mm-hmm.
So I think she's just tense, and I think she's just biking down and is like one half brain trying to like plan out what to do as if she can like think of the perfect solution on a bike ride,
Mm-hmm.
and then other half brain trying to just distract herself, which is just making her, more frustrated because she is unsure also what she wants to do in her head sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just biking.
Yeah, makes sense. There's a lot going on. Your focus, is kind of all over the place as you're trying to get everything together. And, of course, you are continuing down the path, riding across the crosswalk as the light turns green. When suddenly, a car speeds into you from out of nowhere. You never even had a chance to see it coming. You jolt awake from your nightmare on the moment of impact. You're in your dorm the night before your first day of class. Your head hurts. As you look around your room, it's a mess. Over the past few weeks, your powers have been getting more and more out of control. The spirits are getting restless. What's worse is that you've been having more of these nightmares recently. Just about every night, visions of possible deaths haunt you. They all feel so real. At first, you wondered if these dreams were the Deja toying with you. But as they've persisted, a darker possibility has dawned on you. These nightmares feel eerily similar to your ability to pierce the veil, your future sight. You have no way of knowing if it's true, and yet instinctively, you know what this is. An uncanny warning. A warning from your own powers that your death is fast approaching. What does Lily do upon waking up?
Waking up definitely isn't, a new experience, like, because ghosts, it is hard for her to sleep often.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the nightmares are new, so she probably just tries to do her usual reaction of, I'll just watch, TikToks on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm not going to be able to sleep, I will just, do something to, like, get my mind off it.
Mm-hmm. Distract yourself, do what you can. You flick on your phone, it's the only light in your room, and you start staring and scrolling. After waking from yet another horrible nightmare, of course, you do what you can to prepare yourself mentally for tomorrow. As tomorrow, everyone returns to their classes at Star Heights Academy.
Woo!
Yeah.
and so we do return to our classes. Let me get ourselves right here. You all enter the school as if you've never left, returning to your lockers and grabbing your things. It may take a minute to remember your combination, but soon you're back in the swing of things. The school halls are a mix of first day excitement, seeing friends again after weeks apart, and first day dread for the lessons yet to come. Quickly, you each make your way back to your homeroom. And the first to arrive at homeroom is going to be Alex. You're the first to arrive out of our party. You see the others seated in new spots, and remember a message from Nightwalker informing you all that, starting with the new semester, you get to pick your seats in homeroom. Where would Alex like to sit?
Oh boy, that's a lot of pressure. Let me think about that for a second. Where would Alex like to sit? I'm gonna sit up here in the front between Aiden and Nelson, and then I've got my fun little rival Evan pretty close there too.
Yeah, you sit down, Aiden eagerly waves to you, saying hello, and Nelson gives you a little salute. Good morning, Alex. How are you feeling today?
Pretty good, Nelson. How about you? How was your break?
Oh, my break was good, but today I'm feeling fantastic. It's good to really be back in, getting into everything again, you know? I'm excited to see what Nightwalker has in store for us. And Evan pats him on the shoulder and says, all right, champ, calm down, calm down.
All right, well, I guess we'll find out.
And the classroom doors slide open as Olivia and Lily appear. Eager to pick your seats before too many others arrive, and because Olivia came to greet you early, you are the next to enter the room.
Immediately scanning the room.
Olivia just sheepishly kind of standing behind you, also scanning the room, but like looking to you to see where you're looking.
There's no spot away from Shrifany that would still leave room for Olivia. Sacrifices have to be made.
Olivia walks behind you as you go down the side.
Lily just, as Olivia's like walking behind her, Lily just like points to this desk wordlessly and then slips into this one.
Okay, where are you? Oh, there, I see. Olivia looks to you and nods as you sit down, and Triffany looks back to Olivia and waves pleasantly, saying, "Oh, hello, Olivia. Hey, Triff. How was your break?" "Oh, it was fantastic. Thank you for asking." And she looks forward and starts messing with her phone.
Great, cool.
And a few moments later, a portal opens up and Echo comes stumbling out of it. You catch yourself as you're the next to arrive.
Echo kind of stumbles and collects himself as he kind of just dusts himself off. He looks around. Did anyone see him stumble?
I'll say Alex saw him. And she gives a wave and gestures to the seat right here.
Echo kind of like rubs the back of his head, going, "Shit." Think.
Evan looks back to you and chuckles and say, "Hey, you have a good trip? You make it here all right?"
Yeah, just one portal to the next. You know how it is, and he kind of gives like finger guns with a smile. as he
It's also
walks.
like your whole power. How are you still tripping?
I just skills. And Echo, as he does that, he kind of trips over this desk and kind of bumps into it.
Robert croaks and just says, "Yeah, skill."
Yeah, yep. No, you'll see. It's all good. He kind of goes and sits in this desk with a groan as he just kind of hits his head on the desk.
You sit down and Robert does another little croak with a grin and he says, "So, are you practicing the drunken fist, or?"
No, not really. Not exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Gotta work on my footwork, apparently, still.
He just pats your arm and says, "Condolences." And then he goes to messing with his stuff.
Echo kind of gives a wave to everybody, like Nelson and Alex with a smile. And even Triff.
Yeah, Nelson, waves back to you with a bright smile. And you look back to Triffany and she perks up and she says, "Oh, hello, Echo. Welcome back. How are you feeling this morning?"
Really good. A little nervous. It's kind of funny being back in school, but it is what it is. How was your trip home?
"Oh, it was wonderful. The trip was a long one, a little dull, but my time home was fantastic, it was. Then she quickly goes back to looking at her phone and scrolling through stuff.
Go nuts. Before kind of just going back and getting all his material ready for class.
And the classroom door slides open again with a mechanical whir as Terry, Jay, you both arrive at about the same time, nonchalantly entering the room as it's starting to fill up.
Terry would quickly
I
move in
ditched the
first,
back seat. Oh.
look around.
I love it. We're like fighting for it.
Terry like pokes his head and looks around, scans. Hello, everyone. He's kind of just waved to everybody in general.
You get some nice waves back. Aiden goes, "Oh, hey Terry!"
Oh, hey, Aiden. What a good idea. He just steps beside Aiden.
You can tell his eyes are smiling at you. Jay, you stroll on back to the back seat and sit down. Danny flashes you a little peace sign. Maya gives you a nod.
Jay like just nods back and then sits, kind of like using Terry's like coming in and waving as a way to quickly walk to the side and just slide into the seat.
And the mechanical door will open again as you guys see Priscilla strut into the room, checking her phone. She looks up and does a little double take and just mutters under her breath, "Ah, damn it, all the back seats are taken. Whatever." She'll walk down this row, not really comment to anyone as she passes them. And then as she reaches this seat, she'll look back to you, Jay, and give you a little nod as she goes to sit down.
Jay also like nods back again, but is kind of just like not really getting stuff ready, just kind of like tapping pencils back and forth on the desk.
Door opens up again. Gabe steps into the room. When Gabe steps into the room, a good handful of the students are just sort of talking, having their own conversations. But there are a few students scattered throughout who kind of notice that he walks in and stop talking just to sort of watch him for a moment. And as Gabe looks across the room, he sees the far end of it.
Echo, on seeing Gabe enter, kind of scans the classroom to see what seats are open, and he realizes the two are only next to him. He's like, it is, he like under his breath goes, shit.
Uh-oh.
Gabe passes by you, Alex, and he stops by your desk for a moment, and then just looks at you and gives you a nod before moving along.
She tries to calmly give a nod back, and on the inside, she's freaking out.
Gabe walks by and around you, Echo, as he kind of like flashes you a side eye, but just continues moving along.
I picture it's the
God,
same
thank
images
God.
on his profile picture.
And Gabe will move to this seat and start putting some of his stuff down before looking to you, Lily, and offering a nod before going to sit down.
Appreciate it. It was either going to be you or Lawrence, and I'd much rather you.
You see him crack a little smirk at that for a second before he puts it away. And the door opens one more time. As you guys see Lawrence stumble into the room and look around, and he's like, "It's not a bitch. Oh, wait. Oh, sick, okay." And he'll jog across the room, not saying hi to anybody, but then running by you, Terry, just saying, "Hell yeah, Terry, look, we get to sit together this semester. Isn't that good? That's cool."
Yeah, it's cool. Hi, Lawrence.
He slides into his seat and waves, and then looks next to him at you, Echo, and just kind of his smile drops, and he's like, "Hey,
Hey, Lawrence, how are you doing?
I'm And then he just starts pulling out a bunch of books and making like a book fort to make a wall between you two.
Deer blinder, like horse blinders.
Echo kind of gives a nod at that and just kind of looks straight again.
Evan actually reaches forward and taps you on the shoulder, Alex.
She turns around and says, "Hey, Evan, what's up?"
Hey, just wanted to ask, Gabe kind of gave you a little side eye as he was walking by. You two good?
I mean, as good as we can be, I guess.
Okay. And he'll just kind of lean back and offer a shrug. And of course, you remember that only a few people know about your fight with Gabe. So any interaction that he has offered you, people are like, okay, he doesn't normally, like, he's not very sociable. So even just offering that is like, is there something going on? Like, are they talking? But, you know, he's just like shrugs, like, okay. He sits back in his chair. And after having a little bit of time to chat, eventually the door opens one more time, and with no students left, Nightwalker enters the room. When he does, the atmosphere doesn't change nearly as much as it did on your first day, with everyone still chatting away. And he walks across the room, sets his tablet down, and he moves in front of the room and gives a sharp snap of his fingers. Immediately at this, everyone is silent. Good morning, class. I hope the brief respite you all got over break has not made you forget what I expect of you within these walls. With a new semester comes new expectations. In the beginning, you all were afforded time to adjust, but you no longer have that privilege. From this day forth, I will be pushing each of you harder than ever before. For those of you at the top of the leaderboard, I expect you to continue proving to me why you deserve to be there, for it is easiest for those at the top to fall. For those of you at the bottom of the leaderboard, I expect you to prove to me why you belong here. You must show me ambition and effort. If you're spinning your wheels at the bottom and expecting to get a pass, you are sorely mistaken and will be removed. I will not be wasting my time. Prove to me that you have what it takes. For those of you in the middle of the leaderboard's ranks, I expect to see your hunger. Do not live a life of complacency. Show me that you truly want this. If any of you are not willing to go beyond what is expected of you, then I will personally have you removed from my class, regardless of your standing. He takes a brief pause to let these words sink in. Ultimately, while the leaderboard serves as an excellent reminder of your efforts, it is an archaic byproduct of the carnivorous and competitive professional landscape that will greet you when you leave this place. The leaderboard compares your current standings just as the job market will. It is good to remember that a competitive hunger will be what keeps you relevant. But for our time together, be careful not to become fixated on this alone. This applies to each of you. What matters is not the numbers, but that you achieve results, that you exert effort. Do these things, and even those of you at the bottom of this relic of a leaderboard will be excellent heroes. But if you cannot do the minimum, you will fail. Once again, he lets his words sink in for a few moments. Now, our housekeeping items for the day. At the end of this week, the school will be hosting a talent show for the first-year class. Notices were sent out, and sign-ups have begun, a week prior to classes resuming, but you still have a few days to sign up if interested. Remember that unique powers may be used to facilitate your talents, but may not be used in place of talents. Be sure to impress the judges if you wish to win. The prizes include a $100 gift card to a store of your choice, as well as a pizza party for the winner's class. Our next item is in regard to a shift in the class presidency due to unforeseen circumstances. Nelson will be promoted to class president, and Jay will be supporting him as vice president. The two of you will be meeting with the student council this morning to go over upcoming school events, so please see to it that you properly represent our class. You may see yourselves out for that meeting now. That is all. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves until the bell. And with that, he moves over to his seat, picks up his black coffee to take a drink, and you all have homeroom as the class presidency is basically excused to go to their meeting.
Got it.
Can I roll to see how Nightwalker drinks a drink, just to make sure? This is lore I'm invested in.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh man, first roll of the new.
Ooh!
Yeah, your sharpened eyes and having the help from Spark to analyze what you're seeing, you definitely see what's going on. Comedically, however, while you are looking to find this answer, Spark seems to remind you that you have investigated this before.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But you watch as he drinks his coffee, and the seemingly wooden mask on his face moves along with his jaw. So basically, the mask has a joint and is able to move with his face, so he can open his mouth and drink his coffee.
And because when you open it, like you see a little bit under the mask. Can Echo see anything past the mask?
You do see a little bit. Let me actually send you what you see.
Okay.
And then can I ask how he drinks his coffee? Like, what's he take? Creamer? 2 sugar?
Yeah, you want to roll superior for it?
Oh, sure. Damn.
You can't tell from here, but
I'm in the back.
yeah, you can't tell from here. You are in the back. But, he's always drinking his coffee, so whatever he's doing, he loves it.
Hmm.
And Jay, you're getting up from your seat now. Nelson also springs up from his seat, and he says, "Oh boy, I'm so excited. Wish me luck, Alex. Evan."
Good luck, Nelson.
Yeah, good luck, Nelson. And Robert also waves it to him and says, "Hey, good luck, Nelson. Break a leg." And he shoots an awkward-looking finger gun before he, struts over to the door, and it automatically opens, but he stands by it as if holding it open for you, Jay. "Please, after you."
Jay just kind of does that awkward shuffle that you do whenever someone's holding the door, but you're not quite there yet. So you kind of pick up the pick.
Nelson lets you through the door, and he looks back to the class and offers a wave as he steps through, and you two end up heading down the hall. Meanwhile, anybody in here having any fun chats during our homeroom period?
Alex.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead.
It's actually kind of funny because Echo kind of pauses as he leans over and looks at Alex.
Yeah.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, what is it?
Should I sign up for the talent show?
Well, what's your talent?
I was gonna do like an obstacle course thing. I have this new gear I wanted to try out, and it might be good to, might be fun.
Yes, definitely. I love the sound of that. Win us
Right.
that pizza party.
So I'm fighting for the pizza party then.
Robert,
Yes.
Robert pats your arm, also just being here listening to this, and says, "Yeah, break a leg, Echo." And he looks down.
Yes.
Like by instinct, he looks down, and he drops his smile and says, "Oh, sorry."
No, it's fine. I get it. He kind of chuckles. I assume the iPads have because they're linked to the school, they have a way to sign up digitally.
Mm-hmm.
So Echo would pull up that on his the pad and start filling out the stuff to submit himself to do the talent show.
Okay.
And then Alex is gonna turn to Evan and say, "Hey, Evan, you have any thoughts about entering the talent show?"
Oh yeah, I did already sign up actually.
Oh yeah, what's your talent?
Well, I gotta save it for the show, keep it to be a surprise.
Okay, we'll see.
Are you thinking of entering the talent show?
I don't necessarily think that's for me.
Oh, come on, it would be fun. It would give us another place to compete. I mean, if either of us wins, we get a pizza party, but, hey, I mean, we can see which one of us would win the pizza party for the class,
I think I'll leave that to you. I don't really have any, noteworthy talents.
He waves his hand. All right, fine. But for the record, I'm sure you have plenty of talents you can show off.
Maybe another year.
Maybe. He does a little smile and leans back in his chair. All right. And yeah, we'll follow our class presidents down the hall as they head towards their next destination. Oh, wait. That's fine. Song will start playing again. Jay, you and Nelson walk down the hall toward the student council meeting. Nelson speaks up as you're going past some of the lockers. Oh, I'm so excited for my first day as class president. Today, president of our class. Tomorrow, president of the student council.
That does sound more fitting to you.
Well,
Kinda, like staring at the lockers, Jay just has like one hand kind of tracing the lockers as they walk past.
Mm-hmm. He chuckles and says, well, I'll aim for it, but I'm sure that going for the head of the student council is going to be much more difficult. I believe that the position is going to open next year, but I'll likely have to compete with some of the second years if I want to get it early. Regardless, there's still a few years left for me to try.
I didn't even really think about how this goes forward. Joe really did just hear some sort of big human thing and thought it would be cool. What do you mean? The student council, it moves on next?
Oh,
Is that whenever other people can, like the older people that we see in the meeting?
right. So, every year our upperclassmen graduate and they go on to be professional heroes in the field. And the heads of the student council are generally either well-esteemed second years or, in our case, the third years that are at the top of their class. As for it going year to year, every year each individual class gets to vote on the new, presidential candidates of their own classes, but the student council gets voted in every year should the heads of the student council be graduating the previous year.
Well, it all seems like a really big race.
What'd you say, Chloe?
So, did I cut out?
Yeah, a little bit.
Sorry about that. I said, it seems like a really big race to have to win.
I suppose it's... Well, I suppose it is. I do wonder how many other students are going to be vying for the position, but I have to imagine there are going to be a good few. See, the student council in this school is it's a large organization. You get to help with organizing various events that the school will be taking place, and as such, having those skills in your repertoire make good on an application for a new professional hero. It shows that maybe you have the capability to be the leader of a team.
Dances and events and such.
Repeat one more time.
Cool dances and events and such.
I only got cool dances and events and such.
Am I cutting out really
You
bad?
are.
I wonder what's happening. That's so weird. Okay. Like in and out consistently, or like is it holding up
We can hear you at the
right
moment,
now?
but yeah, it cuts out a little bit occasionally.
Yeah, that's so weird. I have really bad connection right now to specifically.
Discord got her.
We'll pause for just a moment.
Yeah, you do already sound better.
Okay,
Yeah,
what were you
it
saying
was-
before?
I think he was saying he was basically being like, oh, I thought that it was just all about planning just dances and fun social events. I mean, I guess I knew how much it impacted what people thought of me as a superhero, but I guess I was looking more on the fun side of things instead of the technical side.
I suppose so. There is a lot when it comes to the heads of the student council, though. For each individual class presidency, we do have more of the assisting role, but it's the president of the student council itself, along with they have their secretary, they have the people that manage all of the money, and really they're the ones who keep an eye on and organize the school's clubs. So it takes a lot of managerial power to be able to do such a thing.
Well, hopefully this unforeseen circumstance can help you in maybe getting that student council position you want then.
He gives kind of a sad look for a moment, and as he's going to say something, suddenly ahead of you, you see two familiar faces coming your way.
Oh.
You remember these two. They're second years, Anastasia and Paisley. The only times you really see these two are when you pass them on the way to the student council, coming from a meeting of their own. You've seen them a few times now. Anastasia doesn't really give you the time of day, passing by without a word. However, Paisley looks to you both. And when he looks to you, Jay, he offers a small smile and nods to you.
Jay would reciprocate that, kind of smiling and nodding. Are we just passing each other kind of in the hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have something you want to say or do?
I just kind of want to roll superior and assess them a little bit.
Okay. Yeah,
Like,
go for
is
it.
that okay? I'm kind of like I'm vibe checking them a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Okay.
All right. You are assessing the situation. So from
Yeah,
that list,
so-
you can ask one question.
I
Or a similar question to the ones on that list.
Yeah. I want to ask, like, who here feels like the biggest threat? Is what I'm kind of like. I kind of want to use that kind of question and kind of rephrase it into, like, which one of them feels like kind of like, not like the leader, but I kind of want to say, like, the leader in the sense of where they feel more powerful or like I'm intimidated by them. If I
okay.
would get that feeling.
Yeah. You're scanning them, their body language, you're reaching back into your mind and pulling out any information the other two may have collected on these two. The other two meaning Joey and Joe. And what you're pulling forth is a couple of things. The first thing you know is that Anastasia, on the left, is that class's class president, and Paisley is the vice president, assisting her. Additionally, as you are scanning over Paisley, you note he is huge. He is built huge, and yet all of his expressions and mannerisms seem very gentle. And it definitely seems that out of the two of them, Anastasia is the one leading the way, taking charge, giving orders, and is, kind of keeping him on the path as they move forward. She is very much the one giving directions.
Okay. I think that Jay would definitely like make a point to just like make that eye contact with both of them, kind of nodding to both of them. I don't think he would start like a conversation or something though.
And yeah, you of course offer the small smile and nod to Paisley in passing, and you look to Anastasia, who gives you a side eye as her piercing yellow eyes stare back into yours for a brief moment of eye contact, the world almost feeling as though it's slowing down as you two make this eye contact. But after a moment, they pass by you, and they continue on down the hall. And as quickly as they appeared, they disappear down the other end of the hall, with business of their own. And Nelson and Jay, as you two keep walking forward, Nelson rolls his shoulders a little bit and just says, those two are just as intimidating every time I pass by them.
Yeah, they definitely had that kind of they gave off a weird feeling, I mean.
Well, regardless, I do suppose those two are, well, they're looked at as some of the potential students to rise to the top of our class once the seniors graduate. They have a lot of potential behind them.
The president, Anastasia,
Yes.
right? What's her power?
Her power. Well, if I had to put it to words, it is otherworldly, maybe almost sort of angelic. She carries herself with a lot of pride, I suppose, is what I've noticed. But as for her powers, it almost seems to be like a manipulation of some kind of light, but not quite that simple. It's hard for me to put to words. I don't fully understand her power myself.
Hmm.
All I do know is her hero name is Seraphim.
Seraphim. Hmm.
As
What
you,
does that word mean?
yeah, Jay, you look up the meaning of this word, and you basically find it is, among definitions, a type of archangel.
Yeah.
Angels, of course, being these very important, otherworldly, almost deity-esque creatures. Mythological, real, who's to say? But archangels being the ones who command even them.
Just like looking at all these pictures and it's just like, whoa. Like doing the search engine in the head kind of vibe, you know?
Mm-hmm.
um, well, that's crazy. Otherworldly, huh?
And of course, as you do these searches and have these thoughts come to mind, you move forward and eventually reach the student council classroom. Or at least the classroom that they're using for the student council. Get us ready here. You arrive at the student council with a few moments to spare. Stepping in, you and Nelson both make your way over to your seats. Nelson will sit down, and Gloria, of course, waves to you both. Oh, hey, Nelson! Oh, hey, Joe! Trying out a new look?
It's sorry, Gloria. It's Jay. Kind of reaches out a hand to shake it. It's nice to meet you again.
She looks a little surprised, and, holds her hand a little bit, but then when you extend your hand for a handshake, she gives you a warm smile and shakes your hand and says, well, pleasure to meet you again, Jay. Not sure what that's all about. If you'd like to explain, are you going through some kind of transition at the moment?
I guess you could say that. If someone could explain it to me, that would be really, really great, honestly. Kind of starts like twiddling his thumbs.
She offers a smile, and, lets down a bit of that confusion that she had for a moment and just says, oh, it's always confusing, I'm sure, but, you'll make your way through it, one step at a time.
Thanks. Yeah, just one step at a time.
And of course...
Or...
Oh.
I'll get... And kind of like saying in a lower breath, like to where Nelson could probably hear it. Jay's like, or I'll get bonked on the head again and Joey can deal with it.
Nelson once again looks at you a bit sadly, and as he's about to say something, your upperclassmen stand up and take the floor. As usual, the president, Starlight, is busy on his phone, while our VP, Sweetstep, picks up the slack. Okay, guys, another year means more opportunities. Let's look forward and figure out what we're doing for the first years this semester. And after even just that, Maverick Astor speaks up, dominating the conversation and taking the floor from her. We have a few events lined up over the next couple of months. Of course, we'll be starting with the talent show at the end of this week. We're also looking into a fundraiser of some kind, possibly a bake sale or something, and a few work opportunities at Haven Park's homeless shelter. We're accepting volunteers, but given how fickle the student body can be, we'll be looking into clubs that can fill out these events. Specific dates and expectations will come within the next few weeks. And of course, all of the student, the presidents and vice presidents of each class start murmuring to each other about this. Gloria, of course, talking to her vice president next to her, as Nelson starts jotting down some notes next to you.
Jay kind of looks over to see what he's writing.
You just see that he is starting to write down types of events, and it's almost like he is preparing for sections so that for each event he can write down notes about each of those events so that he doesn't forget.
Okay. Jay's kind of looking at everyone talking and stuff and like does a little like swing back and forth on the chair like, so what are you thinking?
Over to Nelson.
Yeah.
He perks up and looks at you and says, about what?
Just the different events and stuff.
Oh, there are a lot of good events that, I mean, at least based on the ideas that he's mentioned, it seems like some of them are starting to take shape. It maybe end up being our jobs to find people to participate or potentially help to set them up. I'm very interested in the idea of us hosting some kind of fundraiser, but honestly, us opening up some work opportunities at Haven Park's homeless shelter, I think that's going to be a really good opportunity. Likely for some extra credit, sure, but I'm just excited to get out there, and I think that that's going to be a great place where we can help some people out.
Right. Jay's kind of like a little bit quiet, feeling like low on ideas, essentially. Like, whereas everyone else seems to like have a lot of different ideas for like events and stuff like that. Jay's kind of like, you have a drag race, I don't know.
Of course, following the introduction to these events, the student council goes on and basically gets you guys up to speed on some of these upcoming events and fundraisers that the school has planned. They're figuring out some dates and times and basically trying to get you guys into the zone of like, all right, who's going to take care of what? We're going to manage just getting some dates and times set up, and then we'll start figuring out, okay, what do we need to buy for each of these events? How are we going to get them set up? Who's manning them?
Okay, cool.
All of that. And some of this may end up going over Jay's head. Some of this Jay may collect and be like, okay, noted. But of course, we move away as all of this technical talk of events is going on. And we'll move back to our home room. And after a little while of homeroom, you guys have a little bit of opportunity to chat amongst yourselves. And it seems like, you've maybe got a couple of minutes before the bell's going to ring to excuse you.
Echo currently just kind of has his head down as he has his gauntlet flipped over, and he's currently has his sleeve rolled up and currently like working on the newest edition on it, just kind of tinkering it with it, making sure it's up to snuff.
Triffany will start peering over your shoulder at some of the bright, sparkly lights, and if you notice her eyes are bulging out of her head. She goes,
Truly a mod.
What are you working on, Echo?
Oh, and he didn't really quite realize her at first, and he kind of like smiles and leans to the right a little bit and kind of shows her just the latest little addition. It was my Christmas project I was working on.
Oh, goody. It looks so bright and colorful. I cannot wait to see you use it, whatever it is.
It's a bit of a surprise, though, so you'll have to see the upcoming talent show.
Oh, goody.
She gives a little clap of her hands and a little spin in the air. And, given that homeroom is kind of winding down, it seems like she has her things and she's just sort of standing around rather than sitting at her desk.
Echo, just to be a little bit of a show-off, he unravels some of the string and shows her, like, the magical qualities of it.
Of course, her eyes widen. She is enamored by the pretty lights as she starts, like, grasping towards it.
He lets her take it and, like, look at it if she wants.
Oh my, what a pretty material. Oh, this would make for a wonderful dress.
Echo didn't think of that. He kind of blinks. He's like, did you make a dress out of that? And he kind of like looks at the ceiling, think.
Meanwhile, Lawrence just looks between the both of you and, rolls his eyes. And he's gonna try to lean forward and tap you on the shoulder, Terry.
Hey.
Terry would spin around.
Hey.
Oh, yes?
Hey,
So, never mind. He just goes to sit back in his chair and start flipping through pages of his book again.
Terry would spin around and like scoot his chair towards his desk and be like, "No, what is it? It's fine."
Well, he kind of speaks slowly and moves closer to you, in kind of whispering just to you, and says, are we still working on that project? I know we started some stuff over Christmas break and, took a break because of, what happened, but, I mean, is that still on? Like, are we still doing that?
Oh, 100%. I actually used a lot of my free time just thinking of ways to make things more effective.
Okay, cool. But yeah, I'm ready to start work on that whenever. And it's me and you, and you said you want Triffany working on it?
Indeed.
Why?
In light capacity.
Oh.
The properties of her abilities are very... I wouldn't say necessary, I could always find a substitute, but from what's on hand and what is easily acquirable, it seems quite... I don't want to say perfect, but ideal. That's the word that I'd use at the moment.
Oh, that's right. She did have that weird dust shit that she used. Okay, yeah. And he gets a little mischievous grin, and he nods and sits back in his chair and says, "Oh, that'll be fun. Whenever we get to that, you just let me know, I guess."
I'll keep you updated. Don't worry.
He smirks. Meanwhile, Echo over at you, Triffany lets go of the string as you try to, you're starting to take it back because homeroom's about to wrap up, and she frowns a little bit and goes,
Oh, pooh. All right. Well, if you do ever plan on making a bright and shiny dress out of such a material, please let me know. I would love to wear it.
I'll keep you in the loop with that. I don't know if I can, but always good to try new things.
Priscilla puts her phone down and says, "You want a bright and shiny dress, Triff?"
Oh, yes.
And Priscilla starts talking to Triffany about a new item that's on the Daughtry fashion line that she is helping with, that is basically like made of shiny lights, and it's got like a mirror sort of quality to it, just bright, shiny, and atrocious. But Triffany is loving it as Priscilla is basically giving her the spiel. Robert, meanwhile, rolling his eyes a little bit and chuckling as he looks over to you, Echo, and just says, "Well, can't keep him hooked for too long, I guess, huh?"
No, apparently not, although she does not waste time trying to sell something, does she?
Yeah, I guess not.
I've met salesmen in the wasteland with more tact than her.
Well, I guess you do what you gotta do when there are so many potential customers.
Yes. Sheesh.
That he kind of looks back and then looks to you again and whispers, "Especially when one of them's a princess, Triffany's probably loaded." Although I wonder...
Oh, yeah, Echo, rubs his head. I forgot about that.
I wonder what the currency rate is, when she comes to Earth.
Well, surely it has value, no?
I'm sure it has value, but I'm wondering, if it's a good conversion rate or not. I never really thought about that.
Huh. Echo kind of starts thinking about intergalactic economics. He's like, well, when I came here, what I had was kind of useless. Would Triffany speak?
As you try to weigh these things in your mind, the bell rings to wake you up and excuse you all for your next class.
Don't take intergalactic economics. No, third year. Damn it.
Yeah, sorry guys.
And he goes to open a portal, but stops short of seeing Nightwalker. Kind of sighs and gives a small wave to Terry as he goes to head for lunch.
And Nightwalker narrowed his eyes at you.
I gotta give a small, innocent wave and a smile. As if he wasn't gonna do it.
Did you say lunch?
Isn't it lunch?
No, it's homeroom. It's the beginning of the day.
Oh. So, wait, no, we're staying in homeroom, right?
No, you guys are going to your first class for the day.
Okay, good. Echo's not losing his mind.
You're heading out, and we're going to pause for just a sec. So yeah, of course, you're all getting your stuff together, and you're packing up for the next class. And as most of you are moving towards the door, Nightwalker speaks up. Miss Fox, if you could stay behind for a moment.
Made me choke on my cheese stick. I was like, surely not me. Surely I'm not about to be addressed. I'm okay to eat a big bite of a cheese stick.
As Echo leaves the classroom, you just hear
Does he laugh?
No, he's gonna let out a little chuckle as he left out the door.
Okay.
He doesn't even do it right. You're supposed to go, ooh. Everyone knows that.
Ooh. And I'm not gonna.
Oh yeah, Lily.
Yeah, I'm not gonna move everybody out of the classroom, but you can go ahead and move up to the desk.
Oh.
And yeah, of course, everybody's making their way out. And you move up to Nightwalker's desk, and he waits until people are out of the classroom and out of earshot before speaking with you.
Oh wait, no, this is intense.
Given the nature of your powers, I wanted to check in with you. It's been quite some time. Are you faring any better? Any worse?
I mean, yeah, almost like exclusively worse.
I see. Well, should you ever require a moment of respite, I would like to allow you the freedom to step away from class. However, I can't have you leaving without being in the loop myself, and this favor is reserved for when you truly need it. But I want to ensure that you aren't constrained during an important moment.
I appreciate that.
He nods and just says, I've spoken with the other faculty members on this as well, so they are in the loop. Just once again, if something happens, be sure to illuminate them on whatever is currently happening.
Sure.
He nods and just says, well, that is all. I just merely wish to get a beat on how you're feeling.
No, I appreciate it.
He nods to you and allows you to go on your way.
She does.
Okay. And with that, of course, all of you continue out of the classroom, and the day continues along with you as you move into your first class for the day. Well, trying my best with the zooms here. I'll just do this. Okay. You all cross the school, grab your things, and head to your next class. Your schedule looks practically the same as last semester. Same classrooms, same teachers, same order, as your Gen Ed studies are ramping up into more difficult material. Upon being seated, Great Oak welcomes you. Welcome back, class. I'm happy to see you again after such a long break. This semester, we will be diving into some literature, starting with an autobiography written by one of our top heroes, Kirk Weston. Some of you may know him better as Kinesis. And let me share the handout with everyone, just since you all know who Kinesis is in the lore. Kinesis, of course, being the world's #4 top hero, and he has his own enterprise, Weston Enterprises, works on support gear, technology, has his own suit, the works. The book we'll be reading is titled, What Makes a Hero? You will be expected to pinpoint themes and messages from the author, as well as dissect the ideas he puts forth and come to your own conclusions on whether you agree or disagree with his statements. Great Oak goes on to bring the syllabus back to your attention from the start of the year, which also shows that you will end up reading a biography of Mr. Fahrenheit's exploits over the years called The Supersonic Man, which some of you may be familiar with if you saw his movie last semester. And I'll also show you that handout, since all of you know who Mr. Fahrenheit is. You also see the name of a fictional story about heroes from the Bronze Age titled Death of the Hero, which Great Oak explains will explore how people in the Bronze Age viewed heroes and how you will be tasked with comparing their views to reality. Great Oak passes out copies of Weston's What Makes a Hero and goes over the initial chapter with you all, which ultimately reads as him praising himself for sharing his insight with the world for the betterment of society. After concluding, Great Oak allows you a bit of free time before the bell to, talk amongst yourselves, if you have any thoughts about the books or the progression of the first day. Over in the back, Terry, you hear the gurgling and bubbling of nervousness next to you as you see Kirk Weston's book on Aiden's desk, and he is not touching it, staring at it intently.
That is unfortunate, isn't it?
Do you think that there's an audiobook?
I was thinking more of a laminated version.
You see him gurgling and bubbling in discomfort once again.
Alex kind of turns around to look at him and she's like, "You can always read over my copy if you need. We can read together."
Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, no problem.
And then in the back as well, next to Aiden, Olivia is also staring at her book, which she has of course picked it up with her gloves, but she just kind of is thumbing it over and is, just kind of thinking to herself along similar lines. But yeah, not too much
And-
time. Oh,
Sorry, the book is called What Makes a Hero?
yes.
Okay.
But yeah, you guys all have these thoughts in your heads. Okay, now we have some reading assignments to do. Going to be going over chapters, set days apart. But yeah, after passing out the books and having a little bit of free time, the bell rings and you are quickly moved along to your next class. Which, of course, is math with Mr. Manchester. Now, regardless of it being your first day back, he immediately jumps into your first lesson, forcing you all to scramble if you plan on taking any notes. Today's lesson involves the dynamics of projectiles. Now, let's use an example. Let's say you're traveling at 100 miles per hour, and you're launched at an angle of 50 degrees. Neglecting air resistance and the use of superpowers or gadgets, how long will it take for you to hit the ground? Any volunteers? And he looks across the room. Does anybody...
Echo slowly raises the book, the math, book
Do
over.
we have to
across
do
his
math
face.
or do we roll?
Yeah, you guys... well, it depends on if you guys want to try to answer or not.
Dude,
How's it dash
I'm
you in
afraid he's gonna
school?
make me do math because I barely passed my last year of math in high school and I haven't done that shit since.
Do any players think their characters would like to try to solve the math?
No.
No? Nobody raises their hands?
Echo
Lily will try.
I
would too.
I feel like Jay would want to try if enough time passed and absolutely no one raises their hand.
Okay. Each of you
So I'll
that
go
want-
last.
Yeah, each of you that wants to try, roll superior for me.
Thank God.
Okay.
I was ready to crack out the calculator.
I was ready to give up.
Ethan's like, everyone, please go to world building. Oh my
Holy
God,
shit.
you're all goats.
My dice are on fire today.
You know
my
what? Now,
God.
actually, because you three did so good, the last two of you that don't want to try to answer, roll superior to see if you know the answers like they do.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna surprise everyone here and tell you right now, with absolutely zero attempting, that Terry is not going to know this. Never mind, I lied.
Oh my God.
Wow. Math continues
So-
to be Alex. Yes.
Never
Yeah,
mind, math
Alex,
is easy.
you're still having some
Damn.
trouble. You guys see some hands shoot up across the room. Mr. Manchester looks across the room, and he notices, Alex, that you're looking a little flighty, and he says, Miss Cruz,
Yes.
do you know the answer?
I'm not going to lie to you and say that I do.
There are a few chuckles across the classroom, and he gives a nod and says, that is unfortunate. How about Miss Fox? He looks to you in the front row. You know that the answer is 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
He gives a smile and a nod and says, that's correct. And there are a few students in the room that are like, okay, they're writing down their notes. And he starts explaining the formula to you guys. But of course, all of the rest of our player characters, you guys are up to speed. You're like, yeah, we're fucking getting it. Mr. Manchester, he knows how to teach math. And Alex, you're like, oh god, I thought I was getting better.
It's too real.
I lost math memories.
She was not ready for this on the first day.
No. Caught off guard with it a little bit.
Seeing a teacher seeing a sea of hands raised, which I feel like in any high school is pretty rare in the first place, and still choosing to be like, let's get that fucker who doesn't look like they want to answer. They're actually cruel. Like, that's evil. What the
As an up-and-coming teacher, that is a horrible thing, and never do that to your students. Never do that to your students, please.
Definitely not.
Do it more, Ethan.
But after jotting down notes for another hour or so, you all end up wrapping up in preparation for lunch. Just before the bell, however, an announcement plays over the loudspeaker. Echo and Terry de Montaigne, if you could please come to the counseling office. Echo and Terry de Montaigne, please come to the counseling office. Also, J03Y, please report to the front office. J03Y to the front office, please. Thank you. And the loudspeaker cuts off.
Edgar kind of pauses as he was putting everything in his bag as he slung it over his shoulder, and he looks at Terry. You in trouble?
Oh, I'm always in some sort of trouble, Echo. You should know that by now.
Given you two have been called to the counselor's office, you have a feeling this is probably one of your general checkups for the start of the school semester. But Jay, you have no idea what's going on.
Echo waits for Jay with a small smile.
Terry just leaves immediately.
Yeah, Lily gives you the ooh.
Go ahead. Echo shoots a look at Lily as he leaves.
And you all end up heading out of the classroom and down the hall to the entrance hall. And once again, of course, Echo and Terry, you guys have been called to the counseling office, and Jay to the front office. Do you guys wordlessly, yeah, okay. You guys wordlessly separate from each other as you go to your destinations.
I'll go give a wave goodbye. He kind of waits
Terry
for Terry.
sighs, ruffles his coat, makes sure everything looks presentable moderately, and walks in.
You look fine.
And you guys do, of course, step in, and Liberty Dove waves to you and says, hello, you two. Take a seat. Henry will be with you in a moment.
Okay.
Of course, you both sit down and wait to enter and speak with Liberty Eagle. Meanwhile, across the hall, Jay, you step in, and the receptionist gives you a nod and says, oh, welcome. If you could just take a seat, Mr. Thimble will be with you shortly. And you're muted if you're saying anything.
Thank you. Jay just goes, okay, thanks.
She gives you a polite smile and a nod. We'll move back over to the counseling office. As a few moments pass, and eventually Liberty Dove smiles and looks up and says, Echo, Mr. Smith is ready for you.
Thank you. And he kind of stands up. That's the nurse office.
No, the nurse's office is below you. Above you is the hall monitor.
Oh.
Or, well,
Don't
the
go in
monitor.
Don't go in there.
Yeah, don't go in there. Bad experiences. Echo's been in detention.
And you open the door. Of course, you go ahead and enter Liberty Eagle's office. And he smiles to you, offers for you to take a seat.
Go take a seat with a small smile on the way back.
Welcome back, Echo. I trust you had a good winter break.
I did. I got up to a lot of hobbies and just kind of took it easy. I stayed mostly around the school, though.
What sort of things did you get into over break? Any fun new projects that you're working on?
Yeah, actually I have. And he kind of shows him the gauntlet, the underside of the gauntlet, and the new tech he's sporting.
Mm-hmm. He looks over it all. You might even try to explain how some of it works to him. Ultimately, you get the idea that he doesn't really understand any of it, but he smiles politely and nods along as he is just like, oh, you've always had a bright mind. I don't know how you throw these things together, but, well, our students are just that gifted, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. And I found that the engineering club actually has been a lot of help in terms of, like, coming up with ideas.
And how has your time with the engineering club been?
It's been going well, actually. I kind of a nice little different change of pace, and it suits my, like, interests really well.
That's good. Are you making good friends there, or is it more of the environment of the craft?
I am making a few friends, but that's still, like, in progress since I'm fairly still new to the club. But there have been a few who, like, we work on things together.
Well, do keep in mind that if you're ever feeling nervous about being a little new, just remember that you're all, for the most part, first years. They're just as new to this as you are, so try not to get too in your own head about it.
Of course. But other than that, everything has been going well. I've been balancing home and here fairly decently. There's been a little bit of disconnect, but I'm trying to, still keep this balanced.
Of course. I have been meaning to ask how the adjustment has been going for you. Have there been any hang-ups, any questions you might have?
Besides the initial understanding of your economy at the mall, there hasn't really been anything really too bad. I've kind of picked up things here and there, and my friends in the class have helped and kind of helped me get accustomed to different things. Alex actually has been a huge help.
That's very good. Well, if any more questions do come up, whether you are not as inclined to ask some of your friends, or if it's things they do not have answers to, really anything, always feel free to come to me, any of the other faculty. We are here, we wish to be a resource so that we can help you get accustomed to things as they are.
I do actually have one question for you. It's kind of been on my mind, and I asked Nightwalker about it a while ago, and I want to ask you, what does it mean to be a hero?
Oh, that is a big question, but a very good one to ask. What does it mean to be a hero? Well, I suppose to society it means a few things. To society, a hero is someone who is on a payroll, and it is their job to serve the people. Much like our police force, much like our firefighters, we do a service to keep people safe, but I believe there's a little more to it than just that to be a hero. Now, for a lot of people in our field, being a hero stops at just that. It's a job or a way to earn income, and to each individual hero, we cannot necessarily change that point of view. But I believe that it is important that heroes are doing what they do for the good of those they're trying to save, the benefits of the people, specifically. It is not so much so that the hero's job is not merely to arrive on a scene and to check a few boxes off. It is their job to make sure that people are alive and well for another day. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. Edgar kind of like taps his chin as he thinks that over.
I do apologize if I'm rambling just a bit, but your question has merely made me a little nostalgic, and he offers a smile.
Of course, it's interesting hearing everyone's own reasons, because they all have their own different reasons for wanting to be a hero, right?
Of course, yes. I'm sure that many of your own classmates have wildly different reasons for wanting to pursue the career path.
Mm-hmm. And in the back of my mind, Echo thinks of Terry, and kind of just nods. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, or?
If you don't mind my asking, I know we have talked about such a couple of times in the past, but what about you? Is your answer for what makes a hero for you any different than before, or do you have a more firm answer than you used to have?
I'll be honest, I'm still kind of developing that.
Well, that is okay.
Heroes were never really, well, let's say in the wasteland, if someone saved someone else's life, they were considered a hero, but here it's a little bit more complex. It's different. I'm still just figuring out what it means to me, you know?
Of course, it makes sense. Heroes as a concept are deep-rooted in our society, but even within our own realm, across the stars out in space, heroes are not necessarily the same that they are here. They try to be, some of them at least, but they are a very unique concept, and a broad one at that, so if it takes you time to find what it means to be a hero, that is okay. You have plenty of time here.
Yeah, he nods and gives a small smile. Thank you for answering my question.
Oh, not at all. Any questions you have, I would love to be able to give you a firm answer, if I have one, of course. I had another question, actually. In regards to your adjusting to life on Earth, I noticed that you're not wearing your usual poncho.
Oh! Echo kind of pauses as he looks down. I just thought I'd change things up a bit. It's still part of my hero attire. I sort of, call back to where I'm from, but I just thought I'd change things up and kind of have a nice blend of both, you know?
He offers a smile and says, I see. It does make sense. Well, I do not want to hold you for too much longer so that you can head out to lunch. Just do not feel too pressured to over-adjust and give anything up in the process. I wish to ensure that your transition into our society is as comfortable as possible, so if there is anything that I can do to help with that, by all means, especially if you need any more fashion tips, be sure to come to me. I'll give you some proper advice.
Oh, of course, I will. Thank you so much, sir. Echo kind of smiles and gets up.
He chuckles to you and says, all right, have a good afternoon, Echo.
You as well, sir. Thank you. And he goes to leave the office. And gives a small wave to Terry.
Terry waves back.
Do you want me to wait for you, or?
Oh, do as you please. You can wait if you wish, but it won't hurt me if you don't.
I will. I think I will. He gives a small smile and sits down.
And of course, as you sit, Liberty Dove nods to you, Terry, and says, all right, you're up.
Terry would just kind of wordlessly get up and walk over to the office.
Mm-hmm.
Walk there. Oh, hello again. And you just quickly take a seat.
Welcome, Terry, welcome. How was your break?
Uneventful, but fruitful.
Do you mind me asking in what ways?
Oh. And both physical and mental, I suppose.
Ah, very good. Well, have you been enjoying campus life then?
Oh, yeah. Campus is really nice. A lot more peaceful and quiet than I'm used to. But that's been something I've been appreciating more.
He smiles. Well, how have you spent your time over the past couple of weeks? Have you picked up any hobbies in your spare time? Are you working on any new projects?
Oh, I've been taking some small interests here and there. Nothing concrete enough for me to talk to you about, but kind of trying to expand my field of view.
That is very good. I just wish to make sure that things are feeling all right. I do know that you had some run-ins with Maul and his goons last semester. I wish to get a beat on how you're feeling about everything, and, well, I do hope
It's
that...
true.
Oh, go on.
That was quite the shock to me. You know, I almost died with Pincer? Like, you know, I'm thinking maybe I've been a bit too harsh with him. I know I haven't, but, you know, near-death experiences give you a whole different kind of emotions. So, I've been thinking. And I do believe I've made my resolve with regards to Maul.
He nods, and he says, and what are your thoughts on this?
On Maul, or on the fact that I nearly died?
Either that you're willing to share.
Oh. I figure with the whole hero bit, almost dying is going to be on the regular. I'd prefer to avoid it, but it'll happen at some point. So, I just kind of got to get used to it. So I buried that deep down. With regards to Maul, I tried to see if being neutral was an option, and it's obvious at this point it's not. So, he made his move, ball's in my court. I don't really think I'm planning on ever giving it back.
I see.
So I've made my resolve in that sense.
Well, regardless with your approaches from here on, just be sure to be careful and remember that you do not have to act on your own.
Oh, I know that. How should I put this? Up until now, I've been thinking that being strong was the most important trait, but I don't think I can beat him at that game. I'm actually quite certain that I can't. So I'll find my way around. I'll play to my own strengths. And I'll win at my game. No matter how long that might take. I'd prefer to keep it. I'd prefer to end this before it becomes a long, dominant part of my life.
Yes.
Put him behind me, so to speak.
Well, hopefully we are able to do just that. Well, in regards to campus life, moving away from the stressors outside, do you have any questions for me in regards to any of our faculty, any of our facilities on campus, anything that you may need help with in regards to coming back into classes?
Oh no, the whole situation's been swell.
Very good. Well, I do not wish to keep you too long from lunch, so unless you have any more questions for me, you may feel free to see yourself out.
No, thank you. Have a good evening.
He offers a nod. To you as well, Terry. Liberty Dove
Come on, Echo.
waves to you both.
It's lunchtime. Have a good evening, Liberty Dove.
Good afternoon, you two.
Terry would take those awful, non-placeable down water cups that are like just little gnome hats. He'd down it.
Echo gives a wave to Liberty Dove as he goes to like speed walk behind her. Hey, how did it go?
Oh, fantastic.
That sounds like something someone who thinks it's not fantastic would say.
You'll never know.
Ah.
You two speed walk down the hallway. Oh god, they've moved off the map. They are completely removing their tokens, so it's my problem later.
No.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
All right. Well, as they walk down the hall, they speed walk away from God's eyes. We move across the hall as at about the same time, Jay is having their meeting. We'll get.
Yikes.
We'll get this music. And after a few moments, the secretary looks up to you and says, "Thank you for waiting. Mr. Thimble will see you now."
Yeah. Which room is that?
Oh,
Sorry.
the one just behind you, sweetie.
Okay.
Go up and open the door.
Yep.
And you step in to see Mr. Thimble. And as you step into his office, you may vaguely remember his tiny desk and tiny chairs, and his whiskers twitch as he smiles to you.
Hello, Jay. Feel free to take a seat.
And then just pop right in here. There we go. All right.
He offers a small clap.
So, I wanted to speak with you in regards to your new identity. Last semester, your transition into Joe during a community service outing was quite a shock to us. Headmistress Forsyth predicted that this may happen again, and has prepared some extracurricular lessons to help you adjust to your new identity, should you need them. Please do not feel pressured to participate, but these lessons are meant to help you come to an understanding of your body and identity and relish who you are. We merely do not want you to feel stuck or lost during your time here. Additionally, Great Oak offers wonderful counsel on the topic over in the counseling offices.
Wait, so you're gonna help me out by giving me a small, like, activity?
We will attempt to. The main goal of these extra lessons are really to get you up to speed on having answers to any questions you may have in terms of what changes may be happening with your body, or social questions you may have about your dynamics with your peers and such, as these things may be changing along with you.
Okay. And what do the lessons consist of, I guess? Or would someone be teaching me them, or is it just, like, something to fill out?
Nothing to fill out, but you will have basically open doors with Great Oak, Headmistress Forsyth, and myself, of course, should you choose to opt in, and we will each be discussing various topics with you. Mine, of course, being the interpersonal relationships and the awkward transitions of such.
Jay's kind of like scanning around the room for a second and then looks back to him and is like, can you explain that to me a little bit now?
Of course. Do you have any particular questions?
I just feel like every time I change, it's hard for me to get back into being friends with my friends. Yeah. I feel like I know everyone a little, but I don't really know anyone a lot, and I don't even, know myself a lot, so it's probably hard to also know someone else, but yeah, I'm having a hard time balancing this.
Of course, and that is quite natural. It is, of course, important to be able to know yourself before you can worry about, knowing others. And being able to help yourself must come first as well, for if you are unable to help yourself, how can you be expected to put yourself forward for others? It is not healthy to try and do so, hence why we wish to assist you with such. As for your relationships with your friends feeling different, does it feel as though, perhaps the relationship is as though they were friends with another person and now you have moved into their life, perhaps?
Yeah, it is like that. It's like I can tell what they want me to say, but I don't say it anymore.
I see. Well, that can be quite troubling, especially if you are so perceptive, but at the same time, it is important to keep true to yourself. Regardless of whoever you were, and whoever they have expected you to be, what's important now is who you are, and who you want to be, to stay true to yourself and not give that up, if that makes sense.
And have you ever had another student like me at the school?
In some ways, yes. We have had a wide variety of students with a wide variety of problems, but this problem is, in a sense, ever persisting. Everyone experiences this sort of problem in different ways and at different points in their life. So, suffice it to say, what you're going through is perfectly normal, Jay.
Well, thank you. I appreciate all of the advice you've given me. I'll probably ask for more now that I know.
Of course, you can feel free to stop by my office anytime, and as a little incentive for you to return,
he giddily opens up one of his drawers and pulls something out, and he offers it to you in some closed claws.
Sorry, you cut out for me. What does he offer me?
He's offering you something, but you can't see it because it's very small.
Oh, okay. Okay. Jay like extends his hand out to see what it is, I guess.
Mr. Thimble, puts both claws on both sides of your hand, and just says, "You are always free to come to my office and Mistress Forsyth, any of the faculty, again, namely Great Oak, one of our counselors, would be excellent on these topics. But anytime you have any questions, and we can start the lessons after school next week if you feel that you wish to participate." And then, of course, he parts his claws and offers you a little whisker twitch as you see that he has given you some loose string.
Oh, good. Some loose string.
It's a very long and colorful piece of loose string.
Thank you, Mr. Thimble.
Of course,
Appreciate
anytime.
this. Dope. All right. Jay's gonna get up and kind of like do a little like nod and smile, looking at the string, kind of like appreciative, but also like, what the heck am I gonna do with this? Kind of like looking at his front like jacket pocket and like tucks it in there before heading out.
He offers you a little wave of his paw and he says, "Remember, my office door is always open. If you ever need me, I'll be here."
Thanks. I'll probably be back soon.
And yeah, you head out with the knowledge in mind of some of these extracurricular lessons and start thinking, okay, starting next week, maybe you'll come back every so often for some of these good lessons.
Yeah.
What is Jay thinking in regards to having this offered to them?
So I'm keeping in mind like my conditions as well as what they must be kind of feeling, because I bet there's like 50% of them that feels like glad to have been offered the help, and glad to like have like just the resource and stuff. But also the other 50% of them that's like, I must be, like that voice in their head that's like, I must be doing pretty bad, to be the one getting called up to the office, like for people to be noticing that like all these changes happening with me and stuff. Which is kind of that sad, like insecure voice, because I have so many conditions marked right now, to be honest. Like Jay's trying their best is what.
It's good to keep in mind. And yeah, of course, after you head out from here and you've got all of this rummaging around in your mind, along with Echo and Terry, who are ahead of you, head out to your lockers before hurrying to the dining hall, hoping that you don't arrive too late.
Yeah, dang, I'm ready to get to heckin' lunch.
And of course, we arrive at the cafeteria, at the dining hall. Now, for those of you that weren't held up by your meetings, you enter the dining hall to the familiar buzz of students. After such a long break, you look over the landscape of tables and immediately realize that something is wrong. It's a familiar phenomenon. The seating that everyone got accustomed to last semester has been completely thrown off, and now everyone sits at completely different tables. Where do you guys want to try to sit?
This is fucked up.
Boy.
Darkness.
Yeah, I'll give
Olivia, this is an awful situation.
Olivia looks to you seemingly in a panic and is like, "What are we gonna do?"
On one side, Kathleen, we kind of know her, but fuck, Lauren sucks. And I don't know who the fuck that is sitting with Gabe. I've never seen that boy in my life.
Stop looking at
But he looks boring even from here.
Yeah, you can see at both of those tables, at Lawrence and Kathleen's table, Kathleen is seemingly just going on, and Lawrence it looks like he is being tortured. And at Gabe's table, Gabe and the other student are just both silently eating, not speaking to one another.
have no idea. Do you think... No. Alright, let's just sit with Gabe, fuck it.
Olivia, in a panic, just follows after you. And Alex, where do you think you want to sit?
She's deliberating a little bit, but I think she's gonna come sit at this table here.
Okay. So yeah, we'll start with you first, as you come in and sit down with this front table, a table that you're used to sitting at, as you kind of bounce between this table and the lower table last semester, but now this table has a mix of different students. And as you sit down, Evan and Nelson greet you warmly. That, you know, Nelson gives you a pat on the arm and says, "Oh, Alex, I'm so glad you were able to make it in time before the table filled up."
Yeah, me too.
And Evan looks across the way and flashes you a smile and says, "Hey, you know where Echo and the others are at?"
I'm not sure. They may still be finishing up in the counseling office and everything.
Makes sense. Hope it doesn't take them too long and they miss lunch.
I hope not.
We'll also bounce over to the other table as you and Olivia approach.
Lily, sliding her tray into the spot, gives a nod to Gabe, and then just peers at the other boy as she sits down.
Yeah, you set your stuff down and go to sit, and Olivia does the same, nervously, just keeping her eyes on both of them. And Gabe looks up to you and offers you another little nod, and the other student ahead of you just kind of looks up at you flatly. And you guys can look in your handouts real quick. I'll open it for our fun audience to see. But under Academy, other classes, crime fighting course, this is Xyler. You might have heard of him. He is talked about around school a little bit, but kind of like Gabe, he is talked about similarly in his class, in that he is a student that generally tends to get high scores on crime fighting related stuff. But of course, as he looks at you through his red mask with not really an expression on his face, he just goes back to eating silently without a word.
Why are you sitting here?
He looks up and just says, "This is where I sat."
No, this is where we sat.
Apologies. I meant that this is where I sat when I came into the dining hall.
Oh, okay. You just chose for it. Okay.
And he just kind of continues eating without a word.
Oh my god, this is the fucking worst.
And as you are coming to realize the environment of the table that you have come to sit at, a little bit, not too much time, but a little bit of time does pass, as a bit late, we have the rest of our classmates enter the dining hall. You guys quickly run through and get your food, and now it is your turn to decide where you would like to sit.
You bet your bottom dollar Echo's gonna get some skewers, and he scans the room, and he goes and sits down by Eugene.
As you come to sit, actually, I'll hold off for a second. First of all, Terry and Jay, where do you two go?
It's so obvious.
It's so obvious.
It's like the most obvious, like.
I should have just made Lawrence move again. I could have just told him to leave, and we could have had that whole table.
Missed opportunity.
All right, Jay, where are you headed?
Heading down here.
All right. So first, at the top of the room, Echo, you make your way over to this table, and it seems like Eugene is in the middle of what can only be described as a monologue, as he is just talking at people. Lewis is kind of like, yeah, and you sit down next to him, and with a smile, he looks over before he immediately drops his expression and says, "Oh, god damn it, the seat wasn't taken already?"
Echo kind of smiles at him with that shit-eating grin of his and goes, "Have a good holiday?"
I had a fine holiday, but I suppose that the nightmares must return eventually.
Oh, I missed you too. And Echo goes to like give him a little punch on the shoulder.
He punches you for real on the shoulder.
Ow! What's that for?
He dusts off his sleeve and says, "Don't touch me."
Oh, someone's a little sensitive today.
Alexis across the way just says, "Eugene, be nice. Hi, Echo. How are you doing? Do you have a good break?"
I did. I'm good. It was nice. How about you?
I had a fine break. We had a lot of snow, so it was kind of interfering with me a little bit, but I mean, for the most part, it was pretty good. I got to see family and stuff.
Oh, that's nice. What do you refresh my memory? What do you mean interfere?
Sorry, yeah. My powers, they're weather based. So when there's a lot of, she waves her hands around, weather going on, it can kind of, I don't know, I guess interfere with my head. It makes it kind of foggy headed. You know what I mean? Like when you're not exactly, you're kind of like in a daze for a day, I guess.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that. So winter's kind of rough.
I mean, it can be. I guess it tends to be harder than like spring or summer usually are.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad it got better at least.
Yeah, and I mean, the headgear helps, so it keeps the headaches away, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt whatever you were talking about, Eugene.
Oh, it's not a problem at all. In fact, I can enlighten you. And Alex, you were starting to get an earful of this before Echo arrived. And Eugene is like, I'm basically just talking about the talent show, how it's coming up, and it seems we have a lot of students from Class 1A joining, but not as many from Class 1B. I don't know, it just seems peculiar to me. Not many of you brave enough to get on stage and do something.
As he's saying this, Echo is like eating a skewer with one hand and pulling out his pad in the other. He's not saying anything, but as Eugene's monologuing, he pulls that out and taps twice as he pulls up the completed application form and slides it over to show him that he did sign up. As he gives a shit-eating grin to Eugene.
He looks over it and offers a smirk and says, "Well, another pig into the fire, I suppose."
Oh, for breaking my heart. And he said that while he was eating.
Listen, we've still got more people in the talent show than your class does, which means we have a higher chance of winning the pizza party. But also, it's not as though you from Class B have many talents to show off anyway, so I'm sure it's going to be a shoo-in.
Edgar kind of pauses at that and thinks that over as he looks into the sky. He's like, do I know any talents that we have? And he looks over to Alex to help.
Alex is drawing a blank.
You just shrug over to him like, I don't know.
But she's giving Eugene the stink eye.
Evan,
well, we might surprise you.
Evan leans over the way and kind of, leans on the table and looks over at Eugene and is like, hey, remember that most of the Class 1B students you're talking about here at this table are going to be competing with you, so you better watch your mouth. And he's like, oh, okay, all right. And what are you going to be doing for the talent show? And he sits back down, crosses his arms, and says, obviously that's a surprise. You're not really talkative yourself either. They just look at each other over you, Echo.
Echo kind of like lowers his head as he just kind of keeps eating. Why can't this just be like a friendly competition,
Eugene goes to speak, and Gloria holds up a hand to him and kind of waves it and says, don't worry about Eugene. It can be a very fun, sense of competition between the two classes. I at least agree with that, but Eugene likes to take things a little far, so I apologize on his behalf.
Echo kind of smiles and nods to Gloria as he shoots a side look to Eugene with a little bit of a smile.
Eugene just holds out an arm in front of you as if, like, doing a dramatic, like, hand to chest, arm out to the side, and says, well, I can speak for myself. I don't need to be apologized for. And besides, like Gloria said, just a little bit of fun competition, I suppose. Just another fun chance for Class 1A to smash your class into the dust. More of the same, though, I suppose.
Echo says as he keeps eating, and he looks over Eugene. at Lewis and goes, "Hey, how's the new gear holding up?"
Oh, the new gear's actually working really great. I was a little worried after the beta version, but I mean, yeah, it really is holding itself together. I can't thank you enough for working on that for me.
I sent myself once into a wall, and you think it's for the beta, and you think it's rough, but I'm glad it worked out.
I was just a little worried, and
It
Eugene,
was-
Eugene goes, hold on. You're helping the enemy? He looks over to you, Echo.
Well, anything to help us, be better. That's what being a hero is kind of about, isn't it?
He looks at you for a second, and looks over to Lewis and says, squeeze him for all that he's worth, which isn't much, but you can get something out of him. And Lewis just kind of chuckles.
I mean, technically you already had, but I'm glad it's working well. If there's any, hiccups, let me or anyone in the club.
I will, thanks. I guess if I ever am using it, in practice or whatever, and it gets broken, I'll have to bring it to you for repairs, right?
Yep, it's just because of the nature of Magitech, it's a little bit still unknown.
Yeah, that
Not
makes
many
sense.
people here know it besides me, so it's easy enough for me to get replacement parts, though.
That makes sense. God, though, I mean, if I'm still using this same type of gear once we graduate, which I mean, it's so useful, I can't see myself not. It's gonna be hard if I don't have you around to repair it, won't it?
Yeah, we'll keep in contact. Don't worry about it. And he gives a small smile and a thumbs up.
He gives a little smile to you, and we'll briefly move away from that table as we move over to Terry. And you go to sit next to Lawrence as Lawrence just has his head chin on the table, pulling his hat over his ears, and you sit down as Kathleen is just going on, and Lawrence whispers to you and says, please get her to leave. I sat here first and she just joined me, and I don't know why. I don't even know her name. She won't stop talking.
Well, it's okay, Lawrence. There's no problem with someone else being here.
And Kathleen looks to you with a smile and says, oh, hi, my name's Kathleen. Have we met?
Terry would think back, have they met?
I think that
so.
if you guys have met, it's been in very brief passing.
Incredibly brief.
Yeah.
So no, Terry's gonna be like, no, I don't think so. If we have talked, it's been incredibly brief to the point of it basically being non-existent.
She poofs over in the middle of you talking, grabs your hand and starts shaking it and says, my name's Kathleen. I can also go by Pixel. It's so nice to meet you. Are you one of Lawrence's friends?
Terry would just take a second and be like, yeah, my name's Terry. I am one of Lawrence's friends.
Oh,
Nice to meet you, Kathleen.
it's so wonderful to meet you, Terry. Do you go by do you want a nickname? I could call you Teddy Bear.
Teddy Bear. That would definitely be a new one. I'm not against it as long as you're the only one who calls me that. I prefer it not to spread around. I feel like there'd be much chiding involved.
Oh, goody! She gives a bunch of rapid claps and then pops back over into her chair. And she says, well, Teddy Bear, I was just telling Lore here about, all the cool things I'm going to be trying to do in the talent show.
Oh, you're gonna be in the talent show.
Yes!
Interesting.
I'm going to be
Well,
trying to
I'll be
do a
cheering you
bunch
on
of stuff
then.
at the same time. I'm going to be trying to do a little bit of jump roping, and I thought, hey, I can solve a Rubik's Cube faster than anybody else in my class, or at least I can try to solve a Rubik's Cube faster than anybody in my class. So I'm going to be trying to incorporate that as well. And also, I'm really good at this phone game. I don't know if you've heard it. It's called Flappy Bird.
Oh, I definitely have.
Yeah, so I'm going to
Passing.
be trying to play that and get a new high score while I'm on stage, and I think everybody's going to love it. But I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate all this stuff at the same time, and there are a few other things that I really want to do, and she just keeps going on and on about all of the things she wants to try to do for the talent show.
Well, no matter what happens, I think it'll be interesting.
And Lawrence just looks up and says, yeah, interesting. And we will move on over to Jay. As you sit down at this table with a lot of familiar faces, Vazula offers a calm wave to you, and Robert croaks and says, hey, we missed our table from last semester, but we still managed to get one big enough for all of us. So, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I noticed that.
Also, were you in trouble, or...
Oh, no, I'm not in trouble. It's just, I'm Jay and not Joe, and I just had to talk to Mr. Thimble about it.
Oh. Well, he kind of shrugs and says, that's alright, right?
Yeah, honestly, they were offering me just some help, which would be nice. So I said thanks and I accepted it.
He nods and Aiden kind of speaks up and says, yeah, they've offered me a lot of extracurricular stuff, I think is what they called it, and, you know, they tell me about a lot of things, but it's really hard for me to remember, and they're really nice about it. They always ask if I have any questions, but I never remember anything that they tell me, and then I'm too embarrassed to ask, so I kind of just end up sitting there for a while. But you know, it's nice that they want to try to tell me stuff. I don't know what they're trying to tell me, though.
You should definitely ask your questions.
I don't want to waste their time. They should only have to say it once.
I don't know. I forget things too sometimes.
Robert looks over to Aiden and just says, yeah, don't feel too bad about it. Definitely ask questions if you have questions. That's, you know, that's like why they're telling you about stuff. Oh, okay. Maybe I can ask them about quarters again. Yeah, maybe. And Vazula just looks over to you and asks, so, how was your winter break, Jay?
It was good. I just got to go basically travel, you know?
Traveling?
Camp, hang out. Yeah. It was really cool.
Any notable places that you went to, or were you just driving around on a sort of road trip? And Triffany interjects and says,
Oh, I wish that I could have come on such a trip. I had to merely go home and see my family again.
Yeah, but isn't your family like light years away or something?
Oh, yes. We have, very fast ships.
That's so crazy. Sorry, out of character. I just love that. I love like the context for Triff. Like the more we get it, like she just comes from this super civilized, like super futuristic society somewhere light years away, and they're like, let's send her to high school, bro. Like let's send her. Like okay.
and she asks you, her antenna twitching, like,
Oh, so what kind of places did you go to? What did you see?
Well, my favorite things that I got to see were things like the frozen lake and the cabin that we were staying at, and I liked all the times that we were basically driving past any kind of water. That was really honestly beautiful.
It is pleasant to hear about. I would love to hear more of your stories of places that you went to over break.
And, you know, you're kind of sitting there recounting some of your memories on it, and it seems like all of your fellow club mates give little nods and smiles as they're, you know, eager to hear about how your break was, but also genuinely seem interested in, you know, all the trips that you went on.
Can I unmark hopeless to clear it's to fling yourself into easy relief basically, and kind of like Jay have this moment of like taking a breath and just like talking with everyone who's a member of his club, and also like talking to them probably at a certain point about like, oh yeah, and that new book that we're all having to read, like we should plan for reading that in the club together and like stuff like that.
I'll say that if you want to fling yourself into easy relief, there's got to be some kind of sacrifice professionally, academically, whatever. So maybe, you know, you do this and start storytelling and are just like, you know what, forget the club stuff for a bit. Let's just hang out with friends. Forget all of the extracurricular lessons for a minute. Let's just talk to my friends. And in that case, I would say, yes, you can unmark.
Okay, cool.
All right, yeah. So you end up feeling a little less hopeless as you're able to go on about your stories and share with the table, and really try to feel like yourself in your own way, as opposed to worrying about the expectations that are on you from whatever adults or other people. And as you're telling these stories and getting everyone involved in the story time, we'll bounce back over to Lily and Olivia, as you two are sitting here with Gabe and Zyler. And
Misery.
yeah, how do you feeling? What are you thinking?
So I'm just gonna guess no, like Lily would be the only person who would initiate a conversation at any point.
Yes.
Okay, I think then we're just sitting in a stony silence, and Lily is sitting here looking like she's about to explode, just staring at her barely eaten food, but like with a 1,000-yard stare. She's not even looking at the food; she's like looking past it.
Olivia just kind of looks over to you. Do you respond to her looking to you, or are you just like staring?
She's just out of it.
Then Olivia would awkwardly clear her throat and go, "So, She thinks for a second, not having prepared anything to say when she tried to break the silence. And then she just kind of turns to you rather than addressing the whole table. So, are we avoiding Triffany? Are we not going to talk about that anymore? Are we done with her? What's happening with that? And both of the other two look up at you at this.
This is the worst day of the entire... I know the year just started. This is gonna be a hard one to top.
Olivia just sits back and says, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
This is awful.
Gabe looks over to you and just says, is this about you two fighting in the midterms?
Yeah, sure, fuck it, we can talk about it. Yeah, that's what it's about, Gabe. I punched her and she's mad.
He kind of furrows his brow a little bit and just says, that's kind of what it was about.
Yeah, right? It's kind of like we were all explicitly told we're going to be fighting each other. We had no control over who's fighting who. And then suddenly I'm the asshole because I won.
That seems weird.
It does.
He's still messing with his food a little bit, having eaten most of it, but he just kind of shrugs and says, I'm not sure why she would decide then to take it personally.
You threw me through several walls. And that's fine.
He gives a nod and says, yeah, we did go through a lot of walls.
Okay, let's be clear here. I went through a lot of walls. You followed the hole that my body made. You don't get... That's stolen valor. You don't get to say you went through a couple walls, okay?
Once again, he looks over at you and just says, noted. He offers a nod. And Olivia looks up between you two and is just like, so, I didn't really get to see the fight because I was knocked out. How did that go? Is that awkward to ask about? She just kind of thinks about it.
I mean, what do you mean specific? I won, so
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. How did it? Gabe just says, Did you want the play-by-play? I mean, not really, but
I made Echo activate his or hack into his suit to amplify, the power negating parts of it.
Oh.
So he didn't have powers for a second. I suplexed him through the floor a couple times.
Oh,
Which,
wow.
you know what, I guess, now that I say that out loud, I suplexed you through multiple floors. So I think you probably hit me through more walls than I hit you floors, but I'll say it's even enough.
he nods, seemingly agreeing on it being even. And Olivia's like, wow, that sounds like you guys destroyed a lot of the building.
We did for sure.
I guess I did a little bit of that too. But it didn't really help me win, I guess.
I honestly don't remember if they told us to not destroy the building. I just assumed it didn't matter and didn't think about it for another second, basically.
It's like you go in, you do what you need to do.
Yeah, I was told to get a bomb. I got the bomb.
Yeah, you guys, you guys kind of start some small conversation on this. Meanwhile, Xyler is done with his food. He is not saying anything. He's just sort of here listening, but not participating at all in the conversation. As you guys chat about stuff, regarding to your own class. We'll bounce back up to the table with Alex and Echo. As a few conversations have sort of broken out among how many people are up here. Who are each of you talking to, or trying to talk to?
Probably Evan.
Mm-hmm.
Echo's been talking to Eugene that whole time, trying to raise up the other class, being like, "Oh no, we all have different merits. You just, we gotta find them."
Him shrugging and being like, "Well, they're pretty hard to find, but if
they-
you're allowed in the class, I suppose that we know where the bar is."
Well, we all have our own talents. I've seen them fight. I've seen their skills. They're all unique in their own unique ways. So give them a little bit of credit.
Yes, you have some meatheads in your class, I'm sure. And Gloria says, "Eugene." He puts up his hands.
Well, no, not well. And Echo looks over to Lily. Depends, but
damn.
My point is, we just, we all have strengths, and we gotta do our best to bring them up rather than tear them down.
Well, I suppose you do need to put some extra effort into bringing yourselves up, but regardless, your power or your combat capability isn't going to happen to help you in the talent show, so what are you going to do? Talentless as you are.
It sounds like you're also a little sad. It's the one thing you can't steal there.
I don't need to steal what I already have, and besides, I wouldn't be able to steal anything from you, and he thumps a finger against your chest.
Echo kind of turns and looks over to Gloria. I think he means a brain.
You get a few laughs, and he just goes, I'm gonna throw my food away. And he goes to walk away and throw out his food.
Gloria, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna see if I can use my powers, to make a small disturbance in gravity so that he trips and lands with his face in his food.
You go, Alex!
Yeah, sure, roll to unleash your powers.
Yes, I've been waiting this whole time, because Alex is not able to come out with a comeback. She just wants to embarrass him a little bit. Okay, let's see. No!
Oh, that is a miss. So under our mechanics...
One from team.
Yeah, you can either mark a condition, or I will tell you how the effect is unstable or temporary.
Unstable or temporary, please.
Okay. You end up raising your hand, and the distortion comes around it, and you're like, all right, I'll show him. And you go to manipulate your power. And everyone around the classroom, you are able to hear a deafening thud. But when all of you look over, what you see is that Eugene, with his back to the table, holding his tray, turns around to look, as Alex, you have destroyed the lunch table.
Oh no!
And everyone at the table is covered in food. And they all look confused for a second before a few of their eyes, and then all of their eyes are over on you, who has a raised hand glowing with purple distortions.
She's having a bad time. She averts eye contact.
Yeah, damn. Give me a sec, I wanted to put on some, Yeah,
Wow.
you've covered everybody in food at this table, and you're like, you wiggle your fingers a little bit, and from across the cafeteria, you hear Lawrence shout out, "Food fight!" and then he gets under the table. What are your guys' reactions?
Yelling that and getting under the table. Like typically in media, they yell it and then throw. He's yelling it and removing himself from the situation.
Immediately.
Howard.
Bastard.
Yeah, what are your guys' reactions to hearing food fight as people across the cafeteria are like, oh shit, like grabbing their food, trying to get ready?
Oh no.
I'm gonna try to take back some of my glory and try to hit Eugene with a nicely thrown gravity powered handful of food.
Okay, you're gonna pick up like some mashed potatoes in your hand and you're gonna try to launch it at him.
Yes.
And at this, he is going to try to defend himself, so roll to directly engage a threat.
Boy. Yeah.
Alright. Under our basic moves here, on a 7 to 9, you can pick one from the directly engage a threat list.
Okay. I'm going to impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
Okay. Yeah, you actually managed to get a bunch of globs of mashed potatoes, and you send them in basically a wall ahead of you, because you changed the direction of gravity rather than manipulating each of them individually. So you basically make a wall of machine gun mashed potato fire that hits, it hits Echo a little bit, it hits Evan a little bit, Lewis a little bit as well, but it flies across the way and splatters into and across Eugene's chest as he picks up his tray, drops some of the leftover cartons on it, and partially defends himself before whipping the tray in your direction with his tendrils. And, going against the gravity, it slows down, and it, slams into you softly, where it's enough that it's, like, kind of being thwacked, being like, hey, asshole, but doesn't hit you super hard.
Can I roll to defend?
Can you roll to what?
Defend from
Yes,
the
you
tray?
can. You can roll to defend.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Echo's
My
gonna,
best
In one of these rolls.
Echo's gonna go to take the hit for her and try to catch it.
Okay.
What did you say, Dago? Sorry?
Have we ever succeeded to try to defend roll?
Well, I got a -2, so,
I feel like we're all so bad at it.
roll.
We have.
And we're heroes.
I think.
Funny.
I think we have one person good at save here.
I can't use my portals either because the fucking lunch monitors are watching. So.
Well, sorry, you're already at a lunch. You're already at a food fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not gonna let us do this, but like they're gonna step in if we use powers, but otherwise we're just fucking throw trays at each other's heads.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh.
All right, yeah. You go to defend Alex from the tray. You just step in the way, and due to it not traveling as far, it does smack you in the head harder than it would have hit Alex due to the gravity, and you go and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Eugene beamed you with it, and he looks surprised, and for a second is like, "Oh shit!" Like he kind of moves like he's about to go check on you.
Eat shit where the table used to be.
Across the way, Terry, since you've seen Lawrence shout, "Oh, food fight," and then get immediately under the table, what do you do?
He'd look over and he'd lock eyes with Kathleen and be like, I'm gonna be under here. And he's gonna hide under the table.
Okay. Kathleen just starts picking up food and teleporting around the room,
Yeah.
beaning random people with it, after you just kind of get under the table. It seems that she is completely, she's just ignoring you at this point.
Yeah. Terry's all sitting down, he has his arms around both his knees and he's just in a circle. Just under the table looking around
Lawrence giggles to himself and says, "Hey, isn't this kind of fun?"
Oh, in a sense. It's muffled.
Hey, do you think that we should film this? What if somebody gets, I don't know, beamed by a tray or something? And then you hear a loud bang as he looks over and goes, "Oh, damn it!"
Actually, a good idea. No time for regret. Terry would start to record.
Okay. You're filming the food fight. Jay, you just finished telling a story to your friends and you see a food fight starting in other parts of the cafeteria. What do you want to do?
Jay would watch this start and actually like look to Robert and be like, "What's going on? Why is no one eating and they're just throwing it instead?"
Everyone at the table ducks except for Danny, who just in a blitz of lightning disappears from the table. And Robert puts his hands over his head, having finished most of his food, and he's like, a food fight. I don't know who started it, but I guess people are throwing food at each other now.
Do we join or do we hide?
Vazula is sitting there calmly, no food coming in his direction or towards him.
Yeah, what's Maya doing? Like, what's their reaction?
Maya has immediately unraveled into a pile of snakes and gone under the table. And Vazula kind of taps his chin a little bit in thought and looks over to you and says, "Well, we are operating as an official club of Star Heights Academy. Isn't it our job to try to keep the peace?"
Yeah, you're right. We are an official club, and we should definitely do something right now. And Jay like has like a good maybe 5 to 10 seconds where he's just like scanning. They're just scanning the room. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're looking around, and Vazula speaks up again and says, "That is true." Vazula says, "It is whatever you deem appropriate, but I assume that all of those in the club will follow your stead. And it does cross your mind, this is really easy relief that I would say is probably more appropriate than just the storytelling from before."
Yeah, that's actually really true. Well, I guess they don't happen often, right? So we might only have one chance to be in one.
And Vazula smiles gently and says, "Then an act of camaraderie. I will follow you into war."
I literally look at like the pile of snakes under the table and then look and see if there's any leftover food on Maya's tray.
Yeah, you see some leftover food in front of her. You see that Aiden seemingly got a tray full of food by mistake that he didn't eat. And you're thinking to yourself, and then Triffany hops up on the table, all hands prepared with food, and she says, "Death to the intruders!" And she goes flying around ready to throw food at people.
Attack! And I'm gonna do a throw, and I want to throw it at Lawrence.
He is under a table, but
he's under the table.
Yeah.
Damn.
Bunker style. Will never be attacked.
I'm wondering who I should throw at. Actually, I'm gonna throw at Nelson.
Okay. Then let's see. Nelson's gonna stand up at his table, and he kind of standing in the middle of the ruins of the destroyed table, and says, "Please, we have to stop all of this." And you can go to roll to throw. Actually, he's not paying attention to you at all. What do you want to throw at him?
I'm literally just grabbing whatever food was left over on the tray next to me, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would say I don't know what Maya would be eating.
Maybe you're like frisbee tossing. You're frisbee tossing like a half-eaten sandwich.
Yeah. No, and I think the thing that's gonna be funny about it too is that Jay is gonna be like, "Nelson," and then just like literally give him warning, basically. Like there's a big old grin on his face.
Yeah, you throw it across the way, and Nelson turns around, looks shocked, gets beamed in the center of the chest, and falls over to the ground.
Yeah,
and the moment that he's hit, a clone spawns out from him, kneels down next to him, and looks up to the sky and cries, "No!"
"You're no match for my BLTs." Gonna start stomping on the table a little bit. As everyone else is kind of also tossing food.
Lily.
Also trying to duck.
Mm-hmm. Lily, what do you want to do?
When this started up and it seemed like people were actually getting into it, Lily would look to Gabe. I guess first, what is Gabe like? Hell yeah, time to hurt people for food, or is he like? What is he doing?
Gabe is kind of looking around because, this is like during the moment of it's kind of starting up. All of this is happening very fast, but Gabe is seemingly just caught off guard by what is happening in the cafeteria, looking around and really quick for me actually, roll to pierce the mask.
Wait, I have influence over Gabe,
You do.
so I get to add +1. And that +1 did matter.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Well,
Also, somehow ripped the 1 key out of my keyboard.
my God.
God damn.
I pressed it with the one finger. And that
One
shit came up, it like launched.
One
God
finger
damn.
death punch.
Damn. Yeah, you look over to Gabe and you're trying to get a feel for what he's thinking, and you can tell he's caught off guard. Seemingly, based on what you know about him, he probably lives a very guarded life. He's not really used to this kind of stuff, but he is seemingly looking around as if, like, trying to figure out, like, should I be getting up and doing something? He's kind of, like, looking for the permission to participate, but he doesn't seemingly know how.
Okay, so I get the sense he wants to participate though.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. I was just gonna ask him to make a dome and we could just sit this shit out like impartial party. But if he wants to participate, this sucks. She just starts crawling under the table.
I should be more specific that it doesn't look like he's about to get up ready to go, but he's kind of looking for, like, what should I be doing in this situation is more accurate.
Oh, okay. Okay, then Lily will throw spaghetti at his face.
Okay, you throw spaghetti at his face, and he just sort of looks at you before picking up. He picks up a handful of half-eaten salad and goes to throw it at your face as well. Roll to directly engage a threat as you both throw food at each other.
Cool. Oh, I'm also bad at this right now because I have conditions. But yo,
Yeah, there you go. All right, you get 1 from the directly engage a threat list.
I will avoid his blows. She'll just throw the spaghetti, and then by the time he's like looking up with his salad, she's already like running off. And is just like gonna shout back like, "If I get last hit, that means I won again."
He gets hit by the spaghetti, misses as you're already running off, and he just goes to stand up, picks up 2 handfuls of food, steps out from his chair, and he starts sliding at a very high speed after you to chase you. Olivia, meanwhile, crawls under the table, and Zyler's just sitting there. He gets hit by some stray food and just doesn't react. Alright, back to Alex and Echo. What are you guys thinking up here at the top table?
Okay, so I want to help with Jay what was initially trying to do. I want to use my gravity powers to lift up the table that Lawrence and Terry are hiding under so that they can be hit with food.
Oh god, opening up more casualties. Alright, roll to unleash your powers.
But
Yeah,
before-
Now imagine how bad this could be. If you fucked up lifting a table above
Please,
2 children
please,
who are
please,
cowering.
please.
It's gonna go great. Don't worry.
Please.
It's gonna go great.
I invoke my minion magic, please.
Kapow! Wowie zowie.
Also scary in a way, but it'll be fine.
Yeah,
Also, I go ahead and unmark guilty, or not guilty, insecure, because I took foolhardy action without talking to my team by basically starting this food fight.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Sweet.
Yeah, how do you lift this table? Describe visually what's happening for us with your gravity powers.
Let's see. So I guess what I'll do, honestly, is just lighten the entire gravity in this region, so the chairs and the table and them is all gonna start floating into the air separately.
Okay,
Can Terry
yeah.
grab the table and float with it?
Yes, because actually, as the table is floating up, you and Lawrence automatically start floating up with it in this area, along with all the chairs. So you are floating in open air. Terry, how do you react to this?
Okay, Terry would look over. Lawrence, flip the table sideways.
Okay.
So what's gonna happen is it's floating, and Terry's gonna try and flip it up, so it's like a shield from the entire 180 direction of most of the people in the place, except the ones behind him.
Okay, yeah. It looks like he's panicking as you guys are floating up, and he's like, "Oh my god, we're gonna die!" And you say that, and he nods to you, and because it's zero gravity, it's much easier for him to push the table in front of you guys and make it into a shield. With a little bit of help from his scarf to just move it in one big motion.
Hey, Lawrence, it's actually a much better point of view for the video. Aerial view.
And he flashes you a thumbs up and says, "This is gonna make a great video." Echo, what do you think now as you're just on the floor eating shit and also some of Eugene's lunch?
Echo's kind of laying there like, it's the face. He's like holding his head. It's like, it's always the face. Why is it the face?
There's food flying around, and Eugene actually moves over to you and is like, "Hey, are you okay? I didn't mean to hit you with that."
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Why was that tray metal?
And at this same time, Gloria and Alexis are both going to hop up. Gloria calls over to Nelson and says, "Colony man, let's get a move on. Honor roll's got to take this out." And it seems like they're about to start moving to stop the food fight, given their positions.
Does Eugene help Echo up?
Eugene does not make a move to help you up, but he is just sort of kneeling next to you with his hands up like, "Oh, damn," because he did in fact beam you with a metal tray, which he did not intend to do.
Echo goes to like grab his shoulder and use him to support him up anyways.
He kind of grimaces at that, but shakes his head. Meanwhile, Nelson gets up from his body double, who's just laying there pretending to be unconscious as he spawns and creates more copies of himself. And they give salutes and say, "Yes, ma'am," and start heading out across the cafeteria to try to, again, stop the food fight from happening. Yeah, Kathleen, meanwhile, is still just teleporting around, beating individual people, so Nelson seems to be splitting up to try to help deal with her.
Guys, I can get us out of here pretty quick if we should, not want to get in trouble.
Meanwhile, Lily, where are you going after running away from Gabe?
I'm so glad you asked. As Lily's running away from Gabe, she's gonna start darting through the wreckage of the table.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to have my ghosts pull Echo towards me so that I can spin him around and use him as a human shield from Gabe for a moment.
Oh shit! Okay, I think that'd be listen up spirits, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's see how
Sounds
they
right
do.
to me.
Please, no, God, no.
I also have a bonus against. I'm looking at the influence.
Oh no!
It's a thing I know now.
Damn!
It's a thing I know now.
All right, remind me, 10 hit. What does listen up spirits? Does it have anything special, or does it just work?
Yeah, they just do what I do.
Okay, then yeah, Echo, you offer that. You feel cold hands pick you up as you are picked up and moved around in front of Lily. And of course, at this, Gabe is sliding towards the both of you and is basically going to I'm thinking of a specific character from Guilty Gear sliding across the way and then slamming down with both hands. But he has one handful of salad, one handful of mashed potatoes, and he is now going to slam into you, Echo. So I can roll to take a powerful blow.
Can I roll Freak to see if I can get a portal up before he gets screamed?
Yeah, you know what? Go ahead.
Or would that be Danger or Freak?
No, that would be Freak.
Okay.
Rolling to unleash your powers.
Oh, yeah, he 100% would be a grappler. Oh, thank God.
Okay. Let's see here. Open this up once again. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you open up you managed to open up a portal with a good reaction time. Echo, where are you opening a portal to?
Just to Megea.
Okay. You open up a portal to the Sand Realm, and almost kind of like a shield for you, as Gabe tosses the food into the portal and reels his hands back and, steps back a little bit to not fall into the portal. Do you want to react to this?
Echo is going to close the portal, and he's just gonna look back at Lily like, Lily, what the fuck? What the criff you doing?
I'm gonna throw him at Gabe.
All right. You're gonna throw Echo in Gabe's direction. Let's see here. What would be funny? Hold on, give me just a moment. No. Okay, I was looking at something. Yeah, you kind of shove Echo, and Echo, you come towards Gabe. Are you doing anything other than that, or are you just shoving him in Gabe's direction and then staying there?
Oh, I'm just shoving him and then running.
Okay. Yeah, Echo, you get pushed into Gabe, and when you look up at him, he just furrows his brow, grabs you, and goes to shove you to the floor to get you out of his way.
Echo kind of gives like a cheeky smile as he's like, ow! He's getting shoved to the floor, not expecting that.
And Gabe just continues sliding along, trying to chase Lily down. Oh yeah, go on.
Can I try to roll Savior to defend, to soften the blow of him falling on the floor?
Yeah, sure. Roll Savior.
Whoa. The first success.
Holy shit.
First success.
A very good Savior roll. Let's see.
I don't believe it. Better roll again.
Just to make sure.
Give me a sec, I'm just reading something. I'm having to read the defend roll because I'm not as used to that one. Okay, yeah. You get to choose one from the defend list, as well as, properly keeping Echo safe. So he gets shoved to the ground, and, Gabe basically knocks him aside and continues sliding after Lily, chasing her. You lighten gravity as he almost falls to the floor, kind of floats in midair for a second in 0 Gs before gently falling to the floor itself. But you get to choose one. You can add a team to the pool, you can take influence over Echo if you don't already have it, or you can clear a condition. Additionally, if you take influence again, there are mechanics for that.
Shift his labels, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. You can either shift his labels, or you can, again, clear a condition. Those are basically your options other than adding a team to the pool.
I think I'll go ahead and add a team to the pool, because that's always useful to have.
Now remember, adding a team to the pool is good for combat, but it'll also only be good for this session.
I see. So probably not going to come in handy too much.
Unless you immediately want to spend it on something specific, probably not.
Okay. Then in that case, I'll clear my last condition, so I'll finally be conditionless for the first time in a long time.
Okay. Yeah, what condition are you clearing, and why do you think you're clearing it?
I'm clearing guilty, and I'm clearing it because I'm preventing Echo from getting another injury in this food fight that I essentially started.
Yeah, so you're getting more used to protecting people, and that's kind of what your whole thing is. That's what you're wanting to learn to do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, well, you ease him to the ground. Eugene is just like, he stands up, he's confused. Lily, you run by him and kind of knock him off kilter a bit. Gabe slides by him, once again causes him to go spinning. And Evan's standing up with tendrils of hair, throwing food in different directions. He throws some food at you as you're going by. It is just utter chaos as the honor roll all suit up and spread out across the dining hall in order to take the food from people, put trays down, and it's only been moments, but very quickly. The faculty members that are in the dining hall, on one end being Chrysalis and on the other being Shatterstorm, both start to make their moves in order to stop the food fight as well. So it seems like they're trying to take order in this chaotic situation. Terry, what are you feeling in your position?
Oh, this is prime. Terry thinks this is prime content. That's what he's thinking. It's fantastic.
Really,
Terry and Lurch are still floating up here, right?
Yes, you are.
Terry is at some point is gonna be like, Lawrence, eventually we're gonna fall down, or maybe we'll drift down slowly. But in the event of a fall down, it would be a good idea if we don't collapse directly into the ground. Aim for like the chair or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe I don't know. Maybe like yell at Nelson to catch you. That might work.
Okay. At like a specific time, or should we just get him to pull us out of this?
Oh, that might be a good idea.
Okay.
And he turns around and yells, "Hey, Nelson!" And you see Nelson talking to Kathleen and saying, "Now you have to put that down." And he gets slammed in the face with Jello as she teleports away. And he's like, "Oh."
yeah.
Jay, how about you? We're gonna rewind a little bit of time as you are beginning your charge. What are you doing down here with your club? What are your marching orders?
I feel like it's literally was like an attack, and we started kind of like defending our table and tossing like bread and sandwiches and stuff. And I feel like it would probably have not lasted that long, because once we ran out of food from our table, like I don't think we were like getting into the like debris you know what I mean, of the other table, as much as Triffany seems to like be flying around and stuff.
Yeah, she is just flying. She's going nutty.
Yeah, so I think that we're instead like defending the table, probably making sure that Maya is not getting hit with food as a pile of snakes on the ground. And I feel like once we ran out of food, we would have like realized that the honor roll's starting to clean up and stuff, and be like, oh boy, like trying to do like quick thinking kind of.
And I'll say, you know, you start throwing some food. You're trying to defend your table. Gloria calls for the honor roll to spread out. You've still got a little bit of food left as Gloria is charging not just your table, but your entire club on her own.
Oh. I'm looking at all of them. I've got this half of a sandwich in my hand. Does she look mad?
She looks determined, I'll say. Because you all have started throwing food, called out attack. She is immediately charging towards you to try to stop you from, you know, doing the food fight stuff. So how do you want to react to her pursuing this? And remember, this is mere moments after you initially started your charge.
Yeah, I know. I know. I feel like Jay would probably, because if we're all out of food, is it the last bit of food? Because if everyone at the table's still throwing sandwiches and food and stuff.
Yeah, you've got a bit of food left. Again, this is basically right after you called for your charge.
I would throw it. I definitely would throw it at Gloria.
All right. Then roll to directly engage a threat. Okay.
Oh. Well, I guess that's for the best.
Yeah, so on a miss, you notice something a little scary, because, you know, basically, the entire honor roll fans out across the dining hall, and Gloria is single-handedly charging towards all of you. And each of you using your various powers, you know, you've got Robert with his tongue, you've got Aiden with his, you know, long, elastic, watery body. Vizula is very elastic with all of his tendrils. You know, all of you are very malleable, as it were. It's very easy for you guys to get a good reach and throw food far. And all of you are single-handedly targeting her with all of your food. And in the moments that she is running towards you, she dodges side to side, and not a single speck of food lands on her. At one point, she steps down on the ground, slips on something. That causes her to dodge something by mistake, so she turns it into a spin, jumps up on the table, grabs you, Jay, and goes to slam down onto the table with you. Not attempting to hurt you, but just, you know, hold you down and stop you from throwing more food. And of course, you know, at this happening so quickly, the rest of the table kind of stops throwing food and freezes and looks back. And Gloria looks at you, Jay, and just says, "Jay,
I expected better of you. You should be trying to stop this food fight, not participating in it.
Have you ever been in a food fight before?
She says, I've seen my fair share of them, but it's our job to stop them. We have to keep order at the school. That's what the clubs here are supposed to do.
Then why did someone throw food? I thought it was like a rite of passage.
She sighs and shrugs and says, people will find reasons to cause chaos, but that's why we're here, right?
But everyone's so happy.
She looks around and says, yes, but this is going to be a really big mess for the janitor to clean up. And she says that not knowing your connection to the janitor, but then you think, oh god, this is going to be such a huge mess for your dad to clean up.
Literally has a moment where he's like, I'm probably gonna have to clean this up.
And Gloria sighs.
Don't worry about that. I can clean it. I'll clean it up.
Yes, as a punishment,
I'll
Jay, you're the head of a club. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna rat you out to the teachers for this, but you could have been in serious trouble for this. Your club could have been disbanded if you participated too far. You need to think about these things.
Okay. But I'm tired of all this responsibility being put on so many, I don't know, young kids, it feels like. I feel like I'm just a kid. It's hard.
She steps off of you and gets off the table and sighs and says, it is a lot of responsibility, but we took it upon ourselves, so it's ours to bear. It's important that we hold true to that. Anyway, just don't throw any more food, and I'm gonna go try to calm everything down. And she goes to run off further into the dining hall. Yeah, Jay, what are your thoughts now that Gloria, sprints off to the other end of the dining hall?
That was still really fun. It was really great. Honestly, I know that I should have done something better, but at the same time, that was a sight to see. I never understood why you guys have the food around, but now I really get it.
Now I get why we keep the food around. You start moving off of the table, and Robert chuckles and just says, you should have seen the school I used to go to.
Did you have food fights all the time?
More or less, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look under the table. You okay, Maya?
The snakes just kind of flit their tongues at you as a bit of chili flies overhead. And yeah, you guys see more of the honor roll members moving across the dining hall. Haley, not being a part of the honor roll, still jumped up at the request of Gloria. She's running around, catching things mid-air, wearing gloves, slamming them into the ground, protecting people from food shots, and then just running at them to get food out of their hands or trays. Meanwhile, Alexis is moving around, fingers to her temple, rather, as she starts to generate clouds out from her rain jacket, and the clouds start to move across more of the dining hall, spritzing rain down from underneath them to try to clean up some of the messes in advance. She just continues to move along. You also get to see one of the faculty members here that you've seen before, the lady in the blue cloak, Shatterstorm, and you watch as her body breaks apart into smaller pieces, and they fly around, scattering across the whole room, and basically grab onto and catch people to stop them in the act of throwing food. And it seems like everything is starting to wind down to a close as we'll move back to the top table with Lily, Echo, and Alex. Alex, how are you reacting to having caught Echo and then watching Lily run in the distance?
She's very entertained by some of what she's seeing going on in the background, but she's also not quite sure what to do now that she's seeing the honor roll people starting to enforce this and it's starting to wind down. Because she doesn't want to get in any more trouble than she needs to, even though she started it. So she's gonna gently let Terry and Lawrence back down to the ground before anything happens.
Oh, we're floating down. Okay, I was expecting to have to jump.
Lawrence just sighs in relief and says, "Man, all of that, and I didn't get hit in the face with chili. I call that a win."
Mm-hmm.
Echo, what are you thinking at this moment now that you've been eased down by Alex?
Echo-
Got thrown at Gabe and then shoved aside.
Echo's head's kind of spinning. He's like just trying to collect his thoughts as he holds the side of his head. Once he realizes like Alex is giving him a hand, he kind of gives like a thumbs up, but he's just still holding his head. He's like, oh, like his head is just spinning.
Yeah, you're just kind of out for the count. And Lily, as you're running, do you have any next destination in mind? Or are you just booking it?
Yeah, I have an idea.
Okay.
Lil will pick up like I don't know, some kid had like an apple or
Mhm.
something,
Yeah.
from the table. And as she's like running ahead, she'll just shout out like, "Yo, Nelson!"
he turns around in the middle of like trying to get two kids to not throw food at each other.
Catch! And she will underhand the apple,
Okay.
like kind of high up, so he'll have to look up for it.
Okay.
And assuming he takes proper catching stance, she will try to like baseball slide under his legs.
Okay, yeah, he does take proper stance to catch it, and he catches the apple as you go to slide between his legs, and very quick behind you, Gabe is sliding along. So at this, let's say, I want to have you roll something to get out of this quick enough. Let me see. Let's say you're trying to provoke someone. That sounds accurate for the move you're trying to do.
Yeah, okay.
Which is also a move we don't use a whole lot, but it has
It's true.
many applications. So you'll
And
roll
I
plus
do-
superior.
I do not have influence over Nelson. Sadly, he has influence over me, actually.
Okay. There's a 9. You're trying to get them to do what you want. On a 7 to 9, they can instead choose 1. Let's see. These, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If they do it, you can add a team to the pool. So that's fine. You get an extra team in the pool. For them, let's see. They are going to air. So yeah, he is basically as we initially thought, he's gonna take stance. He's like, oh, she's throwing an apple. I need to catch it so it doesn't hit me in the head. So he takes proper stance, goes to catch it. You gain a critical opportunity to slide beneath his legs. And as you appear on the other side of Nelson, Gabe goes to slide full force into Nelson and crashes into him. And you just barely manage to roll out of the way.
Poor Nelson. Sacrifices have to be made, though. She keeps running.
And around the bend as you're running, Triffany flies around, hands full of food. She looks at you and immediately goes to throw all of her food in her hands at you. Roll to directly engage a threat.
Monka. Can I don't know, like I even have to roll. I was gonna say, can I roll? Is it out of malice or is she just having fun? I feel like I could guess.
She is just targeting you with intent.
Yeah. Click. No!
Yep, you did not see her coming as you're looking back at Nelson and Gabe, and you're like, haha, I got away. You look up, see Triffany, her shadow cast over you, and she machine gun pellets you with mashed potatoes.
The betrayer.
You go down, and, not too much longer later, Shatterstorm is flying across the dining hall in her various pieces. Clouds of bugs and clouds of rain flying around trying to stop people. And eventually, order is brought back to the dining hall as all of the teachers and the honor roll do their best to basically get everybody to stop the war. And let's get some music. Yeah, let's go with this. We'll just go with this.
So a little bit of time goes by, a couple of minutes of, everybody being reined in, a lot of people getting an earful. We have a little period of time where, everybody is kind of gathered together, and the monitor comes in and lectures the entire dining hall on, hey, you guys are going to get detention if you do anything like this again. We're going to figure out who started this, and they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They're like basically talking to the people in the school that manned the security cameras. And after getting some eyewitness reports and seeing the destroyed table, Alex Shatterstorm pulls herself back together and is just one-on-one lecturing you about how, using your powers in school is already prohibited, but extremely dangerous, as you could have seriously injured somebody. You are just being absolutely reprimanded. How is Alex feeling?
Bad. Very bad.
As Alex is getting reprimanded, Echo would go up and try to be like, it wasn't entirely her fault. Someone yelled food fight.
You two basically get the earful of, still persisting it, and the property damage is not something that we're going to take lightly. And Shatterstorm looks at you, Alex, and says, we're going to be seeing you in the monitor's office later this evening. Is that understood?
Understood.
And she nods, and then, breaks apart into little fragments as she basically disappears in a cloud and flies somewhere else in the room.
Echo looks at Alex and says, hey, thanks for helping me out.
It's no need to thank me. It's kind of all my fault anyway, so.
Not entirely. I don't think it's all your fault, but thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry you got in trouble.
Well, guess we're all getting detention one at a time.
I've been there, done that. It's not so bad.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure how many of us are getting detention. They can't give detention to the entire dining hall. It's likely just going to be given to the catalysts.
To be fair, you did hit Echo in the face with a metal tray.
By mistake, because he stepped in the way, and only in response to you throwing food at me in the first place.
Touché.
I mean, hey, Echo raises his hands. It's over. We're all, fine. No one's hurt, besides my pride. It's all good, right?
Eugene kind of scratches his head a bit and says, well, didn't mean for you to get hit in the head with a tray, and it does suck that you're going to detention. It's not very fun, but it's not so bad.
Yeah. It'll be okay.
Although, word of warning, the videos they share are very boring.
Oh, they are boring. They are.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for the tip.
Alright, I'm gonna go help Lewis get food out of his feathers.
Echo gives a small, goes to offer a small fist bump to Alex with a smile.
She gives a fist bump back.
Hey, I know this is weird to ask, but can you guys help me get food out of my hair?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Thanks. And he kind of chuckles a bit, and you see him covered in a bit of food, and he's like, I might have gone a little crazy.
Why is there so much salad here?
Apparently a lot of people got salads today. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's a new thing going on with that, but if people trying to eat healthy at a hero school, I guess it makes sense.
I guess. Holy moly.
Also, Alex, did I hear that right? Do you have detention, or is that not decided yet?
I imagine that's probably gonna happen. But I guess I can't say for 100%.
Damn. I'm sorry about that. I mean, that sucks. Not a big deal.
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Meanwhile, you guys turn and look across the way behind you as, Lawrence is crawling out from beneath the table, and Chrysalis, seemingly having gotten word that he was the one that shouted food fight, is also reprimanding him, and is waggling a finger at him. And Terry, you can hear she's basically saying the same thing to him that was said to Alex of you're gonna be seen in the monitor's office later.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, to Lawrence, not to you, Terry.
Oh, okay.
And Chrysalis goes to move off and bring some clean wipes to some students to help them clean off. And Lawrence sighs and says, "Detention again. Okay, sure. I mean, I didn't even throw any food. I don't know what the big fuss is about."
It's semantics to some degree.
Whatever. Hey, when I'm in detention, could you like bring me some snacks if the teacher ever gets away? Like, I'll shoot you a text. Maybe you could bring me some like gummy bears or something.
I'll find a way.
He gives a little groan and thanks you for that. And we'll move down to Jay. What's your aftermath of the food fight looking like?
Probably all of us like picking food off of each other and like snickering. I was saying like it was kind of funny to imagine that during this Jay is just kind of giggling, like looking at floating food inside of Aiden. And it's just like you got a little no not no, it's not there, it's a fire, like, and just like trying to help pick it out and shit.
Yeah, Aiden is a giggling mess of food and water right now. He is honestly kind of disgusting looking, but because his body is almost kind of like gelatin, it makes it not as bad as it could be.
Just kind of probably giggling, honestly, with the group, like in a vibe of like, hee hee, we got away with that.
Gloria ends up walking back across the way.
Oh gosh, okay.
What were you gonna say though first?
Oh no, I let's do this.
Okay. Gloria just walks back over and says, "Well, all the food has been thrown, I guess. Alexis is helping with at least some of the, washing of tables and chairs and stuff so that the janitor has less to do. Jay, Aiden, would you two be able to go around and help her with that?"
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm gonna go, I don't know, I guess speak to the monitor about if we should be staying here to help clean up during the next class or whatnot. But, I mean, that's for the honor roll. I appreciate you guys helping clean up for a minute.
I can stay with the janitor today after school to do.
Oh, don't feel the need to do that. I mean, maybe some of the students going to detention will have to do that, but you don't have to feel like you need to do that, Jay.
It's really no big deal. It's my bad again for getting involved. And like Jay seems kind of has a serious look on their face, but like is like kind of nodding, like no, let me do this.
Well, Gloria puts her hands down and offers a little smile and says, "Well, it's appreciated. And I mean, if you're gonna be here, even if they're not asking the honor roll too, we'll probably come around and help out too. But thanks. And sorry for coming down on you so hard."
It's okay. I didn't take it personally, actually. And thanks for letting us off. I kind of like look towards the group a little bit too. I think we all just needed a second.
Yeah, it's good to be able to let off some steam sometimes, I guess. And Vizula, stands up and walks around and gently pats her arm and says, "Oh, Gloria, our class president, she tries to look super professional, but she knows what it is like to live our life, as it were." And she just kind of rolls her shoulder a little bit and says, "I don't know what you're talking about. I am professional at all times, and I am meant to be an image for the student body. A role model, if you will. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to continue being a role model and go talk to the monitor about this. But thank you again, guys. Thank you." She goes to jog off.
Did Gloria get in their share of food fights?
I would not say that, but your classmate, Nelson Boyle, is it? He seems to be very strict. Gloria can come off as much the same, but
she is quite forgiving when it comes down to it.
Hmm. Well, that's nice to keep in mind.
Yes, it is still good, of course, to keep in mind that we should be following the rules, and we should, of course, do as she says, as she tries to steer us in the right direction, but I do not believe she has a baneful bone in her body, so never need to stress too much in regards to that. And he offers a little smile.
Jay smiles too, and kind of like scans the room for a second, just kind of like looking over like the what's left of like the food fight and like just what everyone is kind of doing.
Mm-hmm.
And just is like, well, I'm just glad we got to do that. Kind of like shrugs off and shakes off like their nervousness for a second.
Mm-hmm. Vazula nods and says, I suppose that since our first opponent was Gloria, it wasn't going to be a long match anyways.
That makes sense. I got Nelson with a sandwich, though.
Oh, yes. I wonder if that means you'll be usurping the throne once again. And he chuckles in jest.
Kind of like looking at the Nelson clones as well.
Yeah, they're all across the room doing what they do. And you guys chuckle and continue with some small talk. And we'll lastly move up to you, Lily, as everything has died down. Gabe and Nelson are talking about what occurred, and as you stand up and look around, Triffany had already moved away across the room and is talking to another Nelson.
Nice shot. She'll just, take like some napkins from this little thing and just start wiping herself off.
Mm-hmm.
Just come over here to at least, eavesdrop on what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Nelson is talking to Gabe and is like, you were chasing Lily down pretty fast. Were you participating in the food fight? Gabe just sort of shrugs and says, I was just doing whatever, I guess. Well, you need to be careful of that. You could have seriously injured someone, flying around so fast like that. And he shrugs, and Nelson sighs and goes to walk off to, scold other people.
Man, common Gabe L, huh?
Gabe gives a little bit of a shrug and says, seems those are coming by me a little more recently.
Well, 2-0 against me. Can't blame you too much. I'm a force to be reckoned with.
I suppose you are. I'll just have to try a little harder next time.
Well, we'll see how many times that takes until you actually get there.
And he gives that little chuckle and goes to walk away, but stops himself. And just kind of looks back and says, that was fun. And then he just...
Yeah, glad you had fun.
He'll continue on. And you stand there wiping yourself down with some napkins for a moment as you hear some fluttering, and Triffany flies over. And Triffany lands in front of you, and kind of is avoiding eye contact before handing you a few wet wipes from the teachers.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yes. I hit you quite a lot, so I figured you would need a few.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's mashed potatoes. It's, if it leaves a stain, my shirt's white. It's fine. Also, I have other shirts.
And she nods and goes to turn around and leave you be.
Nice shot, by the way.
She gives a little smile and looks back, her antenna twitching a bit, and says, thank you. And then she flutters off further into the dining hall.
Lily finishes wiping off, and then just, hands all of the wipes and shit to this kid and just walks away.
you do that, they're like, what the fuck? And you just walk off. And, lunch for the day comes to an end. The lunch bell rings. You guys are still kind of cleaning yourselves off. And the teachers give you guys a little bit of a pass to get some extra time to clean up before moving on and being thrust into the rest of your classes for the day. And it was pretty hectic. But, a few days pass after the lunch, the huge food fight. And after a couple of days,
we move after school to one of our school's clubs. So sometime during your first week back, we find ourselves at the engineering club just after classes have ended for the day. And Echo, you are pulling up to the front door.
Echo is kind of like humming and hawing. He's like, how can I explain this? As he just kind of goes to walk in.
Okay. Yeah, the doors open and let you into the room. And you get, the few casual, people being like, oh, hey, Echo, as you step in. Because, it's pretty normal for you to be here. Multitask, still tapping away at her computer on the other side of the room.
Echo kind of gives a small wave to everybody as he kind of walks over to the table. He's... Oh, jeez. He spots, Kenzie. What's she doing?
It seems that she has a little, almost what looks like an arcade stick controller, and she is messing with something that is in the testing room.
Echo notes that, as he kind of walks over and puts down, he kind of sits here for a second. Hey, Multitask, can I ask you a question?
Oh, yes, sweetie, what is it?
I might need the club's help. You know the talent show that's going on here pretty quick?
Oh, yeah, it's in just a couple days, isn't it?
Yeah. I was wondering, and he kind of like rubs the back of his head. Would it be possible if you guys could possibly make an obstacle course for me?
An obstacle course?
Yeah,
The talent show is going to be taking place on the auditorium stage. Do you think there's enough room for an obstacle course?
I mean, I think so, if you were a little bit creative with it.
And Sid kind of spins around and says, it'd be easy to be creative with it. We just need, something like a big treadmill. We can have the set move around with it. Multitask claps and says, oh, that would be a fun group project for the club. Here, hold on. And she stands up and walks to the center of the room. She claps all of her metal claws together to get everyone's attention. She just says, hey everyone, engineering club. So our friend Echo here is joining the talent show, wants to ask us all something. He's going to be attempting, you said what, an obstacle course?
Yeah, I just wanted to also test out my gear that you've probably seen me working on as well, and he raises his hand to show the underside of the gauntlet.
I see. How's progress on that coming, by the way?
Mostly finished. Got a few bugs. This would be kind of like a test run of it, just to see if there's anything else that needs improvement.
I see. All right, engineering club. So we need an obstacle course that can fit its entirety on the auditorium stage set, and I guess has a few good grappling points for you to use as a testing ground. I think it sounds perfectly doable, but we're going to need a lot of hands on this. Is there anybody here who wants to participate and help with such a project? Sid kind of sighs and flips through a little. He kind of flips through a few pages on his iPad or equivalent pad, his student pad, the handbook. I was missing the words for it. But he flips through a few pages on it and says, "Yeah, I guess my schedule's open. I don't know. This could be fun. Yeah, sure. I'll help out with it."
Igor gives him like a very thankful nod and smile before he looks over to Derek, and he goes, we might need something flashy too, if you wanted to get a little creative with that, Derek.
Well, I guess in terms of some kinetic stuff, I would be the best person here for it, but I mean, what, you expect me to help you for free?
No, of course, I'd help you out with other projects if there's anything you need help with, of course. I'm not asking any of you to do this for free, of course. We help each other out, and I'd be more than happy to help you guys out with anything you might need.
Listen, out of the two of us, I'm gonna be enough engineer for my own projects. And, I mean, I don't know if you have anything else to offer, but I'm not really in the game of doing it for exposure, you know?
What would you like from me?
Well, I'd love to have an errand boy for a week.
And what would that entail?
Just while I'm working on my projects, if I ever need a drink or a snack, you're here to wait on me hand and foot while I'm working on projects. Because, it gets a little stressful in here. Surely you understand.
It looks like at Sid if this is a good idea or not.
He shakes his head vigorously.
Sure you just don't want to do this out of the goodness of your heart?
He crosses his arms, and Rhea walks over, kind of smacks Derek on the head. She comes over to you to inspect the gauntlet and says, "So what is it you're making here?" "Oh, I see. That's right. Hey, you know what? Me and Sid help you. You get multitasks help. I'm sure you'll have plenty of hands. You don't need that asshole's help." He's like, "Hey!"
Thank you so much, Rhea. I appreciate it. And he gives her like a genuine smile.
Hey! I am the best here when it comes to kinetics. All right, listen. All right, I'm not gonna let you guys embarrass yourselves. I'll help out, but I want top billing on the performance. Okay? Like,
I'll be sure to.
The winner gets like what, the $100 gift card to someplace, right?
Yeah, I think it's any store.
All right, then just promise to buy me something with that. We can call it even.
Done deal.
And
If I,
Sid's like, well, okay, if he gets something, I kind of want something too, because that's not fair.
I'll
just
buy
to get
all of you
something.
guys something at Tabo.
All right. Then Sid moves over and puts an arm around you. He's like, all right, see, that's what I'm talking about. Now we've got some incentive.
Echo smiles. Awesome. So, what's the plan?
And they kind of start they roll out some graph paper and start sketching out some ideas that they're talking about. Sid immediately goes into basically the mechanics of, all right, here's where the target should be and how they should move. Derek immediately focuses on, all right, how are we going to make this thing move properly? And Rhea, meanwhile, is all about like, I'll be in the background, I'll be doing QA. If during the show something malfunctions, I should be able to fix it in due time. Multitask, just offering more hands to help build the sets and put it together quickly. And you get a pretty good idea of what shape this is starting to take with everybody that's starting to work on it. And everybody kind of gets their individual assignments to start working on.
As they're all working, Echo kind of looks around and smiles. And he's like, this is also a really good chance to showcase what our club does as well.
Multitask chuckles and says, ironically, a little bit of exposure could be helpful. People forget that this club really does a lot for this school, but, maybe it'll be good to have you on stage reminding them.
Of course, I just gotta do a good job. Here's hoping, right?
Yeah, here's hoping, but, and Kinsey pipes up from across the room and says, hey, at least if you fuck up, it doesn't mean the machinery was bad.
Echo kind of just lowers his head at that, like, yeah, got a point.
And you hear some blasting from behind the glass.
Live and learn, right?
Multitask goes to her computer and is like, all right, I'll start getting some drafts up for us. We have a couple of days, so, we should be done in time to have a test run before the show.
Awesome. That's perfect then.
All right. Everybody basically starts getting to work after that. Do you have any other thoughts while you are in here and have everybody, at your fingertips before the show?
No, Echo would just kind of be like, I don't want to know what is going through it. I should know the general idea, but I shouldn't know the full obstacle course so I can adapt and overcome kind of thing. Have adapt on the fly. But every so often he'd kind of look over to Kenzie and just feel bad. We're looking.
You're talking with Rhea about this, and she's like, well, it makes sense why you wouldn't want to know what's in the obstacle course, but, if you don't, we're gonna need to test it out. I can test out it working mechanically, but in terms of going through it, I don't think any of us are athletic enough to test the obstacle course. And Derek is like, hey, I'm plenty, I can test it out for us. It's not a big deal. And she waves him off and says, he's all talk, but we might need somebody to actually go through the course. And he just puts up his hands and keeps working on stuff. Because,
I could get, wait, I got an idea. And Echo pulls out his student pad and pulls up Eugene's number and goes, "Hey, wanna run an obstacle course for a test?"
You call him. He's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What? Don't call me."
No, hold up, just wait. This is a moment for you to shine, my friend. Wait, for the talent show, we're going to be doing an obstacle course that the engineer club is going to build.
I'm not helping you for the talent show. You're my
you
competition.
Would you hear me out?
No, I'm not. And then he just hangs up.
Ah, Criff.
Meanwhile, you look up from your phone call. Derek's arguing with Rhea like, I can test it out. We'll be fine. And she's like, you can only move around on your board. Echo's not gonna be doing this on a board. We need somebody who can do acrobatics and shit. I can do acrobatics. They're just arguing in the meanwhile.
Echo kind of chuckles. Can I see you do a handstand?
Yeah, yes, I can do a handstand. Look. And he goes over here, takes a second to prepare, does a handstand.
Okay, now can you go back to your feet in like a single motion?
Yeah. Give me a sec. God, alright, I'm gonna go help him.
Echo smiles. If I can find someone, do you want me just to send them your way? I'm sure I can bring someone up in the next couple of days.
You better tell them fast, because, I mean, they're gonna need to test through a few phases of this. Sid speaks up as he's sketching stuff out.
Do we not run, like, a simulation?
I mean, running a simulation would make this a little more expensive, and you need this in, a couple of days. The only reason it's possible is because we can test it on the fly as we're building it.
Tell you what, I can just run it. It's no big deal.
I mean, I guess. You are tapped on the shoulder by Kinsey out of nowhere.
He immediately gets a little tense and turns. Yeah?
Were you not even gonna think to ask me for any help at all?
I didn't know you seemed busy, and I was,
I mean, I'm right here. I am the most skilled person in the engineering club, to which everyone else scoffs.
Would you like to help, Kenzie? I'd appreciate it, if I'm being honest.
I'll tell you what. I'll help you out. And she puts 2 fingers on your chest and starts walking them up to your neck. I'll help you out. I'll help out with a little bit of the building if they need me, but otherwise, I think I'm going to be perfectly qualified to do the test runs, as it were. I mean, I'm also in the hero course, and, well, I use gear similar to what you use on occasion, so I think I'll be able to make some test runs work.
Okay, good. Thank you. And he kind of like is looking down at the fingers. I assume you want a cut of the, like...
No, I think I'll be okay without a cut of the prize money, but I do want something from you.
Yeah?
I want a date.
Oh.
Go on a date with me and I'll run the course for you.
His face gets immediately red. What kind of date? Like,
I'll let you decide, and then I'll tell you if it's good or not.
do I gotta decide right now?
You don't have to decide right now. After the talent show is fine.
Echo looks over to Sid like,
Sid has already moved over to the other chair and is like blocking you out.
I picture Echo being like, yeah, no, he'll be right beside me, and he's like further in the distance.
So what do you say? Is it a deal?
Sure, it's a deal.
She gives a little clap and says, wonderful. Then you don't have to worry about a thing. I'll make sure that this obstacle course is perfect for you.
Are we good? I still feel bad about before.
If the date's good, then yes. And then she goes and immediately goes back to humming and testing out what's behind the glass, do it with a little skip in her step, and you can tell that she is in a much better mood now.
Echo immediately just floors and spins around on the chair and starts pulling up his on his student pad like what good date ideas are.
Rhea walks over. Derek has fallen onto the floor, and she pats your shoulder and says, You might want to take a walk for a bit. We can handle the beginnings of this.
Thank you. Is he okay?
He's fine. Whatever.
Stands up, gives her a small thumbs up as he looks Kenzie and kind of mumbles. He kind of looks at Derek. You all right?
I'm fine. Whatever.
You did good. He pats his shoulder.
Shut up.
Before he goes, he kind of looks back at everyone and gives a small smile. Thank you again, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Multitask turns around and waves to you and says, Hey, it's no problem. Anything for one of our own, right?
It means a lot. And he gives a genuine smile as he nods and then heads out.
All right. And you head out, you head down the hall, take a little walk, get some fresh air, and the rest of the week goes by in a blur as you are all slowly adjusting to the return of classes and homework. And pretty soon, your monotonous first few days are behind you, and it's the end of the week. The bell rings for last period, and it's time for the talent show. Let me zoom out far to show most of the crowd, at least. There are a lot of people here.
Holy crap.
We've got the entire first year class here. The crowd of students files into the auditorium and are sat down one by one, the rows of seats filling up after a while, and the room is buzzing with chatter. Your class sits at one end of the hall. Faculty members are seated at various locations to watch as final preparations are made to start the show. And you guys, of course, have a little bit as they are preparing the beginnings of the talent show down here in the bottom left.
Echo's tapping his foot nervously. his middle foot.
You're tapping your little prosthetic against the ground.
Yeah. And
Alex notices this and she turns to him and says, You're gonna do great. Don't worry about it.
thank you. Just, still nervous. I want to do the engineer team proud.
I'm sure you will. And she gives him a little encouraging pat on the shoulder.
He smiles.
Evan leans forward and says, Hey, where's my encouraging pat? I'm also going up there.
Hard, manly pat on the shoulder.
You need to be gentle, Alex. Damn, you're gonna break my arm.
Break a leg.
Oh, I'll try not to.
Echo looks at his legs.
You look over to the side and see that you have happened to be seated next to Gabe, who is just idly staring over at the stage and then looking down at his phone.
Gabe, you gonna go up there?
No, why?
I don't know. I think you might have some hidden talent, possibly. No,
What would I do?
I don't know, honestly.
So, but you're going up there.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I guess I'll have to see.
He just looks back at his phone.
Talking to him. Well, Echo kind of nods as he mumbles to himself, and then he turns back to Alex. Do we know who else is besides, who else in our class is going up?
I don't know. I guess we'll just have to find out.
Kind of thinks as he looks around, seeing if he can pinpoint anyone who might be going nervous or going up.
Mm-hmm. Roll to assess the situation. Kapow! Yeah.
Wow.
You are scanning across your entire class here, and you're able to note nervousness as well as just some people that look like they're waiting. Priscilla just seems to be tapping her foot and tapping away at her phone as if she is just waiting to be called on. Danny is reclining back, but also seems to be tapping her leg a bit, as if just in anticipation and waiting. You know Evan's going. Nelson seems to be sitting very rigidly and is waiting on his own. Triffany seems very excited as she's talking to Jay and Terry in the front row, and Aiden is basically just splashing around, essentially wetting himself in the chair.
Actually, a fair few people seem to be going up. Well, here's hoping it's good. And here's hoping we, crush 1A. Neko kind of looks over to wherever Eugene's sitting.
He is so far away, you're not really able to see him from here, but you can look across the crowd of people at, knowing he's kind of at the other end of the hall.
Mm-hmm. And as he does that, Echo's going to go kind of quiet and start fixing his new gear, making sure it runs fine.
Mm-hmm.
Last minute tinkering.
Meanwhile, Lily, what are you thinking?
She's just waiting for someone to go up that's bad so she can be entertained.
Olivia is just kind of sitting here with her hands clasped together, and she's like, well, it's nice to be doing this instead of having to, run laps or hit each other in the face for last period.
I guess that's fun. That's true.
And in the front row, Terry and Jay, of course, Triffany is just excitedly talking both of your ears off as, she's talking about, oh, it's my first time doing such a thing. I wonder what everyone will be doing up on stage. Just going on and on. What are you two thinking about the upcoming talent show?
Jay's also pretty intrigued by it. He doesn't know exactly what to expect. Since everyone's pretty talented with their powers and shit like that, I guess Jay's kind of interested to see if, everyone's gonna be, singing and dancing, or I guess they're just interested,
Mm-hmm. Just intrigued at the possibilities.
Yeah, because I guess Jay would probably be like, this is actually, my first talent show as well.
And you look over to Aiden, who is just, puddling into the floor, and he's just like, oh, I'm getting really nervous. Jay, what do you think I should do? I'm gonna be up there alone, and everyone's gonna be looking at me.
Oh, I hadn't realized, my bad, that you were going up. You're gonna be fine. You'll do all right.
Yeah,
Gosh,
I signed up really early because I thought it sounded fun, and then I realized when I was going to be doing it, it was too late to back out.
what are you gonna be doing?
Well, I feel like if I tell you, it's not going to sound very exciting.
Can Terry hear this?
Yes.
Well then, Aiden, I suppose it's best to keep it a surprise.
Uh,
Shock factor values in as well, right?
Yeah! Shock factor! He just kind of puddles down towards the floor a little more.
Oh, this is gonna be quite the ball.
You look over to Lawrence, who's just already asleep in his chair.
Is his hat down, or can everyone just see him being asleep?
Everyone can see him being asleep.
He kind of shimmies over and puts his hat down so it looks like he's ruminating, so just sleeping.
Yo, anybody got a marker?
God, but yeah, you all are talking amongst yourselves, and figuring out vibes of the room, just kind of thinking about the talent shows that's coming up, and in a pink flash, Sweet Step is standing at the front of the stage, in front of the mic, and she calls out to everybody. Hello, first years! Welcome to Star Heights Academy's very own talent show, Academy's Got Talent. I'm your host, Zaina Puri, better known as the up-and-coming hero, Sweet Step. We're going to have an exciting show today. The goal is simple. Get on stage, give us a show, and impress our impressive panel of judges enough to win. And who are our judges, you ask? Spotlights shine on each judge as she names them. First is our esteemed headmistress, the number 3 hero in the world, Foresight. The crowd applauds her as she waves back to them. And, sorry, give me just a moment. I said the crowd cheers for her as she waves back to everybody. There we go.
Terry's
I
so
thought this was
fast.
gonna be like another, yes, Mr. Nightwalker, like you were wanting us to do it.
No, no. The crowd applauds for her. She waves back to everybody. Zaina continues. Next, our darkest and most brooding mentor, Mr. Nightwalker! The crowd continues to cheer, to which he barely offers a response. And he just sort of puts fingers to his temple and says, "Can we get on with this?" The sturdiest hero with evergreen lessons, Great Oak! Great Oak also offers a gentle smile and waves their large hand to the crowd. And finally, me, Sweet Step! Our student council president was going to have this last spot, but he was kind enough to offer the job to me, so I'll be sure to make you all proud. Let's give our judges a round of applause! As she hypes up the crowd, all of the students take the excuse to go absolutely wild with their cheers. She's built up the room's energy with her beaming smile like a ray of living sunshine. That's what I like to hear. All of our participants, if you could please make your way to the lobby behind the stage to get ready, until you're called out via your student handbook, we'll get started. And you guys see across the room as a number of students rise at that and begin to make their way out.
Echo gives a grunt, gets up, gives one last little wave.
Yeah, as you stand up, Evan stands up with you to come along and is like, "All right, Echo, let's see what they've got for us."
Let's see, here's hoping. And he kind of offers a small fist bump to Evan as they walk by.
Mm-hmm. He fist bumps you in response, and Nelson gets up and says, "Oh, this is so exciting! I can't wait to see what everyone's talents are!" And Aiden also gets up, incredibly nervous. Now let me move everybody who is participating in the talent show to backstage.
Jay's just gonna tell Aiden, like, good luck, but don't worry, you probably don't need it.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I'll try my
You'll
best.
knock him dead, Aiden. You'll knock him dead.
Oh, okay. Nervous. As he just slimes towards the door. Yeah, I'm gonna take
As soon as Aiden is far away, Jay has just a moment of like, oh, this is gonna be hard to watch. Like, like just complete fear, because I have no idea what it's gonna be, and they're hoping it's really good,
Mm-hmm.
but they're very worried.
Gotta hope for a good show.
They don't want Aiden to be embarrassed, though,
Mm-hmm.
or anything. The secondhand embarrassment as well.
Get these three, and Echo, you can start moving up along with everybody else. He comes as well. Let me make sure I've got everybody who's participating.
It's the sacrificial lamb.
Ooh, this is everybody. Double checking my roster here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck, we're one short. He was right.
Got a little bit more people. Alright, I believe that's everybody. If I forgot anybody, I'll just grab them when I need them. Alright, we'll make our way backstage along with you, Echo. As you make your way to the lobby that is outside of the auditorium, and you can see everyone from the two classes that are participating starting to make their way and break into groups, do some small talk, and do what they can to break their nerves before the show.
I was kind of pacing here.
I'm moving around a lot of tokens, so I'm just getting that done real quick.
Yeah, of course. Ethan, been there, done that. Trust me.
Let's see here. Moving to up. Some people just need to be in places to stand. All right, there we go. Yeah, you're pacing, and what is Echo thinking as you get back here to backstage and see so many people standing around?
He's nervous, but in an excited way, to say the least. Because like time to shine, his time to do like show what he's good at, and just try to. Mostly, he's worried about doing the engineers proud.
Mm-hmm.
Less so about like his own fame, but he just wants to have a good time at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's got people backing him, so it's like, shit, it's not just about me.
Yeah, you see Evan and Nelson both talking to each other, trying to get off the nerves, and Nelson turns around to face you and is like, "Oh, Echo, you've got the nerves, do you?"
Yeah, just a little.
Oh, don't be too nervous, friend. I'm sure whatever you're going to be doing up there, you're going to do great at. And, worst case scenario, if you don't do as well as you were planning on doing, at least you tried, right?
Yeah, that's more than some of us can say, right?
Yes. Just, again, do your best out there if you can.
Of course. That's what I'm gonna do. It's got a lot of people looking, at me, and more so for like people who've helped me, and I don't want, their contributions to go to waste.
Right. It makes sense.
What are
go
you
on.
doing?
Nelson goes to speak, and Evan's like, "Hey, what happened to surprises?" And they're like, "Oh, right, you'll see soon. I'm sure it's going to be very exciting. It's an idea I had that I think is going to surprise everyone."
They just played the banjo.
And as he says this, you hear a voice cut into the conversation that says, "I'm sure it's not going to be all that. I'm sure it's not going to be all that great." And you look over and see this person walk over to your group.
Hi, you are?
Alright, I need to refresh my page again. Roll20 hates showing token updates. It hates it.
Roll 20 hate. It's filled with hatred.
There we go.
Optimally made program.
Yeah, this person walks over. And this is a student you haven't really become acquainted with yet, so let me acquaint you with them.
Getting the unlocks today. Oh god.
Oh no, it's a Hawkeye.
This man walks over, and you asked who he was?
Yeah.
He looks at you through his helmet, just extends a hand and says, "Wayne Ashford."
Echo. And he extends a hand.
He goes to give you a quick and dismissive handshake, and just says, "Word of advice, I wouldn't stick around too close to that one if I were you." Nodding to Nelson.
Why?
Let's just say he's more dangerous than he looks. And you look over to Nelson, who is glaring daggers at this guy. You have never seen Nelson this angry.
Well, I'm gonna have to politely say no, he's a friend of mine.
So you've actually started talking to people here? So what are your plans with them? I don't have any plans with them. I'm just making friends, like he said. So you're not trying to, bring people into ward like your usual shtick? Anyways, hope you fall
Guys.
flat on your face.
Hey, let's just break it up for now, okay?
And when you step towards him, he goes to grab your arm, grab your wrist a little bit and squeeze it, and just says, "Don't get close to me."
And don't approach my friends.
He turns to fully face you like he's ready to throw hands.
Echo does the same.
And Evan runs around like, hey. Remember, talent show's about to start, right? Let's not throw a fight into the middle of that. Right? Echo, help me out here.
Yeah, let's not do that, right?
Whatever. And he looks over to Nelson one more time and says, "Oh, good luck, Ant Boy. You're gonna need it." And he shoulder checks Nelson as he goes to walk over to the door.
Echo looks at Nelson. Old friend?
You could say that, yes.
Don't let him get to you, man. We got this. And he goes to offer him a small, pat on the back with a smile.
He does not look any happier, regardless.
If you need someone to talk to,
no, it's fine. Just he's from Ward, like I am, so we have a lot of history, to say the least.
He mentioned that. Was he like? He just seemed like you were kind of in their pocket.
That's what he believes, yes, because I believe in their goals. He works for them too. I don't know. I don't know what his problem is.
I don't want to get to you.
Yes, I have to clear my head and just good energy.
Do you have that wind chime?
No, it's in my dorm. But that's okay. That's okay. I just do some breathing exercises and I'm just gonna take some time over here. He walks over to the window.
I go looks like he just looks sadly towards Nelson. Thanks for thanks for breaking that up. I was about to fight him.
Yeah, no problem. But man, I've never seen Nelson that worked up. I don't know. Normally he just kind of is either affable or lets stuff roll off.
Yeah, that caught me off guard. And that's why I kind of went up for bat. Something was wrong there.
Yeah. By the way, want to be clear. No hate on you for doing that, but yeah, I better safe than sorry, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to be in detention again.
Yeah, that would not be good. I'm gonna go. I don't know. I guess talk to Nelson, see if he's willing to open up about it. But good luck with everything that's coming up and whatnot.
Thank you. There's one other person I gotta check in on, so thank you.
Cool. And he gives you a peace sign and goes over to the window to talk to Nelson.
I was gonna go to Eugene.
He's standing, looking over some stuff. And actually, as you walk over to him and he turns around, you notice that he's not wearing his face mask, but he does seem to be wearing an outfit similar to his hero costume. And he just kind of sighs a bit before putting on a smile and says, "So, you showed up after all and didn't chicken out?"
No, I got some people looking out for me, so I gotta put on a good show.
Oh, some invisible benefactors, perhaps?
The engineer club, actually.
Yes, that is a good resource to use. I'm curious to see what you'll be doing up there.
I'll say the same for you. You looks like you modified your outfit a bit.
Yes, just a little bit. I need to be sure to put on a proper show, so I need the proper attire for it.
You doing, like, theater?
Who's to say? I suppose it's going to be a surprise. We're in the business of surprise, after all. Nobody's opening up about anything back here now that the show's about to begin.
That is fair. It is, at the end of the day, I guess, a competition.
But regardless, I hope you don't fall off of the stage.
I won't, but thank you. I appreciate your concern, but, may the best man win. And he goes to offer a little bit of a handshake with a smile.
He gives you a sly smirk and goes to shake your hand, gripping it too tightly.
Echo does the same and gives a smile back.
And
as he goes in his grip as well.
And he just says, "Oh, how I wish I could just..." His tendrils come up and make little jabs towards you and says, "But would be dishonest going into a show. By the way, I'm meaning to ask something," and he looks over to your shoulder at Wayne and back to you and says, "About Trickshot over there. Does he and Nelson have beef? I'd never seen those two talk before."
Apparently. Both from Ward, so old history, I guess.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Still kind of surprising. It's not really... Well, he's not really the type to act that way. I was just curious.
Oh, so he's... What is he, the cold, quiet type?
More or less, yes.
Yeah, something must be getting the two of them then.
Well, anyways, break a leg.
Don't have them, but yeah, you do the same.
And he walks off to the other side of the room.
Kind of gives a sigh as he goes to just kind of goes and just sits on the floor by Triff. They can watch the show from their student pads or whatever.
Yeah, you've got a way to keep an eye on the show.
You just go sit down, pull it out, and kind of wait for Triff if she wants to watch as well.
Yes, yes. But of course, a few moments pass by, and eventually the show is set to begin. I'll prepare us with an angle on the stage. As, a little bit of time passes, notifications go out to all of your handbooks, and you are given the order that everyone is meant to come on stage. And the first up is, in fact, Wayne, as he goes through the back door, parts the curtains, and makes his way to center stage, up in front of everyone in the auditorium. And as he steps onto the center stage, targets of varying sizes lower themselves around the auditorium. He very quickly whips out a small bow staff that clicks and unfolds into a full weighted bow, knocking 2 arrows at the same time and releasing them at the same time, hitting 2 targets near opposing walls in the dead center. He knocks another arrow and aims towards a target pointed at the ceiling, firing his arrow into the rafters. It ricochets a few times with the perfect angle to slam into the target. When it's hit, the target rotates down to point at the audience, revealing another bullseye. He knocks 4 arrows at once, aiming at a much larger board towards the back with 4 targets of varying sizes on it. He fires the arrows, then immediately knocks 4 more arrows, fires again, then more in a third flurry of arrows in the blink of an eye. The arrows whiz across the room, cutting through the air. The first group of arrows land dead center bullseyes. The second set pierces the first to land their own bullseyes, and the third set does the same, piercing through both previous sets and poking holes through the wooden board. Finally, he whips out one of his arrows, revealing that he's been using sharpened wooden shafts without arrowheads the entire time. The crowd starts to cheer for him, as he then pulls out an unsharpened shaft. He knocks it and fires it at the final target, punching a hole through it so the wooden stick gets stuck in the bullseye. The crowd goes wild as he puts his bow away and exits the stage without so much as a wave. And he'll move back over to one of the seats, and the judges start talking about the performance. Sweet Step speaks up first. Okay, that was kind of crazy. I mean, obviously archery seems to be his whole theme, his gimmick, but I mean, that required some crazy skill, right? I can't believe he didn't even have arrowheads on. Foresight speaks up, along with Nightwalker, commending the showmanship and the raw skill of the show. Great Oak, meanwhile, mentioning how proud they are, just saying, yes, I'm proud of all of my students, but even more impressed by the simple equipment used with no trick arrows like he's known for using. It did throw me for a loop, that is to say. As we move down to the audience, what does our audience think of the show they just saw from Wayne?
But Terry's uncomfortable being near someone who could just snipe him from where they're standing. Actually, viscerally uncomfortable.
We've seen that guy before in the school, like around in the halls.
Yeah.
Does he just have a bow on him?
It seems like generally he's got this sort of gear, but the bow that he uses is like basically able to unfold from a much smaller shape, so he can keep it hidden on him.
Okay. I think Lily is like, once we're in a superhero school, you see a guy walk on stage with a bow, you can kind of mentally assume what the entire act is about to be.
Mm-hmm.
And it was.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, yeah, it's cool, but like, I get it. Like, I wasn't surprised.
I feel like
Jay.
feel like Jay had sorry.
No, go
I feel
on.
like Jay just had a similar reaction to that, in the sense where it's like, oh, a bow. Are they gonna shoot it? They did. Okay, all right.
Wow, they fired things across the. That's crazy.
If this Boju came out and just started breakdancing, I would have been more impressed, because it's like, why the fuck do you have that skill? where everything else you have,
That's true. It kind of seems to be like all about his hero persona and everything. Like this guy didn't do anything special or surprising.
Mm-hmm. It's more of a display of raw skill, but not anything that really wowed the audience beyond what they could expect.
Yep.
And as we move backstage, Echo, what did you think of the show that he put on?
Echo snorts and rolls his eyes. That's the only reaction Wayne's getting from him.
All right. Well, we very quickly are going to move on the next performance as I center us a little bit. And Sweet Step, once again appears on stage and introduces each person before they come on stage in order to sort of give them that cue as the next few people come up to do their talents. First, Morgan De Leon steps up, and in a flash of light, she's holding a sword made of psychic energy. She tosses it between her hands for a moment, before giving it a spin and tossing it in the air. As she does this, she spawns in a sledgehammer in her other hand, tossing it in the air as well. She deftly juggles the two weapons before summoning and adding even crazier tools, such as a chainsaw, a dumbbell, a hand axe, and a few more to her juggling frenzy. Next person up is Lewis, who walks on stage, his wings tucked behind him, and you guys see him holding an acoustic guitar. He plays a nice instrumental melody from a song commonly heard on the radio for everyone, going off-key a few times throughout before we quickly move on. Next up, you guys see a pair of people enter the stage. And both of these students, once again, we're going to become newly acquainted with. The first person that steps up to the front of the stage is Jordan. And the girl who follows him on stage is this girl, Emilia. Jordan speaks up in front of the audience. Today, I'm going to make an impossible escape with the help of my lovely assistant. Emilia wraps him up in a straitjacket, then wheels what can only be described as a metal casket on stage. Jordan takes a bow, then steps inside. Emilia closes it behind him, grabbing the metal latch that locks the casket and snapping it off with her bare hand. The casket shakes and shudders a few times before you see his hand elongate and stretch out of the breathing hole near the top and start feeling around. When he feels over the broken latch, his hand stops. Emilia, did you break the latch? That was part of how I'm supposed to get out! I just did what you asked! Wait, am I actually stuck in here? Let me tell you something, eel boy! You want an impossible escape? I'll give you one! Emilia grabs the metal casket, hoisting it in the air before suplexing it through the floor of the stage, causing it to shatter into pieces. The crowd cheers as Sweet Step, in a panicked pink flash, appears on stage and gives a motion for a quick intermission so Great Oak can repair the stage. Woo! A little bit of a cheer, just a little bit of like, hey, alright, we're doing something. A little bit of time passes, you all watch as Great Oak gets on stage and, elongates the roots of their body to repair the wood of the stage before sitting down and giving the go-ahead for the next person. Hard cut to Alan standing in front of the microphone, and he's just kind of standing on the fixed stage in the middle of doing an insane beatboxing performance. He is just going fucking crazy. We hard cut once again to Aiden. You all watch as Aiden comes on stage, places down a very, very tiny glass container, and proceeds to try to fit himself inside of it. And everyone watches awkwardly as he struggles to fit himself in this tiny container for a little bit longer than you were probably expecting to watch, but eventually he does fit himself in the container as you guys hear a gurgled ta-da! And he gets some awkward claps off of the end of that.
Jay is definitely applauding. It's happening.
He exits the container and goes to exit to the side of the stage as the judges speak up about the performances they've seen. Alright, these performances have been a little bit crazy, But a lot of really fun stuff going on stage. I'm getting, I'm getting into it. I'm getting into it. Forsyte comments, yes, we've seen a wide variety of talents, with, I'm sure, an even wider variety yet to come, even outside of their powers and usual skill sets. Nightwalker speaks up, saying, well, most of these performances lack tact. If you're going to break the stage, I believe that is an automatic disqualification. And Great Oak chuckles awkwardly and says, well, they're trying their best. I see value in the effort, regardless. In the audience, what does our audience think about the last few performances they've seen?
Last one was the best one.
Yes, Aiden is the best.
Oh yeah,
Sweet.
sorry, no. The one where the guy got slammed through the floor is the best one. Sorry, I got the order.
Still thinking about that one. Completely missed that
Yeah.
Aiden went up on stage. Like, that was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
Terry J, what are you two thinking?
Terry's having a good time. He finds all of them entertaining to varying degrees. Watching, like, he's thinking, he's like, why would Aiden just fit into, like, and then he stops thinking about it. He's like, whatever.
Yeah, I feel like Jay probably watched Aiden's performance with like their mouth open the whole time, and then at the very end was like, oh shit, oh my god. Was like, just it completely. I feel like Jay is a little bit, I'm trying to think of the word. It's not, I guess, like enthralled. Like they're kind of really into it right now.
Mm-hmm. Aiden slimes over and sloshes into his seat and says, I was afraid I wasn't gonna fit, or that if I did, I wasn't gonna be able to get out. Oh.
It was such an idea that you had. That was an idea.
Yeah, was it good? Did it look good from over here? Cause I couldn't tell how it looked from inside the container. My head was stuffed in it the whole time.
You definitely did get in that container, Aiden.
Yeah,
Good job.
I did do that. He seems happy about the recognition.
Yeah, Jay, like, it's just kind of just smiling, like, but also like, man, what a plan. What a plan this guy had.
What an idea. What really a concept that was had.
And it happened. And that's nice. Jay has a little bit of a lack of words.
We'll transition backstage. Echo, what are you thinking of what you just saw from the last handful of performances?
Echo was actually kind of impressed by some of them, most notably Aiden's, to which he verbally clapped for backstage, even though he couldn't hear it. And actually the variety of everybody, although some were guessable, he's still rather impressed by the talents like being put on display.
Mm-hmm. And you guys see the notification on your handbooks as we hard cut again to the next person going up. We'll look to the stage again. As the next person on stage is going to be this guy. And we will become acquainted with him real quick. You guys watch this guy walk onto the stage. The spotlight's all pointed at him. He smacks his horns a few times before he huffs and looks out over the crowd, and everyone waits with bated breath to see what he plans on doing. He then pulls out a few pieces of paper, clearing his throat. I'm not a meathead. I stand here nervous but excited. I don't speak out. I think real hard, but nothing ever seems to come out. I like to slam, like to smash, but am afraid I might crash. I like when words have meaning. They're not so simple to convey. I like when people greet me, but I don't get a choice how they see me. And everyone seems to see a meat-headed brute with nothing to do but smash his head into walls and charge wildly down the halls. I am complex. I am a mess. I have much to say, much to convey, but I like to play and make a mess and really just enjoy the set. I stand on stage, curtains drawn, lights dimmed, ready for the show to begin. I stand at the edge, held up by string, eyes squinting, ready to let it all in. So I stand here nervous but excited. I'll speak out, think real hard, and see what comes out next. Thank you. And he bows, to which the crowd gives him a little bit of a cheer. And, as he's going to walk and get off stage, the judges speak up once again in response. Sweet Step says, well, I mean, I didn't gather much of that, but, I mean, I think it sounded cool. And Headmistress Foresight offers a little nod of her head and says, I respect him for leaving his comfort zone. Nightwalker noting how he can tell, well, I can tell a great deal of emotion was behind that. I'm interested in the lack of music or accompaniment that he decided to withhold for us so that we could focus on the lyrics. Great Oak, meanwhile, chiming in, just saying, oh, I'm proud of Roy pursuing his passion for poetry. What does the audience think of that performance?
That was very surprising and entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Terry was caught off guard. Wasn't bad, though.
Of course, Jay
I love that.
heavily applauding.
Jay like had a tear in their eye.
A little digital tear in the UI.
Yeah.
We'll flash backstage once again. Echo, as you saw Roy going up to the stage, and then saw that performance, what was going through Echo's head?
Echo's like, he's probably gonna smash something, but like currently he's trying to drag his like jaw off the floor. He just looks at Triff and goes, what did I just watch?
Tiffany is just hand on cheek saying, I didn't get much of that, but it sounded cool.
Yeah. Wow. Good for him.
And we move our view back to the front stage. Let's get this real quick. There's a brief hiatus as the next people are getting ready, and Sweet Step appears on stage once again in a bright flash with a smile. Our next performance is being done by a pair of students, one from Class A and another from Class B. Have the two classes come together to end their rivalry? Let's find out together! And she, in a pink flash, exits the stage, and you guys watch as Danny and Jace both come out from behind the curtain together. And as Danny and Jace both walk out side by side, they turn and move to opposing ends of the stage. They turn to face each other, and music starts to play. Danny starts with a few quick dance moves before smoothly transitioning into a windmill breakdance. The crowd starts to get excited as she hops up and points to Jace, as if challenging her. Jace starts with a quick kick step before transitioning into a two-step breakdancing rotation. She hops up and holds herself with one hand, legs out in the air as she smirks, gesturing for Danny to come at her. Danny smirks in return, doing a quick three-kick rotation before blitzing across the stage as a lightning bolt. As she clashes with Jace, the crowd unanimously gasps in surprise. Jace hops out of the way, slamming into the wall behind her before bouncing off her like rubber. Jace ricochets around the stage, bouncing around like a pinball as she aims to land spinning kicks at Danny. Danny, meanwhile, dodges each attack with breakdancing moves as the two smoothly transition their dance contest into a dance battle. The crowd goes wild as the two combatants throw footwork and power moves at each other, holding true to the style of breakdancing, all while attempting to melee their opponent into submission. By the end of the contest, Danny and Jace are each hopping around the stage, giving a living lightning bolt versus a rubber pinball. Finally, they clash with a pair of axe kicks, with neither of them willing to admit defeat. They both land, and after a moment where you think they're about to start throwing hands at each other, they stop, stand upright, and they shake hands before bowing to the crowd together, who is going wild for their performance. Sweetstep chimes in and just says, "Wow, that was crazy! That speed was incredible!" Great Oak mentioning, "That was fast enough. I was not able to keep up with the motions happening on stage." Nightwalker chimes in, "Their incredible dancing and combat was remarkable, to say the least. The high speed that they reached was incredible and may have been lost on some of the crowd, but I could see their precise movements. Bravo." And finally, Headmistress Foresight closes them out, commenting that, "Well, while it looked choreographed, I can tell all of those moves were improvised, and yet they were each as careful and precise as if they had been choreographed. Very impressive indeed. I'm wondering if any of the next performances will be able to match up to such a feat." And you both watch as Danny and Jace exit the stage. Back down to the audience. Jay and Terry, you guys watch as Danny exits the stage and just sort of finds a seat between you two since it's the closest one. And you can see that she's not really out of breath, but you can tell that she was putting a lot into her movements in that performance.
Well done.
Go on.
No, you just said well done.
She nods and, pushes up her sunglasses a little bit and says, "Thank you. I just wish I could have finished that fight."
It was still awesome, though.
Thanks. And, she'll just kind of put her hands behind her head and just say, "Well, now to see if it was good enough to win the competition." Alex, Lily, what did you two think?
That was good.
Good stuff.
I was wowed. I'm gonna say Lily fell asleep while I was gone. So whatever acts just happened, Lily just came back to. She conked out.
Oh damn! Yeah, you wake up to hear people talking about how a fight happened on stage.
Oh, what? She'll just trust that Terry will upload it to his channel if there was such a fight. Surely he must have recorded it.
Terry, were you recording?
Yeah, 100%.
Nice.
Do you show the recording to Danny?
If asked, yes.
Well, she doesn't know you were recording.
Like recording the entire talent show, like. It's
Oh,
not
I
like,
see.
Yeah, like it's not just one thing.
Yeah, then when she looks over at you having recorded, she's like, "Oh, you gotta send me that."
Oh, okay.
And she shoots a finger gun at you. And backstage, we're back with people from our class. Echo, you're standing next to Triffany as you watched Danny and Jace blitz around the stage like bullets, just clashing into each other with their breakdancing fight. What do you think of the performance?
I am so impressed how fast they were. Like, I'm good at traversing, but that was kind of crazy.
You look over to Triffany, whose eyes are spinning as if she got dizzy trying to watch it.
He like snaps his fingers in front of Triff. You alright?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, just making sure.
Oh, there were many bright lights. It was, quite a
liked
days.
I thought you liked those lights, though.
Oh, yes, there were just many to look at. It made me a little dizzy, is all.
And that, that's fair, but wow, that's going to be a hard act to follow.
Oh, yes. I wonder who is next.
No idea.
And once again, Sweetstep appears on stage and quickly introduces the next few students in quick succession. The next person to come up is Gloria Johansson, as she enters the light, twirling a baton in her hand. She offers a wink to the crowd, from which you hear a lot of guys cheering. You watch as she performs a gymnastic performance, all while maintaining her baton twirling. Every so often, she'll do a flip or a series of jumps, and have to throw her baton into the air, always managing to catch it before it hits the ground. Sometimes it looked like she absolutely won't be able to catch it, but by some miracle, she always does. Then, everyone in the crowd hears creaking near the ceiling as, due to the last battle that happened on stage, metal fixtures and lights begin to fall onto the stage all around her. She looks surprised by this, dancing and doing flips to avoid the falling debris, all the while tossing her baton into the air and catching it on the way down. Amazingly, none of the debris even touches her, as she ends the show with a deep bow, the broken lights offering her some free pyrotechnics in the background. The teachers are stunned as they call for a brief break so they can, once again, fix the stage with multitask's help this time. She'll exit the stage. We will cut ahead to our next performance.
Jay probably was watching that and was like, "Oh my God, was that supposed to happen?" like,
Yeah, with Gloria's expression after the show, despite her grin, and the teachers going up to fix everything, you have a feeling that was absolutely not supposed to happen.
I love it. I feel like Jay is really invested in this.
And after a few moments, we have another hard cut. After everything has been prepared, Priscilla gets on stage, offering a sweet wave to the crowd. She seems to be wearing clothes from her family's latest fashion line, using this as an opportunity to do a fashion show for the crowd. She creates platforms of light to make a path so she can walk out over the crowd, strutting all the way as if walking on a catwalk. Out to her sides, mirror copies walk out in all directions so everyone can get a good view of just how good she looks. Rainbow light beams scatter across the auditorium as she goes above and beyond to make sure all eyes are on her, and she looks stunning. Once again, many male voices in the crowd go wild as her rainbow platforms and copies come back and fuse with her, giving her a radiant aura, waving sweetly and blowing a kiss to the crowd. Following the fashion show, as Priscilla goes back to sit in her seat, or at least in one of the seats, music plays as Evan runs out onto the stage, parting the curtains and making his way up front. Evan, with a smile, quickly whips out a yo-yo. He flings it ahead of him before quickly calling it back. He grins to the crowd and whips the yo-yo out so far that it spins in the air above the crowd for a moment, who start to give a couple of claps. He calls the yo-yo back, making it revolve around him. He walks the dog for a moment before whipping out a second yo-yo, walking it like another dog. He has them walk side by side before they bump into each other and hop back. He masterfully puppeteers these yo-yos as they spin near the ground, having them act out as if they're two dogs barking at each other, chasing each other around his legs and tying him up. The crowd laughs, which gives Evan another big grin. He then smirks, whipping the yo-yos back to free himself as he flings them straight out over the crowd again, allowing them to spin in the air for a moment before recalling them. He then releases one yo-yo to show off the around the world trick, only calling it back so he can throw both into parallel around the world orbits. The crowd starts to cheer for Evan as he calls them back, offering one final trick. He puts his hand behind his back before whipping out 4 yo-yos, 2 in each hand, each connected to a different finger. He walks 4 dogs for a moment, then whips them back and goes around the world with all 4 yo-yos. He calls them back and offers a bow to close out his performance, earning plenty of applause. He'll exit the stage, quickly make his way down to his seat, and will hard cut to the next performance. As the next performer is from the other class. In a bright flash, Kathleen appears on the stage, in a flash of popping sparkles, waving eagerly to the audience. She looks around for a moment, patting her pockets, seemingly having forgotten something, before she pops out of existence. You all see a flash of light from the other side of the room as she teleports over to her seat, grabs something, and pops back on stage once again with a jump rope in her hands. She immediately starts jump roping, doing mini jumps in quick succession, not missing a beat. She then starts to do a wild-looking tap dance as she jumps before going double dutch. She does a backflip in the middle of it. At some point, you can tell she's just kind of winging it. A little while later, she's popped out of existence a few times, reappearing with random things. In one hand, she's trying to do a Rubik's Cube. In the other, she's playing a phone game, and she's even chewing gum and blowing bubbles. Eventually, she trips over her own feet and falls over into a pile of toys, giggling to herself as the audience gives a mix of rowdy and awkward applause. She's grinning ear to ear as she disappears in a pop of sparkles to go back to her seat.
I love that you described 3 actions that do not require her to move, and then she tripped over her own feet.
Yeah, she
Why
just managed to
was she
do.
walking?
Oh no, she was still doing the jump roping with all of that.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, back at our judges, Sweet Step is just kind of looking at the stage, then watches her teleport to her seat and says, "I like that girl's style. I wonder how we got so many strange performances. Is every year going to get worse?" Grado pipes up and
God.
just says, "It's been much livelier this year." And Headmistress Foresight just says, "Well, we have a high level of commitment in these performances, but it's still anyone's to win." Back down in the audience, we've had another flurry of performances, and Evan has come down here and plopped into his seat next to you, Alex, and just kind of, is sweating a little bit, as he's like, "Oh god, okay, I didn't drop any of my yo-yos, so, at least I finished the performance."
Well, that was awesome, and she goes to give him a high five.
He high-fives her back and just says, "Well, I hope the judges and rest of the audience thought it was awesome. I couldn't think of anything else to do, but, I figured I had something cool I could do with this, so I went for it."
Well, I'm glad you did. I definitely did not expect that from you, but good job.
Thanks. And we'll move backstage. Oh, unless anybody has anything to say in the audience.
I was just gonna make a joke. Lily's just gonna say out loud, like, "So who wants to take a bet on what Nelson's talent is?" I think he's gonna recite the entire Declaration of Independence from memory.
Olivia giggles at that, and Maya is like trying to think for a second and just sighs and is like, "I can't top that." Meanwhile,
I have no idea.
Meanwhile, backstage, we're coming down to our last couple of people, Echo. How are you feeling as you're standing back here with the last couple of performers?
He's getting a little more nervous, but he's just kind of like breathing in and out, kind of what Scales taught him to calm down before like a big raid or something. He's just kind of calming down, closing his eyes. He's actually been really impressed by the number of like performances that have went on, and how like everyone has done so far. He was actually kind of amused by Pixel. It's actually really happy she just went up to have fun, and he kind of reminded himself that that's part of this. So he's going to try to take that mentality of just having fun and let the rest fall into place.
And you think about this, and you look down as you can see the next person that's meant to go up is Nelson.
Oh. As he's walking to stage, go where his hand is. "You got this, Nelson."
Thanks. I'm a little nervous, but I'll just have to go for it.
That's all you can do. It. Have fun.
Yes, I'll have fun. And he smiles to you and goes to run to the stage and get out in front of everybody. And Eugene just kind of moves over by the door and is like, "Well, not many of us left."
Nope. I wonder who's gonna be next.
We'll see. As he looks towards the door, we'll move out onto the stage for Nelson's performance. Nelson steps up to the front of the stage, nervously clearing his throat. "Hello, fellow soon-to-be heroes. Today, I want to sing a little song for you. I hope you enjoy." And out to his sides, more Nelsons appear. They all center themselves in front of the mic. I accidentally moved the mic a little bit with that. That's okay. His duplicates stand at his sides. They all get close to the mic.
"I may not always love you, but long as there are stars so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you, without you. And if you should ever leave me, though life would still go on, believe me, the world could show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you.
At that, of course, the crowd cheers for Nelson. They think he's done a wonderful job. He calls his copies back into himself and gives a deep bow to the crowd. Honestly, having taken in an honest applause. And all of the judges agree that the performance may not have been flashy, but it was surprising and enjoyable. He goes to walk off stage to join everyone back down in the audience.
Alex definitely applauded a lot and cheered for Nelson.
Yeah, that was crazy good. Heck yeah.
He sits down and is cleaning his glasses and just says, "Oh, okay, just glad my voice didn't crack up there. Oh,
You did amazing.
Yeah, you crushed that, Boyle.
thanks." He kind of rubs the back of his neck a little bit, still clearly feeling very awkward about it. And just as quickly as that performance started, another one starts on stage. As our next performer, Echo, you look across the way as you see Eugene smirk at you before stepping out on stage.
Break a leg.
Eugene steps on stage wearing something similar to his hero costume, but dressed a little more elegantly, as he whips out a little black ring, flips it out, puts it on, and he is now dressed like a magician. Students of Star Heights, today a mundane man with no magic spells will dazzle you all with the truest form of magic through impossible motions. But to properly amaze you, I'll need a volunteer from the audience, someone I've not been in contact with prior to my performance, to serve as a pair of unbiased eyes ready to catch me should I be trying to fool you all. Let's see if I'm across the crowd. How about you, wearing the thick hoodie in the second row? And Eugene points to you, Terry. Do you go on stage?
Sure. He'd kick Nelson, like in the shin lightly.
You mean Lawrence?
Yeah, Lawrence.
You kick him, you go, huh? What? Are we leaving?
I'm being, record. I'm indisposed.
Oh, shit.
Hey, everybody. He'd wave.
People wave in the crowd back to you, and he smiles and offers you a little wave, looks back to the crowd. Now, for my first act, I'd like for you to tie this ribbon into a bow around my finger. Don't be shy, tie it as tight as you want.
Oh, alright. Harry would just tie it, like, not that tight at all, but, like, quickly.
Now, by the end of the show, I'm going to try to get this ribbon off of my finger and onto yours. Are you sure you tied it tight enough? Because I don't want you to say it's too loose later.
No, I think it's fine.
Alright, let's move away from the ribbon and show you all another act I've learned. It's quite simple, and all it involves is a quarter. And he flourishes his hand and a quarter appears betwixt his fingers. Now, take this marker and draw whatever marking you want on the coin for us.
Harry would take both, draw a smiley face on the quarter with like 2 dots and a smile, 2 dots for eyes.
He takes it back,
nods to it, shows the crowd. Might be hard to see, he's drawn a smiley face here, simple but effective as a marking. Now this quarter will not be whole for long, as I can quite simply punch a hole through it. All I have to do is say the magic words and tap my hand 3 times. He closes his fist with the ribbon attached, with the quarter inside. He whips out his little magic wand, tapping the back of his hand with his magic wand. Abracadabra! And he opens his hand, revealing a quarter with a hole punched through it. Now we may have some naysayers in the crowd, likely Class 1B, unable to believe such amazing things are possible, but we're not all so mundane. I do suppose it's hard to check for the marking with the center of the coin gone, so this could be another quarter. I didn't consider that with the size of the marking. Nevertheless, I'll try another act that will really wow you all. Teleportation. And no, I didn't steal Kathleen's power for this. He pulls a long red cloth from his chest pocket, balling it up in his hand. Pulls it out to both sides, balling it up again in his hands, before opening them, the cloth having totally disappeared. Where did it go? Perhaps right behind my assistant's head! And he reaches behind your head, Terry, and starts pulling out a much longer series of colored cloths tied with, a bunch of different colors all tied together, none of which are red. Oh goodness, I didn't put that many away. It looks like my act is still a little faulty. Well, I suppose the show is nearly over, but... Wait, what's that in your pocket there? And Terry, he points over to your pocket, which has a little bit of red in it.
He take whatever it is out of his pocket. Terry doesn't put anything in his pocket.
And as you pull it out, the first thing you notice is that around your finger, the ribbon is tied to your finger. Oh! It seems the ribbon moved along with my trick, but what's that in your hand? Do you open your hand, Terry?
Yeah, he would.
When you open your hand, you are holding a bundled red cloth, which when you open up the red cloth, has the center of the quarter inside with the smiley face on it. Eugene bows to the audience, thanking them graciously as they all start to cheer for his performance. And he motions for you to bow to the crowd as well.
Terry would do so.
After this, Eugene goes to sit back down, taking his stuff from you, and just gives you a nod and a wink before going to head off stage. And the judges start to make comment. Sweet Step clapping and just being like, "Wow, I can't believe it! I didn't know he could use magic! That's crazy!" She has totally bought into the performance. Nightwalker, meanwhile, just sits back and says, "The show was cheap and clearly full of sleight of hand tricks. It's not necessarily spectacular, if I were to put a word to it." Great Oak says, "Well, Eugene had been practicing the act on me a lot after class, so I might be a little biased on this one." And Foresight ends off with just saying, "The act was simple, but effective in keeping engagement. Bravo." And
Terry's thoughts.
Yeah, Terry, what do you think?
He knows an actual wizard, so yeah. Lawrence can actually do magic.
Yeah, I liked him being like, "I know Class 1B might think such a magic isn't real."
That's a wizard.
What do you mean? Does Class 1A have I guess Kathleen's the closest they've got, right?
Yeah, Terry, as you sit down, Lawrence just looks over and hands you your phone and just says, "So, how was his magic?"
Well, immature. Kind of like him. But I respect the gusto.
Sleight of hand magic shows and magic tricks. Simpler times.
Yeah, well, at least his magic didn't infect anybody.
He looks around as if, like, he heard somebody say that, but he couldn't tell who said it. He's like, what?
Oh. Probably nothing. Don't worry about it.
He'd look back at Lily and just kind of shrug.
She just rolls her eyes.
And we'll move backstage really quick. As Echo, you see a notification on your handbook that you're the next one up.
How are you feeling?
No. Echo like thought, yeah, no, they'd make Triffany go up first, wouldn't they? And he saw the little ding as he's up next. So you're like, shit. He kind of just takes a deep breath and nods to Triff. Actually, like he would have prior to this and like actually been like, that wasn't half bad to Eugene's performance. But he looks at Triff and goes, "Well, I'm up, so."
Oh, try not to break a leg up there. I know a lot of people have wished you broken legs, but I believe you will not do it.
I think it's a figure of speech, but thank you, Triff. I appreciate it.
Oh, now why would they need figures for their speech?
I couldn't tell you. Earth custom. And he gives a little shrug and goes to wait by the door.
And you get your ding and are called up to the stage.
Echo comes up on stage and he just takes the mic and goes, "Hello, Star Heights. Today I'm going to be doing something a little bit different." And internally, Echo thanks Alex for the little woo. But I'm going to be doing something a little different today, which I have graciously asked the Engineer Club to help me create something truly special here. They're going to come up and help me real quick once we get things started. But I just wanted to put a little plug in, thanking them for their efforts, and to encourage you all to look into clubs. They always need you. And it's always good to help them out and be a part of something special.
You get a few whoops from the few Engineer Club people, and you look down in the crowd and see Multitask in the second row here, and she gives you the OK sign as she kind of like flashes a remote at you.
Echo kind of nods. He says, "I will." Ethan out of character. Would they have given him like where to stand?
Yeah, you need to go stand at stage right, basically.
Sounds good. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the show. Puts the mic down. Goes to walk right.
I'll zoom us out a little bit. And after a moment, the floor of the stage flips up and shows a conveyor belt that is moving along it. And along the sides, there are bits of the obstacle course that pop up as well, all seemingly connected to the mechanism of this conveyor belt. And you can see there's a very complex mechanism going on here behind the stage, behind the curtains, but you are able to look ahead and focus on the obstacle course. It's all sitting still, and then as you hear a beep, you know you have clearance to run ahead into the obstacle course and start your performance.
Echo takes a small, deep breath, pulls down his goggles, calls on Spark, and mutters, "The games begin," as he goes to start running through the obstacle.
All right, and running you do. You start running forward, of course. There are a few small obstacles in your way at the start, just a few hurdles and a few things that are basically set up to be like, oh, if you start trying to jump and to just focus on the lower obstacles, there are some higher ones that are going to smack you in the head. So as you approach, how do you want to approach the obstacle course? How are you trying to get through here?
Echo is going to be basically doing it all, because I know they said not to rely on your power, so he's going to be trying to do it purely through mostly showy acrobatics.
Okay. In that case, roll to directly engage a threat.
Oh no, oh dear. All right.
Oh dear. Yeah, you're running forward. you do have.
That ain't gonna help me. That's only one.
I think we have 2 team points, and that still wouldn't be enough. Actually, hold on. You guys got 1 team point earlier. Yeah, and then you have, I believe, 1 by default, or is it 3?
I think it's just 1, isn't it?
Isn't it 1? Unless we.
I think it is. Yeah.
Which.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you're running forward, and at the start of the obstacle course, a few of the initial obstacles go and they start tripping you up as you trip over the first hurdle and roll under the next one as the next series of obstacles are coming at you. But it's just the beginning of the obstacle course. You have more to go. How do you want to approach the next segment?
Mark, I need your help. Let's plan a course, yeah?
Yeah, you hear some beeping from Spark as he starts analyzing the course ahead of you, and you can roll to assess the situation with your sharpened eyes. That's more like it. All right, so let's see here. Your sharpened eyes gives you an extra question, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so you've got 3 questions about the obstacle course and what's coming up. What do you want to know?
What is the best way through this?
The best...
Sorry, go ahead. Do you want me to ask all 3 of them and then?
Yeah, go ahead and ask all 3.
What is the best way through this? How can I be really showy about it? And how can I impress people?
Okay, I'll say we can save your 3rd question because those last 2 are kind of similar.
Okay.
The first thing, how to best get through this. You know, first off and foremost, the best way to probably get through this would, of course, be to use your portals, but you're trying to avoid that. So the next best way is that you have seen a course that is plotted out to, jump over the first few hurdles, basically do some wall jumps along some walls that are starting to come towards you, and then you see a few bars that are coming up along with the obstacles that look like perfect latch points for your grappling hook. In order to do it in a showy way, Spark alters your path a little bit to add optimal points where you should have enough airtime to add a flip into your jumps and really add to it. And right now, if you continue to do a combat roll in this moment of analyzing, it'll make people maybe look away from that initial trip and think, okay, it's just kind of like he's getting into it, but he's moving out of that. And in terms of being showy as well, you are basically guaranteed, once you start getting the grappling hook, if you can start making a lot of fast, long, quick movements, you think that's going to be pretty impressive for people.
He's going to do it then.
All right. Then roll to directly engage a threat with, I believe you have +1 forward against the obstacle course because of assessing the situation. Yes.
Yeah. So when it's a situational bonus plus penny, do I add +1 or how does that work? Because I've never really modified this.
Yeah, you will add a +1.
So just put +1 there.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck.
Oh wow, was that with the +1?
Let me check. Yeah.
No, actually that was not, but it would have been a 5 regardless. So
I can use the 2 team points to make it a.
Yeah, you could use the 2 team points to make it a 7. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Additionally, let's see. Let's see here. Since you're spending team and you're not using it for anyone else, this might also be considered using team selfishly, since you're just using 2 team points on yourself. So, let's see. How would you say that going through this performance, you're very scared of the potential of messing up. You have a perfect plotted course, but it is coming at you fast, and you don't know what's coming next. So, how are you going to go about this in a way that ignores or insults your teammates, which in this case would be the engineering course? This also allows you to shift 1 label up and 1 label down.
And instead of using team selfishly, can I do something else?
You can.
Can I try to use, because it's not as showy as what I had planned, but Echo realizing, shit, this is coming close. Could he use his portals and or grappling hook to kind of, well, I don't know if his his grappling hook counts as a power, does it?
Your grappling hook does not, no.
Is there a way he can use his portals to kind of make up that extra, because he knows he's probably, the way it's moving this fast, he's gonna fail, or he starts running it and he realizes it. Is there a way he could use his portals to kind of make up the difference to try to, still make it?
Yeah, go ahead and roll to unleash your powers.
And this is where it goes sideways.
There we go. Yeah, so you tripped over the first thing, you go into the next part of the obstacle course, you get smacked by something a little bit higher up, and you're like, okay, fuck it, I'm throwing some portals in here. And you start whipping out portals in order to dodge basically through the obstacles as they're coming at you. And it's not very flashy. And, in some instances, it kind of looks like, okay, you're cheating by going around the obstacle course, but you try to throw in a few acrobatics in there to dodge some of the obstacles that you're prepared for. And you're going through, and eventually you come up to one of the grappling points. And now is the series of grappling points that it's time for your test, and it will be a danger test.
I really should have upped danger recently, but that's fine, I guess. Alright. Oh, what are these grappling points made out of?
They're just made out of a standard metal.
Can I... Because I assume Echo, and I'm flavoring this, Ethan, so humor me if this doesn't work. I'm just putting this out there. Echo kind of got a little bit rough at the start. He's had a kind of a rough middle thing, and then the grappling points are coming up. Do people in the audience underestimate him?
Yes, they do underestimate you now that you have failed twice.
More importantly, does the obstacle course underestimate him?
I asked this because I was going to ask if I could use Lilith's Space Bandit, which is when you indirectly engage a threat that underestimates you, roll plus superior instead of danger.
I'll say yes. I think that counts for this.
Yeah. Gotta. Because how far is he through the obstacle course?
You're about halfway through the obstacle course.
Okay. Oh, please, I'm praying to the Lord. Oh.
Damn!
I'm gonna use one, because I didn't use them earlier, I'm gonna use one, just to keep it a 7.
Alright. So, in order to get team points, you either have to use it selfishly or team has to be able to help you. Are you able to get help from your team? Do you want to send a signal for them to slow it down for you?
Actually, this could be fun. Hey Alex, you see Echo kind of struggling.
Alex, do you want to not get a signal from Echo but help him in some way? Does any one of the players want to cheat for Echo?
What can I do? Can I try and use my powers in some way?
Yeah, you can just lighten his gravity and make it easier for him to, moon jump over things. If, again, you see him, doing poorly and you think Alex would just, without needing to be told by Echo, be like, yeah, I'll help him cheat.
If not, I'll eat my lumps, because this actually is an interesting point of, okay, he's doing rough, that's fine, too. Just wanted to...
I'll try it. Would I do unleash my powers?
No, it's just that he needs to spend a team point, and team point is people help each other. So since you have agreed, Echo, you kind of look over into the crowd briefly. You and Alex lock eyes from across the auditorium. You keep going, and Alex, you're a good friend. You lighten the gravity around Echo from far away. Not a whole lot, but just enough to give him an edge. And Echo, you're the littlest space bandit. You've whipped out your grappling hook. You're like, all right, no more portals. I cheated a bit at the beginning. I feel like I'm cheating a bit now. We're gonna clear the ending. So you got a 7 on that move, and that's just use a different label. That doesn't have any other weird additional effects.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you feel yourself become lighter as you're jumping around the obstacles. You're doing a couple of wall jumps much easier than otherwise you would have, and you see some metal poles coming at you. You whip out your grappling hook, which latches onto each one, allowing you to pull yourself up to them, to perch on them, almost like a little gargoyle. You whip out to the next one, and you zip from point to point, and, you can feel that, okay, if the gravity conditions weren't as light as they are right now, I probably would have eaten shit on the floor, which is what Spark's letting you know. So you're like, okay, adjusting for gravity, this is much easier. And you're zipping along through these points in the course before finally the next part of the course comes up, the final gauntlet of your obstacle course, as it comes up with a few rings that are in front of the finish line of varying sizes at varying points, as if you need to go through all of these rings without hitting the floor. How do you want to approach this?
I assume Alex turns the gravity's back after he's done that.
Yeah,
first
the
bit.
gravity could only be done for a brief moment. It helped you get through that part, and now you're at the end.
Okay. Echo's gonna do a quick, 1 second interval of all of the different realms real quick.
Okay.
What's in each of the realms?
In each of the realms, in Pagonia, you have got like a little frozen lake, basically. In Kafsi, you have, a big, massive lava lake. And then in Megea, it's just more wastes, the usual. Maybe a few rocks here and there.
Without touching the rings, how many rings are there in a row? Like, how far is it?
There are 5 rings. Varying sizes at varying elevations.
Oh, I see. It's not just one.
Mm-hmm.
Good question. Echo's gonna look to see if, because I know he did this trick earlier, are there any geysers through the lava realm that could give him a little bit of elevation for one of the realms?
Roll to assess the situation.
Basically, he's looking to see if there's anything in the realms that could give him elevation at different heights.
Mm-hmm.
For different timings.
Yeah.
I would sooner push him. Good teamwork.
All right, full hit. Yeah, and you've got a couple of questions here. But yeah, you're looking through all of the dimensions, and you think that your best bet is probably, in Kafsi, there is a lava lake and there are a few rocks sticking out of it at varying heights, but that's kind of dangerous. In Megea, you've got the same thing with, rocks jutting out of the sand, so you think that's probably your best bet.
Okay. So what Echo's going to do is he's going to use the rocks jutting out of the sand to give him elevation and then let himself fall and then use his grappling hook to kind of make the distance for the rest of them.
Okay, and are you fully hopping into the other dimension when you do this? How are you approaching this?
He's going to, try to bring them, I guess, into the world in a way.
Right, like you're kind of casting a portal across the floor to reveal, oh, there are some rocks here that I can hop on, almost like a little platform in the air.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and then you said you're using your grappling hook to try to go through the hoops?
Yeah, to kind of make the distance, to latch on to, further things, and then when he needs elevation, use the rocks. When he needs to low, he just kind of falls, and then when he needs to find a little bit, he's going to use the grappling hook.
All right, then you can roll another Littlest Space Bandit move and see if you clear the end of the obstacle course.
Good to know that everyone still doubts him.
Yes.
Ah, well. He's having fun.
All right. That is an 8 on what would be directly engage a threat, basically. So let's see. Yeah, you're going through here, and you're able to use the rocks to help with your elevation as you're going through the first couple of hoops. And you send out your grappling hook to try to whip through the last couple of hoops at the same time to try to add some flourish. And you do make it through the hoops without hitting them. However, the bit that you latched onto was, by your mistake, not part of the obstacle course, but part of, some of the curtains of the stage. So as you whip yourself through the rings, you pull down some of the curtains of the stage. You land on your face across the finish line, and the curtains fall over you as everyone in the audience sits there for a second and then gives some awkward claps, with a few people cheering that are here to cheer for you. But generally, a very awkward vibe as you make it through, but not quite how you want it to.
Echo after stands up as he kind of tosses the curtain away, off of him, and just gives a big smile. And gives a bow regardless, a little bit of showmanship, and says, "Thank you, everyone."
Yeah, and you give your little bow, Multitask goes to turn off the obstacle course, have it shut down, and go beneath the stage as you make your way off. And the judges...
As Multitask does that, he kind of just gives like a last little flourish towards the engineer club and kind of claps for them as well.
She waves with her little robot claws as they clack in the distance. And as you make your way off the stage, the judges are going to start making comment on what their thoughts on your performance were. First, Sweet Step speaks up, and she says, "Very kinetic. I really liked all the moving around. Honestly, I thought it was kind of impressive that he even tried something like this at all. I mean, that technical course, they've really got something over in the engineering club." Headmistress Foresight, pressing her fingers together, gives a little nod and says, "It was an exemplary effort, though it was quite clumsy." And Nightwalker nods and says, "I agree, it was quite clumsy." And Great Oak just offers a warm smile and says, "Well, that is going to happen when you are unprepared for what's ahead of you, but in the very least, he tried." And Echo, you make your way back over to your classmates over here.
Echo kind of sits down with a small smile as he just kind of rubs the back of his head. Oh, maybe I need a little bit more practice. I'm getting soft.
Evan sighs and looks at you and just says, "Hey, tried your best, man." And he offers another fist bump for you.
Echo leans over and kind of does it behind Alex there with a smile.
And Alex says, "Yeah, you gave it your best try. Good effort." And she also goes ahead and gives him a fist bump.
He gives you a fist bump back, and in his eyes, you see him saying, like you see it, like, "Thank you for the help." But he kind of just sits back in his chair and goes, "You know what? I at least had fun. Just shows that I need to not go getting a little easy on my old training. I should not, give it up."
Yeah, gotta keep up on that training routine with Nelson.
Yeah,
Nelson perks up and looks back at you, and Gabe just kind of looks over at you and looks you over for a second.
Echo kind of catches his eye and goes, "Yeah?"
Nothing. He just kind of looks away from you.
Echo kind of nods with a small smile. Well, we got one more show, so I'm sure Triff can top that.
Yeah, we'll look back at the front stage.
Out of pure curiosity, what was everyone else's reaction in terms of the play characters? Like, to that?
What was what, Will?
Like with Lily and Terry.
I mean, you didn't fall, so Lily didn't. One, didn't jeer or make fun of you, but also two, wasn't as entertained as if you did fall. But it was better than Banjo, which is what she thought you were gonna do.
Fair enough.
Carrie found it entertaining. You had to like rank it. It's like top middle. He was kind of worried. He was kind of worried that like Echo was actually just gonna fall and like eat dirt and like headbutt through the stage. But
And what did you say, David, about the yo-yo?
I said yo-yos did clear it. Yo-yos and Nelson are the two most impressive in this class, in Lily's opinion.
Well, after Echo makes his way to his seat, Sweet Step appears on stage once again. "We've had a lot of stunning acts today, but it's time for our finale. Give it up for Miss Triffany Argax III." And she, once again in a pink flash, speeds off of the stage, pops back into her seat, and through the curtains in the back, the door opens, and Triffany flutters onto the stage, wearing traditional-looking clothing with many trailing ribbons. Triffany's wings flare out as she flutters into the air, spinning around gently. Her bulbous eyes flash as she looks over the audience with a grin. Her movements through the air are smooth as silk as she dances in her flight path with elegance and grace. Everyone in the crowd has their gaze locked onto her as their own eyes glaze over. You watch as Triffany splits into four, dancing in parallel over the audience in magnificent play of beauty. Each movement of her wings and arms graces you and makes you feel as though you want to melt in her grasp. Her dance almost beckons you to join her as she smiles at you, her voice as sweet as honey.
Do not be afraid to watch me. It is okay to love my dance. You too may feel my warmth.
Her dance goes on for a bit longer before the Triphanies orbit the crowd overhead, all 4 of her landing in the same spot on the stage. The crowd vocalizes their displeasure of her act ending so soon, but when she curtsies, they can't help but cheer for her uproariously. And of course, as everyone cheers throughout the auditorium for our final performance, being as stunning and eye-catching as it was, we get some of our judges' comments. Everybody looks over at Sweet Step, who is just sort of coming out of a daze. What? What happened? And Nightwalker, seemingly unaffected. I respect the cultural origin of your dance of choice, but a mating dance is inappropriate and may deserve to be automatically disqualified. Great Oak, also unaffected, gently says, Well, Nightwalker, it is still involving the grace and effort that is necessary to pull off. I believe that we should give her a chance. And Headmistress Foresight thinks for a moment and says, I agree. I believe it can be allowed given the changes that were made to the performance. I commend the effort. And as Headmistress Foresight, again, obviously unaffected, comments on that, the crowd gives another polite clap as Triphany goes to move off of the stage and to take a seat. And the judges start talking amongst themselves, as well as the audience, on who they believe should win. Triphany flutters over everybody, giving little waves to Lawrence and Terry since they're in her flight path, and landing in the last remaining chair over here. And now, I would like to offer you all an opportunity as we move into the end of the show here. So the auditorium is buzzing with everybody's thoughts on all of the different performances, because a lot of people went on today, and the judges are talking about it, they're keeping an ear to the crowd. And I want you guys to, first of all, each of you all go one by one to ask what your thoughts of the overall show were, who your favorites were, starting with Jay. What did you think? Who was your favorite?
My favorite was Nelson, to be quite honest. I think I just didn't expect it right away. And then whenever it started, I was like, yeah, major win for Nelson, honestly. Yeah, I think honestly, overall with the show, I really just liked all the talents that kind of I didn't expect. I liked Aiden's performance. I liked Echo's performance. I liked the ones that, were just kind of cool.
A little surprising.
A little surprising, yeah, exactly. A little unexpected.
Well, Terry, what were your thoughts? Who were your favorites?
Terry's thoughts on this whole competition is that probably Evan's talent was the most unexpected, which adds points, and then nothing went horribly wrong, which adds more points. But from a performance standpoint, Nelson Land. So honestly, Terry's gonna mentally flip a coin between those two as which one was his favorite.
Okay. Lily, what are your thoughts on the performances?
Lily liked Nelson's.
Okay.
But if anyone asked, she would verbally say Evan.
All right. Alex, what about you?
Well, there was a lot of enjoyable, entertaining performances, but I think if she had to pick a favorite, it probably would be Nelson. There's just something about a little, barbershop quartet of Nelsons singing on stage that's just charming.
All right. And Echo, what do you think?
So I have 3 I really enjoyed. First was Nelson. The third one was very unexpected but very fun. That was Evans with the yo-yos. And third, I gotta give it to my boy Eugene, because I don't know. The magic, old school magic, is just also very fun to watch, and the whole showmanship aspect of it.
Now, how high do you place on your own favorites list?
Echo knows he didn't do too hot compared to some of the other talents, but at the end of the day, he had fun, and that's what matters.
Mm-hmm. Well,
even if he feels kind of bad for like the engineer club and letting them down a little bit.
Well, knowing how you all feel about the show, I'm going to offer each of you an opportunity. Like with how you can roll for rumors, you can roll plus mundane to try to help any one contender by talking them up to other people in the crowd to try to get them to basically give them more of a chance to win.
My God.
So you can each pick one performer that you want to be your favorite, and you can roll plus mundane to see if you can help hype them up.
I am rolling for Nelson.
All right.
I'm also gonna roll for Nelson. He needs a win right now, my boy.
I also roll for Nelson, but I want in canon. She's like, yeah, he was pretty cool, I guess. Like he was pretty good, I guess.
Like
yeah.
you're being sly about it. You're getting other people to talk about him.
Yeah, like he had the voice of an angel, sure. Yeah.
Is there a plus or a minus to this, or is it just 0?
It is your plus mundane.
Plus mundane? Okay, so... Yeah, so... Terry liked Evan's the best, so you can go for Evan.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, so, Echo, whenever you're talking to people in the crowd about the show, nobody even listens to you because you were up there in the show, so it's like, even if you're talking up other people, it's like, you're kind of biased, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
Lily, you're being so passive about it that you're not really making an impact, because you're like, whatever. Yeah, whatever. And Terry, as you're talking to people about it, you note that as much as you're like, I really liked Evans, I think that he kind of deserves some praise here, you hear a lot more people talking about Nelson. As Alex and Jay, you two do a great job, talking up Nelson and really getting people excited for his performance. And everybody seems to come to pretty much an agreement as a pink flash occurs and Sweet Step appears back on stage and she says, "All right, I believe we have a winner for our talent show, but first we're going to go through third and second place. So, in third place in our talent show, earning the bronze medal, is..." And she rips open a paper envelope, which you guys are like, they didn't have any time to put anything there. She's just doing that. But she opens it, looks inside, and says, "Triffany Argax the Third, come on up, girl." And Triffany claps and goes to flutter over people and fly onto the stage to stand next to Sweet Step, which Sweet Step motions for her to stand at the back a little bit. Second place is going to be... She looks down to the teachers and Nightwalker just says, kind of moves his hand like, get on with it. She says, "Okay, second place is Evan Quarters. Get on up here, man." And he's like, "All right, okay, all right, I'll take second place. All right." And he goes to high five you, Echo and Alex.
Yeah, high five.
And then he extends a tendril going to high five everybody in the class so that he doesn't take too long to get up there. But he eventually, he runs his way up. He flashes the yo-yos a little bit. I sized him a little bit. There we go. Let's get back to normal. He runs up and, shakes Sweet Step's hand, stands to her side, and she says, "And our winner for the talent show is Mr. Nelson Boyle. Come on down, Nelson. You won." And Nelson stands up and is like, oh, me? And he's like looking around, and then he steps forward like, "Oh, I don't know." And then a clone of his pops out and pushes him. He's like, "Yeah, go on." And then sits down as he goes to run on stage.
Woo, Nelson! Echo gives a clap.
And from across the auditorium, you hear Eugene shout beneath the crowd, like, "None of us got up there? Really?"
Echo just bursts into a roaring laughter.
And Sweet Step, she stands to the side. Nelson gets up here. She shakes his hand and pats his arm, hands him the little gift card and a little ticket that says 1 free pizza party for your class. And you know, he waves to the crowd. Everybody cheers for him. Everybody's going crazy, getting excited. And she says, well, that's all today from Academy's Got Talent. Tune in next year to our next talent show, everyone. See you later. Then she, in a pink flash, blitzes off stage and disappears, leaving the other 3 to just sort of stand and talk amongst themselves. As, you know, everyone else in the auditorium, you could hear the bells ring for the end of the day, and everybody starts getting up and getting ready to head out.
Echo kind of sighs and gets up with a small smile. You know, I think Nelson needed that, honestly.
Yeah, I think you're right, and honestly, he deserved that. I did not expect that from him.
No, I didn't either. There was some trouble backstage with someone, but I'm glad he won.
Good. Me too.
Hi, Lily.
There's trouble.
Don't worry about it. By the way, why did you throw me earlier?
What?
That was days ago, Echo. What are you talking about? Get with the program.
I could just narrow his eyes. Memory of like a steel trap. But yeah, good for him.
He's supposed to. Okay, I guess.
Meanwhile, up front, having heard people talking about it a little bit, Danny up front is like, oh yeah, I guess Nelson did run into a little bit of trouble backstage. That kind of sucked.
Trouble. God damn it. I go just face palms.
Yeah, you move up, you're like, trouble? And Danny looks back and says, oh yeah, some kid from the other class was giving him hell. Apparently they knew each other outside of school or something.
Was it Eugene?
No, it was,
No, it's fine. Danny, don't need to elaborate. It's all good. That's up to Nelson and that person. We don't need to be splitting-
Echo talking over women.
No, we just don't
Classic
need to be...
Echo sexist moment. Danny, please continue.
Excuse me?
Danny kind of looks at Echo with a raised brow and just says, it was that Wayne kid in the other class, the guy with the bow and arrow stick.
That guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, weird.
Danny just kind of shrugs.
That's like not... I don't know, if I imagined someone having beef with Nelson, I would imagine like a kid who looks like they just got out of juvie and have never once followed a rule in their entire life.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, but I don't know. I mean, they seemed like they were about to get into it, and then Echo jumped in, and then Evan kind of, separated all of them. And they all just sat across the room from each other quietly.
Okay. Whack.
That was between them. We don't need to be spreading rumors,
Oh, spreading rumors. No
I
one
was
here would
just
ever do that.
About Nelson.
Also, by the by, rumor check.
Rumor check.
God damn it.
Rumor check? Wait, rumor check?
Rumor check.
Oh dear.
Classic. Wow.
Classic. Imagine. This is the
I'm
perfect
trying
time
to
for
think
rumor
if there's
check.
even anything I want to hear before I click the button.
Terry I just like making Terry's reputation worse. Damn it.
Damn.
I'll take a rumor roll too. Why not?
Okay.
The perfect time.
Yo! There you go, Echo.
Because now, then you have to think of like when you don't fail, you have to think of like what you actually want to know. It's like I don't know if I want to know anything.
Terry wants to know
No,
or
actually, I
like
do.
listen out for like what that Nelson beef is, like more details on that because that's interesting.
God
Okay.
damn it.
All right, and Echo, what do you want to hear about?
Echo just wants to see what everyone's like overall interpretation of his performance was. If it was like generally positive, or like if they're kind of lukewarm about it, or if they think he failed epically.
Well, first of all, if anybody wants to get on the Star Heights handout under groups and organizations to write out some of our new rumors.
I could do it.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
no.
the best
thank you.
at it.
I volunteered to go tribute.
So yeah, going down the list here. The first one we're going to get is going to be Jay. After what happened in the cafeteria, in the dining hall a few days ago, the big, big food fight, you obviously weren't a huge target in terms of like, oh, who started it, who's getting in trouble for it, but, you do know that you're hearing people talk about how you participated in it, and you were like, yeah, let's charge you with your whole club, and people are talking about your club and are like, oh man, ever since Jay appeared, like maybe Jay's kind of like a bad boy type, and they're like, their club's kind of like they're like a roughhousing kind of gang sort of thing. Obviously not super serious or dark or anything, but they're like, oh yeah, they're like rough and tumble, and they just like to play in roughhouse, and maybe they're gonna start the next food fight and all of that. So it's been the reputation of Jay themselves as well as their club that is getting this sort of treatment as people are talking about them.
All right, damn.
Next.
Well, I mean, they aren't entirely wrong though about Jay, so.
Next, let's go for, we'll just go down the list to Terry. Terry, you're listening around to try to hear a little more about that Nelson beef, because, Danny brought it up and kind of seen it side-eyed, but, you're hearing more people talk about it as people from the other class are kind of bringing it up, because on their end, they're also like, oh, why did Wayne go aggro on the other class, on the other class's class president? Like, that's not like him. And everybody's talking about it. And everyone in the school, basically even outside of your discussion you've just had, are very quickly coming to the conclusion of like, oh, like Nelson and Wayne have beef, and like they've known each other for a long time, and like this must be like a long-standing rivalry, like these two fucking hate each other, they're gonna fight after school, and like people are spinning it like completely out of control. Echo, the rumors you're hearing are that the obstacle course that was made for your performance was super impressive and really cool looking, but also everyone thinks you look like kind of a doofus in the first half. Now, thankfully, everybody knows, like, okay, he kind of brought it back in the end, and it was a little awkward, so they're not giving you too much hell for it. They're just more like, the obstacle course was pretty cool. Like, hey, maybe the engineering club is pretty neat. You can
lukewarm response, so essentially.
Lukewarm to you, but really good for the obstacle course, and you do hear people talking up the engineering club, like, hey, maybe I should go get some support gear made by them or something. Like, it seems like they make some
Mission
cool shit.
accomplished, that's a W!
Lily, as you're listening into the crowd, and, Triffany is off somewhere else talking to people, it seems that somehow, for some reason, word has gotten out that you and Triffany have beef, and you have no idea how. But people are talking about how you and Triffany have beef and haven't been talking to each other, and it's like, oh, they always sat at the same table, and now they haven't been sitting with each other, and they were like fighting in the food fight, and like things are super tense and awkward between them, and like that's weird, right? I wonder what's going on. And finally, for Alex, because you also rolled for rumors, and you did not roll very well.
Nico, we can't hear you tippy tapping.
Oh, sorry.
Alex, as you are listening out for rumors, you're hearing some of the same stuff everybody else is hearing, but you hear your name in the midst of all of that. And people are still kind of talking about the food fight. Obviously, by the end of this week, it's kind of trailing off a bit. People are going to get over it. But people are talking about what their perspective on your situation was in the food fight. And what everybody gathered from it was basically, did you hear how Alex went fucking crazy in the food fight? She just destroyed a table for no reason and then started throwing food at that Eugene kid. That poor guy. And then she, like, tried to throw another table at people, and there were some students attached to it. Like, that's crazy. And everybody's talking about you like you're ready to snap and just attack people. And what's worse, everybody knows that you have detention.
Yep, sounds
Jesus.
all right.
So yeah, those are the rumors for the day.
God,
Okay, I'm finishing up the bolt, and then it'll be done.
Okay. And so, Alex, what are you thinking as you hear all of these rumors about you?
It is a little bit of a hit to the self-esteem. But I mean, it is what it is. She feels a little rough because I mean all she was trying to do was like just get Eugene to trip and fall so that she could get him back for being petty with Echo, but it escalated significantly. So it kind of went out of hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the use of your powers, how quickly it can go from 1 to 100.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys have free reign over the auditorium, free reign to leave and head out to your dorms for the end of the day here, because you don't have any classes left and no responsibilities tying you down, so you guys are free to do as you wish.
It is done.
It is done.
Yeah, I feel like kind of scanning the whole place. Beyond just like kind of congratulating Nelson, honestly, like at a point where Nelson gets off stage, Jay would congratulate him and just be like, "Heck yeah," you know.
Mm-hmm. And they're kind of standing by the door, talking amongst themselves here.
Heck yeah, yeah. You did a great job, guys. All of you guys, you did great.
Oh, thank you, Jay. Honestly, I'm still feeling the nerves from it. I think I'm still coming down. But you know, I'm honestly surprised I won. I don't know. I guess I didn't expect to actually win. And Evan throws an arm around Nelson and is like, "Hey, well, you did, bud, and that means we get a pizza party instead of classes next Friday. So I am all in."
Oh yeah, good job winning that pizza party for the class. That's awesome.
Yeah, our last pizza party went really well.
Did you Lily mutter that under her breath, or was that just out of character?
No, yeah, she mutters it.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, Nelson is just kind of thinking. He's like, "Well, I've got the gift card now. I just need to consider what to use it on. But I suppose I'm going to go out for my my after class jogs. But thank you again for the praise. Honestly, I think I sweat more from having to go up there and sing than I ever do from any of my workouts."
Oh wait, never mind. Never mind, actually. I had the same moment that I know Will had earlier, where it was like, oh shit, I thought it was the same day as the food fight again.
No, yeah, it's been about a week, half a week since then.
Yeah, I knew that. My bad.
Well, Nelson waves to everybody, seemingly pretty quick to try to leave the auditorium, and you can tell it is because he still feels a bit bashful about, you know, what he went up there and did, let alone actually winning with it, so he's just kind of trying to get out of the auditorium at this point.
Best case scenario.
Yeah, that was cute as hell.
And then, you know, Evan and Triffany still chatting amongst themselves. If any of the rest of you want to do anything while we're still in the auditorium.
Hey, Alex, are you busy after this?
Not particularly. Why?
I just thought with everything that's happened, and I know you've kind of, you know, been down a little bit, if you wanted to go get, like, a blue pop at the dorms. Just relax a little bit.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, let's do that. I just gotta go talk to a couple people real quick and thank the engineer club again, and then go rub it in a little bit in Eugene's face.
Alex,
Go on. Go ahead.
Alex, that sounds like that would be really fun if you didn't have detention.
That's right. Another time.
What?
I've got detention.
Oh,
Yep. Sorry about that.
that's fine. Say hi to the monitor for me, and if you see Derek in there, also say hi for him.
Will do.
Thanks. Next time. And he goes and offers a little fist bump, and then he's going to quickly say thank you to the engineer club.
All right, yeah. And yeah, you move your way to the middle of the auditorium here where they're all sat lined up with a good view. And you as you're walking by, Derek attempts to trip you.
Dude, Echo stumbles, not expecting that, and it's a dark auditorium.
Yeah.
He looks to Derek. What was that for?
Nice going, jackass.
What do you mean?
He kind of waves his hand, and Ria's like, "You tried your best."
And honestly, I think I got eyes on the engineer club, and that's what matters the most, right?
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of buzz. And I mean, I guess to be fair, we made it a little difficult.
Nah, it's no big deal. At the end of the day, I had fun, right?
Yeah, I do feel the need to apologize, though. Every time Kinsey was going through it, she just said, "Oh, this is too easy, it needs to be harder." I don't know if that maybe had something to do with it. In hindsight, we didn't really have a good way of measuring that. But I'm sorry about that. I know you two are complicated, so
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. And he kind of waves. Thank you, though, regardless for help.
Yeah,
And I would take it, honestly, as a good thing.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, also, it was my job to do QA. Again, sorry about that.
You did fine. Thank you again. He offers them all high fives.
And she gives you a little smile and just gently high fives you. Derek is just sort of messing with his phone, and Sid is just kind of like also messing with his phone, and he's like, "Hey, you did great up there. Thanks."
Thanks, Sid. Thanks, Derek. He kind of gives him a smile and a nod. So you guys at the club. And then he gives a little wave. Multitask.
Yeah, Multitask looks back at you and gives you a pleasant little wave and a smile.
I'm gonna go rub it in Eugene's face.
And as you walk by the newspaper club is all sitting here together, you hear this kid speak up, and he just says, "Watch your feet ahead."
What do you mean?
Just watch yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's sweet. And he nods. Thank you. He goes to walk by and he gives a little nod to Kenzie.
And Kinsey, kind of is seemingly like there are a few flashing lights happening in the little screen in front of her face, and then she perks up and looks at you and says, "Oh, hey, good job in the obstacle course, I think."
It was a little rough. I just wanted to thank you again for helping out.
"Oh yeah, no problem. Don't worry, I wasn't gonna let them put you through some pussy obstacle course that was gonna make you look like a jackass."
Yeah, but, all for fun, right? And, it was good to, I'm a little rusty still. I just gotta keep practicing.
"Oh yeah, sure. So, do you have any ideas yet for our date?"
Echo winks and looks around, see if anyone heard that.
People are looking at you too.
Not yet, but I'll shoot you a text, okay?
Okay, bye.
Bye. And he gives a little thumbs up. It's a little sigh. And kind of walk.
As you go to walk forward, you're walking in front of these two, and as you're looking down by your feet, you see a few shapes down there. It's kind of dark and hard to see, but you see some stuff moving around beneath the seats.
Echo kind of gets confused at that and kind of just bears in mind where his feet are, and just kind of goes to move around them. Are they moving like very rapidly?
No, it's moving a little slowly, and you could sort of step over them, and you hear a little click of the tongue as the little shapes whip back under the seat, and then you look up and see Eugene as his tendrils come back and tie around his arms.
Echo looks at Eugene, kind of like kneels, just kind of getting low because, well, there's no one behind them, so it doesn't matter. He's not like blocking you. And he just has this shit-eating grin.
Go ahead, say it. Go ahead.
No, actually, I just wanted to say you did good. I thought your act was pretty good.
Yeah, I did a lot of practicing before going up there. I'm just glad that Terry actually, came up.
Were you worried he wasn't?
I mean, not worried really, but you can only ask so many people and get so many no's before it becomes a little embarrassing, but I guess I would have just asked a teacher at that point.
Yeah, that's fair, but no, good thing he came up. That being said, though, we clean sweeped the board.
Yes, I know. Class 1B, all 3 top spots, but at least one of them wasn't you. I definitely know I did a better job than you did up there.
I mean, my goal at the end of the day was to get eyes on the engineer club, and I think I did that swimmingly, so...
I suppose so. All eyes on the engineering club, none on you, but probably for the best, given any time eyes are on you, you make an ass of yourself.
Yeah. Oh, I got his holding back, just throttling him.
Gritting your teeth, clenching your fist, and Gloria pats your arm and says, "You did good up there, Echo. I was surprised. I mean, like an entire obstacle course? That's crazy."
Go big or go home, but like I was surprised by you. Like you adapted really well to the circumstances of yours.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting any of that to happen, but I mean, pays to be lucky, I guess.
Yeah, no kidding. You nailed it. And he kind of goes off for like a little high five.
Thanks. And she gives you a nice firm high five, and your hand is stinging a bit after it.
Yeah. He like hides it, and then he kind of just rubs it on his thing, like on his like leg.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Eugene, you know what? Always next year.
Yes, there's always next year for me to wipe the floor with you, but have fun in the pizza party. He wiggles his fingers a little bit.
I have a slice for you, okay?
Thanks.
Don't be a sore loser. You did. He smiles and stands up.
He just waves you off, like, basically ready for you to go. Like, all right.
Echo just smiles and shakes his head as he goes to walk by her, and he nods to Gloria and nods to Kenzie, who he knows has ways of looking everywhere.
The tail turns around, points to you, and does a little wave.
He waves back with a small smile. And he walks back. As he passes, he met him. That was Shin, right?
Yes.
Echo says, "Thanks, Shin, for the heads up."
No problem.
Wondering how the hell he knew. But Echo goes to head back to the rest of the class and just kind of go chat with Alex until everyone heads out.
All right. Anybody else have any scenes they want to do at the end of the day here?
I just wanted to mention I probably want to say hi to my dad, like at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Like it doesn't even have to, necessarily be a role played thing, but I just wanted to add the little detail that at some point I would probably see my dad and just be like, "Yo, did you see that?"
Well,
Did
you know
see
what's
Nelson?"
funny? Look in the back room of the auditorium.
I know. I have. I've been looking.
Yeah.
I've been looking this whole time. That's why I mentioned it, because I noticed this whole time. It's just that I bet that Jay wouldn't like immediately. Jay
Yeah.
wouldn't have gotten up or been like, "Hey, what's up, Dad?"
Mhm.
Or anything like that.
And maybe like
But-
after the auditorium's basically cleared out, you sort of stay behind and go up there to see
Yeah.
them if you want to, real quick.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like it clears out and they come out and maybe they're starting to do some cleaning stuff, and Jay would just be like, "Hey, that's Nelson. Like Nelson's the president now. They're cool. They just won." Like kind of just talking up their friends who won, basically.
And he seems excited to hear about it. He's happy you're around while he's doing some cleanup. And obviously, you guys have had a couple opportunities to catch up.
Yeah.
After the food fight, you helping clean up a bit, which he scolded you a little bit about participating a bit, but he kind of let that go pretty quick and just rustled your wires and was like, "Oh, but I hope you had fun. Like, you don't always get to jump into a food fight." Then he would ask you questions about it. Like,
Yeah.
"Oh, was it exciting?"
Yeah.
And then, of course, after
Heck yeah.
this, he's just excited to hear from you. And yeah, at the end here, our day winds to a close. And with the closing of the talent show's curtains, so too does your first week back at Star Heights. Your lives have been put back into motion after a long break, and so you attempt to prepare yourselves for whatever hard lessons may soon come your way. And with that, the session is over, and it's time for our end of session moves.
Before we end, Ethan, I have one quick question.
Sure.
Is that butterfly still okay?
When you say okay, like, it's not dead. Where are you
Well, no,
keeping
is it like in through the glass and vanish?
No, it's still in your little glass bottle in your dorm.
Okay. Echo would have at some point moved it to like a bigger terrarium sort of thing.
Okay. It just gotten a bigger little place for it. Maybe put some greenery or something in there. How would you
Yeah,
want to
right.
decorate such a thing?
Just like, because you got it from Megea, right?
Yeah.
He'd make it like sandy and, kind of like Megea, a small little Megea with a lid on top.
Just dump a bunch of sand in there, throw in some rocks, be like, all right, yeah.
Yeah, a couple twigs.
Okay. But yeah, with our end of session moves here, let's see. Oh, whoop, there we go. Oh, roll 20, being just a little finicky, but just a little bit. I'm gonna pull out. Been so long, I have to find my end of session moves again.
Quick question about influence, because
Yes.
Lily used her influence to get that bonus on the roll.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean it's gone?
No. Yeah, you just
Not
have
when it's
plus
plus
one.
one.
Yeah, you just have +1 against moves that target whoever you have influence over.
I got you.
But if you take advantage of your influence, you can do other things with it.
Right. And at that point, it vanishes, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I've found the end of session moves again. So we'll just go down the list here, and we will start with you, Echo. How do you feel after the talent show in your first week back? Have you grown closer to the team, grown into your image of yourself, or maybe grown away from the team? And the team can just mean your classmates, whoever you've been interacting with the most.
Let me check here real quick. I'd feel that he's kind of grown into his own image. He's neglected his old lifestyle, and it kind of showed in this talent show.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to shift superior down and freak.
Freak up. Do you not want to put danger up? Because I would take
Actually, no, that
danger
is-
for that.
Yeah, no, that's actually a better idea. I'm gonna superior down because he's not feeling too hot about the talent show.
Okay.
And then put danger up.
All right. Makes sense. Next is going to be Alex. How are you feeling?
Well, it's been a little rough. It's been a rough week for the most part.
Yeah, but a little bit rough for Alex, just a bit.
Yeah. I might move Freak up 1 and Savior down 1.
Okay. Makes sense.
Okay.
Just feeling destructive and like, oh god, my powers, they just kind of keep slipping.
Yep.
All right, well, next is Terry.
He sat here today. What did Terry... Okay, so what are my options again?
Grow closer to the team, your classmates, grow into your image of yourself, or grow away from the team or your classmates.
Image of himself.
Okay. What's your label shift, and why do you see yourself changing in this way?
Let me look at Labele. Terry's already maxed out in Superior. But he did say he was going to change his approach. So I think I'm going to go to Danger down and Mundane up.
Okay. Good to know. Next is going to be our Lily.
I guess probably closest would be growing closer to someone else.
Okay.
Purely just that Lily has enjoyed talking to Gabe more.
Okay. Yeah, then you can mark that you're giving influence to Gabe, and you can either clear a condition or mark potential.
Let's see. I would love to clear a condition.
We got many conditions here. Yes, you can start marking potential for missed rolls again.
Is it 2 per each still?
You don't
It's
mark... It's just you mark 1 potential per missed roll.
Okay, I didn't know if you nerfed it, because if it was 2, because I think you did that at one point, or that might have been me.
No, I did not do that. Yeah, I think there might have been like a hard cap on it at some point.
Yeah, I think at some point you just said, don't mark it anymore. Was basically it.
As we were getting to the end of the semester, but now if you had failures, you can mark potential for them.
I probably had a few. I'll just mark one.
Oh, can we mark failures like for the gossip rolls?
No.
Okay. In that case, then I am a 1 away from getting my next advancement.
If we ding, do we still advance or do we just stop at the ding?
Just stop at the ding, honestly.
I will clear hopeless.
Okay.
Because also, I think I probably could have asked if I could have for the fling yourself into easy relief, for just being like, well, I'll engage in the food fight purely because it seems like Gabe wants to, and that seems fun, sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that fits well enough.
Okay. And also, you have another end of session move for your playbook.
Oh yeah, true. So I mean, it's not like I really had much of a chance to take much action against death in it.
Yeah, and it is in fact encroaching closer. That's just one of those days.
I would have if there was an opportunity.
But I do forget, what is that move like when you are unable? What happens?
There is no specification. It is just, did you make progress on defeating your nemesis?
No, I mean like mechanically, if you do not.
Oh,
do?
I mark my doom track.
Okay. All right. Then finally, Jay.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
So I feel like I want to bring down my danger stat and up my mundane stat.
Okay.
I think.
What's your thought process?
I don't know. I'm like back and forth, I guess. Like, because I feel like on one hand, Jay is kind of like, I don't know. They are more dangerous and they are like more of a rebel, but at the same time I feel like they're like kind of fitting in more because of it, like in a certain way, even though they feel like they aren't all the time. I'm gonna take that back though, and I'm going to actually bring down my superior stat, I think.
Okay.
And I'm going to up my danger actually after that food fight today.
Okay.
And after also like talking to having the teachers pull me to the side to be like, yo, you all right? You need to talk to someone. Like I think Jay is feeling a little bit dangerous, more so like even though they feel like the perception that they have is that they're just kind of this plain like being in comparison to Joey and Joe. But in reality, they're acting more like irrationally.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
And dangerously. Hell yeah.
All right. Well, with all of our end of session moves out of the way, we will move out of this first week of Star Heights. And next time, we will continue with this new semester's classes and lessons and whatnot. So, thank you all for playing today.